ceasefire as we get some strikes in Iran from the U.S. and retaliation for Iranian strikes. And then also, of course, U.S. President Trump apparently saying at some comments made during NATO that the ceasefire and MOU with Iran is, quote, over. Though apparently those comments were not made again during the proper leadership summit. So just be aware, lots of back and forth, as we usually get here with oil, with the U.S. and Iran. Lots of tech to talk about here as well. Again, given the overall move in oil, not everything is really moving on these stories, but one name that certainly did move here was Broadcom, this Broadcom-Apple relationship back in focus. Some individual catalysts for some of these oil companies as well. As we were discussing off camera here before the show went live, you've got Apple and Meta with some more antitrust related headlines. SpaceX, second day of being part of the NASDAQ, and they could have a pretty big announcement coming up today, at least according to reports. So lots to get into. Good morning, Sharif. Happy Wednesday. How are you doing?
Likewise, Adara. Thank you very much. Good to go. AVGO, as Adara mentioned, $30 billion Apple deal for domestic chip manufacturing. Keep an eye on that. Apple also in the headlines for its own story, starting to test out CXMT's memory. That is a Chinese supplier that was, let's not say blacklisted, but, you know, the Pentagon can't do business with them. American companies can. So starting testing on that. And then we get SpaceX as well with that tie-up with the Japanese space agency landing, I think, a probe on the moon. Also possibly Grok 4.5 to be released today. So something to look out for there. France regulator putting pressure on Meta, as Adara mentioned, and NVIDIA, guys, trading at pre-AI boom valuations. We're not talking about market cap, of course. We are talking about price to earnings, trading below that. And then SK Hynix also in focus, and Baba popping up here to the tune of 9%. It was double digits, retrading a little bit here, Adara.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot to discuss, guys. And before we send you over to the guys this morning, I do want to do a little bit of housekeeping as well. 8:30 a.m., we're supposed to be getting President Trump meeting with the leader of Syria. I don't believe this is supposed to be on camera, but oftentimes these meetings do end up being on camera regardless. I'll definitely cover that for you guys if it is. At 10 a.m., you get wholesale inventories month over month, so no 8:30 a.m. numbers. Then at 11:15 a.m., President Trump holding a press conference. Now, this could usually says 11:15 a.m. could start a little bit later, but just be aware around that time, press conference will be held. Then at 2 p.m., you get the FOMC minutes. So no 8:30 a.m. data, but lots of events to be aware of. Now we're going to send you over to Sean and a very special guest for right now.
I mean, we all know him. We all love him. Randy's in the building right now. Yeah, Neil's stuck in traffic. Neil takes the train, the train.
The GO train.
Maybe it was a little delayed. I don't know. I just got the message that
the stop train.
We'll have a new special host here today for the first little bit. Joe is also in the building, so he's ready to go. So it'll be the three of us here talking some stock early on. Yeah, you saw your own spot there. Mr. Worldwide has the one unbuttoned there, so he's got to get ready to go for the club after this. He's looking sharp as per usual there. So it's Joe, Randy, and I on this pretty tumultuous day, I guess, here as we finally get the ceasefire ended here, Joe and Randy. And I know, Randy, you're into the oil patch already with XOM, and they're up a little bit today. USO up 3% here. So I don't know.
The chips are down by microns, like almost 5% pre-market. Yikes. Oil, there's things going on. I mean, they're finding ways to bring production up, with Hormuz being sort of open, kind of open, and then not. There's other ways to bring up production numbers. Rig counts are down. I was telling Adara about this before the market opened, before the show started. There's other ways to bring production up on a quarterly basis, and they're doing it. So, hey, good to them.
Yeah, no, it's been, and then here we get to also the ceasefire, right? I mean, apparently Iran trying to take back that Strait of Hormuz there. Some, tanker issues there yesterday, and then Donald Trump over the night talking about how that ceasefire is now over, and you could see a little spike up. I actually thought we would have spiked a little bit more than this, than just that 3%. But if you saw yesterday and you weren't here, it's just basically right when you left about 2 o'clock, oil started to rip, and oil basically had a buy program on it all afternoon until eventually around 3 o'clock it did fade back just a little bit there. But that's USO yesterday ticking out at 106, 107. And even if we look at the CL contract, which is back into August, you're going to see the chart this level one doesn't load, but right in there, up 5% in change right now on light sweet crude, back up to $74. So, damn it, we have all these ideas because we sit here and you talk about stocks all day. But it was the same thing, man. We were just talking about this just yesterday, and I said oil's gone. I mean, what did I say, Sharif? And I think I don't know if I think I was talking about it with you. I said too far, too fast there with oil yesterday early, and it seems like
a little bit
it
of
fell
hype.
a little too far.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's why I kept on asking you, Dara, what day did we finally, invade, or what day did that happen with Iran there? And I just felt like we weren't really resolved yet, and there was another move higher there. And then, easy to predict it after it's happened, of course, Randy. But there's your XOM. And you were mentioning a little bit about that one as well. And Neil and I talked about this, and I brought it up to the attention yesterday, and then Neil brought up CVX, of course, but it was right here. It was right at the 200 period moving average. And that, good companies at good spots need to be bought, and that would have been the case there, again, for XOM yesterday. And then, of course, random story of the day, that ceasefire breaking, but that does help. And there it goes right back up to the upside as we watch about some oil names. But then you, of course, Randy, threw a little cold water on everything here, and we're talking a little bit about Micron down another 4% here.
Intel's down this morning too.
Yeah, great look. I mean, this guy, not just a handsome co-host over here.
Oh, come on.
Got some good ideas here. AMD, you're talking about there to the downside, and you mentioned some Micron. What else did you say? You're looking at your market.
Just the cues. I'm just going over BABA and some of the
other
ones.
Baba, yeah, Baba. Wow.
Baba
What
was
a
9%.
Yeah, Joe, there. I mean, we can bring Joe back, here on this one. I mean, this is another pre-earnings call for Alibaba. And again, you're only smart if you take the trade. But we did mention that this down by $100 seemed pretty key. But Joe, it went down to $92.
I know.
But already sort of broke those levels. So what are you thinking about Alibaba over here?
I mean, listen, you still have the same narrative of just the China risk, right? You always have that conflict between the States and China. But if you're going to get it at some quality prices, then I think why not take the opportunity, right? If you're aware of all the risks, the overnight gaps up and gap down, the fact that we still haven't really came to a tariff deal, which is surprisingly so. I don't know how many times he was supposed to meet with President Xi, even though I believe he is coming to the White House soon.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's headed over there. But for me personally, ask yourself, okay, we're looking at Alibaba down here in the 90s. Or would you rather, and this is a genuine question to you, Sean, would you rather buy Alibaba down here or Broadcom down 27% with a downgrade today after just striking a $30 billion deal?
So for me, I mean, it's an interesting question. I think Broadcom is probably a better company and might be positioned better. Well, my only thing is that the I guess too much market weight into these AI names for myself, too much saturation into those names, right? And so I'm already into that whole realm with Marvell, and we have some of these other chip names. Obviously, we're investors on AMD, and Alibaba just to me presents a different angle. And we talked about the angle that Alibaba presented, and that is that the cost of these tokens and then just creating some of this simple AI magic that we've come to use every single day, stuff that I'm using it for. I mean, Randy, I don't know how you're using AI, but at the end of the day, I'm asking you very, very simple things.
Right.
I don't need it to code out the next app that's going to change the world.
But you were saying that Broadcom was maybe the better company, and I don't know, they have more exposure in the AI play, I think.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you already have your exposure in AI,
yes.
I think that Alibaba gives you a cheaper alternative into the production of sort of these LLMs, right? And I just think that once they're built, and then you got to look at costs. And as far as I know, Chinese companies are a little lower cost base.
Yes.
I mean, look at the EV space there, and building out of the data centers in China may be less expensive. The models, might be just as efficient.
So here's something, Katina,
what about you, Joe? What would you rather buy?
Oh, I think that goes without saying. I'm okay with not having any China exposure. I don't want to have to deal with any of that stuff. But here, I don't know, this might intrigue you a little bit, Katina, man. So cloud revenue may face pressure. So what this article is just stating here is that Alibaba's cloud revenue may fall by 10% from fiscal 2023. But still, right? Falling by 10% here. Or would you rather have an Azure that's still growing at double digits, an Amazon Web Service that's still growing at double digits, a Google Cloud that is just going absolutely parabolic to where the Chinese have their AI build out? And I completely agree on the cost of this token generation. But if these guys aren't performing how we're expecting them to, and the American companies are still growing at a substantial clip rate, I personally don't have any idea why I would be looking at some of these ADRs. That's just me, right? That's me.
I'll tell you why. Remember that Samsung number that came out yesterday?
Absolutely.
And it was monstrous, right?
Big time.
All right, so it's down 15+%. The issue with that is that if you're going to say that Samsung is best of breed, just like you did right there with Azure, just like you did with Google Cloud and AWS, those are all best of breeds. What if they also come out with absolutely monster numbers and then they get hit down 15 or 20%? Then you're going to see this market like what? The fact is that Samsung just absolutely put a target on the head of every single one of these mega cap names because this is why the market was down yesterday. This is why it's going to be down today. And I think that there's going to be a downward trade into the earnings because how good do these earnings have to be, guys, in order for these stocks to go higher? I mean, this is the thing. Samsung had a great report. We just had a great report a couple weeks ago. I forget the name that reported 2 weeks ago. Oh, was Micron. Micron had a killer report. And I mean, look, there was not even, you couldn't even find a problem with that report, basically. And this is Micron, Randy, off of their report. $1,200 down to $900 on killer numbers right there. So if we're going to say, hey, Micron, the leader in DRAM, right? Samsung, the leader in pretty much that whole chip game, they're up 350% year to date or something. Down, down. So what happens when Google comes through? Down. So for me, Alibaba coming in and saying a little bit of a pre-earnings talk, up 10%. So to me, I think money might be flowing, and I agree with you on the China risk. Like that is that's the number one reason. We talked about this all the time, that we don't love China names because of that exact reason. We don't like sort of the back and forth. I like the fact that she's coming to the Pentagon or to the White House, hopefully not the Pentagon, to the White House.
Coming for a barbecue.
He's coming to Randy's house for a barbecue. I'm not sure exactly, you have to figure out if he's vegetarian or not. But all the way to the downside, I just wonder if this is beat up enough, guys, that if they put out that great quarter, like they just hinted at, they're up 10%. If Microsoft puts out a great quarter, I fear they're down 10%. So that
Microsoft, a name that it's been hit the heaviest.
They're all. I mean, it's not even, but it's not hit the way this has been hit, guys.
No.
This is 190 top.
Well, we can figure that out.
Yeah, we can figure. Yeah, I mean, we can call Microsoft right now.
There has to be a ceiling here at some
45% from that peak to where we're currently trading at right now.
Yeah, and Microsoft's had a huge move to back up, right? That's 350 back up to 390. So Microsoft's already up that 15-20%. And look, their report's coming in
30%. 30% off of the highs.
Yeah, that's it, right? Alibaba's off 75%. 45, yeah. So right there. So the difference right there is obviously Microsoft is well ready to get hit to the downside. If you're going to equate the two companies, I don't equate Alibaba and Microsoft. You would
grab Alibaba over Microsoft here at these levels?
What I'm saying is no, because of the Chinese risk. What I'm saying is I don't like it because of the Chinese risk. But I think there's more risk heading into earnings into these big banks.
I completely agree with you on the fact. It's like, okay, well, even so, look at the previous, you and I covered it, Sean, the previous NVDA earnings report. Insane numbers. The stock sold off after that.
That's Micron. SNDK.
Yeah, exactly. Sold off, but then eventually ripped up. So, I mean, at some point we can come to the conclusion that, hey, maybe we have gone a little bit too far too fast, but we still have that earnings growth, which I think is extremely important.
Joe's right. There is an earnings number to come out. There will be profit here, but is it enough? Like, there's a lot of money being spent here. There's a shortage of hardware in places. Like, what's coming back? You know, is there a ceiling here that we haven't seen yet? So I don't know. Microsoft, again, up a little bit, but I mean, there's got to be a top to this. There has to be.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's what I was saying. You know, we have to understand that the stocks just don't only go up. And unfortunately, in this environment right now, it's going to be a tough road to hoe. And I think that looking at some of these names, and we've had a nice little rebound in a name like a Palantir, right? As some of the software names get going, Microsoft has been great. A great stock to own for a very long time. And I do think that there's a lot of upside in Microsoft as well. Azure should be.
Neil Team 6.
Azure should be. Oh, Neil in the shorts today.
That's why he was late, man.
Oh, he ran here. I get it. He ran here from Brampton. On the low. But yeah, okay. So Joe, here we go. What is your? Neil will be stepping in for Randy. Doesn't want to leave.
He's done
right now, Randy. You just you can.
Neil's now the head of construction operations.
Yeah. Randy's supervising
my floor
everything
grinder's got
right now. But
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
Joe,
Sean.
here we go.
Yeah.
Randy, what is your take on SpaceX, and then we'll get Joe's take. Hey, what's up, Neil?
I just wanted Elon to get me a coffee.
You want Neil to get you a coffee? I think that's appropriate.
Yeah,
I think that's. I mean, you have to figure out what you take in your coffee over there, my guy. But what? So I know we talk about Tesla all the time. What are you thinking about SpaceX over there, Randy?
I don't.
And then we'll get you out of here.
There's so much to SpaceX, and I don't know. It's baffling to me. The valuation of this company and the plans for this. It's just, I don't know. It's overwhelming to me. Is it overvalued? What do you think?
What do I think?
Is it overvalued?
I think it's extremely overvalued.
Yeah.
But the thing is that value has nothing to do with stock price at the end of the
True.
day. This is future value, what we're talking about.
I'm a little.
I don't think you're wrong to be skeptical.
I'm a little bearish.
I don't think anybody's wrong
bearish.
to be skeptical about SpaceX. You know, I mean, the market valuation there into the $2 trillion mark,
Yeah.
you know, came out with obviously a lot of hype, and it did have a great week, let's call it 2 days there, and then it just came right back in, Randy. And I think a lot of people, and we're going to get Joe's opinion as
And
well.
what's that saying?
I think there's more.
Hype?
I do believe there's more downside right now, but again, if we were this forward looking with Tesla, and we know that Elon is extremely optimistic with his timelines, I think you have to remain the same with SpaceX, right? Like I was talking about the fact that they're already sending H-100s into space. So
Right.
This is just the beginning of like, hey, we need to get the cost down, obviously, if we're going to be building these data centers all the way up there. But I think it's going to happen, and there's so much more alongside of it. So near term, I think you're going to get a little bit better prices here. I told you I have orders put out at 125, but long term, I'm forever long SpaceX.
Really?
125. Wow.
Okay, I'm going to get my own coffee.
Yeah, see you. Yeah, Neil's not getting the coffee, but when you're going to get a second, Randy, I'll take one though. So I was just going to say the same thing about SpaceX, right? I actually pretty proud of SpaceX today that we're not down lower than where we were yesterday at the close. Like, it's a nice bounce back. There was an opportunity to sell this thing overnight for sure. My charts stop at 430. So, but it did make a move back up over that 150. And I'm guessing Blue Ocean probably didn't. I could call that up and have a look at what SpaceX did. But at the end of the day, this hold yesterday of 150 again held. Sure, you get that break. And did we actually hold 150? No. But the fact is that once that broke, it went down a buck and a half, almost immediately to the downside, and then it recovered. And now we're back above it. So I'm going to call this just yet again sort of another hold, and maybe we say 150 area. I mean, last time we got as low as 146 on the very first dramatic break of 150 right there. And since then, we've broken a couple times and bounced, essentially off of 148. So, those gives me some sort of a pause for concern because we're not huge, but yeah, I don't mind SpaceX at some of these levels. So the reason why I sort of scoffed at that 125, Joe, and is just the fact that I think it's going to be a big wall at 135. And I think
that's fair. I mean, hey, I just put it out there just in case.
No, what I was wondering is what about? What I was going to ask you is I like that idea and stay firm with it. But what about getting? Okay, let's just say you have 20% of your SpaceX position now. We're trying to get to 100, right?
Yep.
So what about sitting? What about sitting instead of sitting 50% or whatever at 125? How about the fact that it might come to 135 and then back? I know you're trying to get forever long.
Yeah.
But maybe sit a little bit in front of 135 just in case that is the bottom.
Hey man, listen, I'm open to many things. I think price action is going to be a big time teller of what actually goes on. And we know, Sean, that the market can get a little bit ahead of itself in both directions, right? So whether it be to the long side or to the short side. So, I mean, let's see, because what you were just displaying there on SpaceX from a price action standpoint, and now we get to see earnings report, Q2 coming up, right? I just feel like 125, I don't know how much of a stretch that is. That's another...
Yeah, no, it's not that far.
Right? Like, it's another 17% from where we're trading at right now. So, I mean, if things get really ugly, it's only a couple gap downs away and a bad session. So, 135, there can definitely be that wall. And I know you and Neil were both standing on the point of, hey, this is going to be the issuing price of $135, and it could be potentially a bad look.
I'm standing on business with
You guys are standing on business over there with the bad look. I personally don't think Wall Street cares if they look bad or not if this goes south of 135.
The only thing is that the whole Goldman Sachs's of the world and everybody that brought this to market will be sitting there at 135 for sure. And there's going to be a lot of people.
Yeah, for sure.
Big, huge walls. Actually, that's going to be an interesting talk.
Well, we can see that, right?
I was just going to say, it's an interesting talk to talk about options.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. We can see that at one point, especially after the earnings. And we can remain forward-looking. After the market opens, we can always keep an eye on that 135 level.
We've been talking for over 20 minutes now, so we'll welcome in Neil. But let's go back. Let Neil get set up. We'll go back to the desk, hear what they have to say, and we'll bring it back over here. 20 minutes. That might be a new record.
That is a record.
You did mention Blue Ocean there, Sean. I want to get into our new segment, which is what was trading on Blue Ocean last night. Now, yesterday we talked about this. So Tuesday morning, about half these names were going to be in that semiconductor space. We saw that drop in the Kospi, specifically the memory space, guys. And again, we're seeing about half memory names here today. Top symbol that was traded last night on Blue Ocean was Micron. This is by notional value. Then you've got SOXL, so it's a 3 times levered semiconductor bull ETF. You've got SanDisk, another memory play in the 3rd slot. In 4th place, you have another name that showed up yesterday. I know the Midday discussed this name yesterday as well. KORU. This is that South Korea bull 3 times ETF. You've got the NASDAQ, then DRAM in 6th place here. MUU. So this is a bull Micron ETF. You've got the leveraged NASDAQ ETF in 8th place. Then you've got SOXS. This is the 3 times bear semiconductor ETF. And another South Korea ETF here. So really seems like the theme of Blue Ocean yesterday, once again, was memory, semiconductors, and South Korea sympathy plays. Again, there were a couple wider NASDAQ plays that were made as well. A couple different stories to get into. I want to mention quickly, I'm seeing here Blue Origin reportedly raising outside capital for the first time ever, seeking $10 billion at a pre-money valuation of $130 billion. Here's Rocket Lab, Amazon. A little bit of a move here, but nothing too crazy. This, I believe, is just kind of a random spike. But let's talk here about Broadcom and Apple. We had this SEC filing implying a partnership between the company had expanded as of Monday. We get a lot more details today from Apple.
We do, Adira. $30 billion multi-year supply agreement, basically taking us to 2031 to secure a massive domestic silicon pipeline. This is being built under Apple's American manufacturing program, and it fuels about a $1.5 billion expansion at the Fort Collins, Colorado Broadcom plant. Now, we all know Broadcom to be, that fabless chip designer, right? They don't have their own fabs. This changes that. They rely heavily on Taiwan Semi, but they will invest $1.5 billion in actual production here. Some of the things they're going to be making: Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and cellular connectivity components, but they're also going to develop custom ASICs for all sorts of different divisions for Apple. So good look here. But guys, the agreement specifies 15 billion chips. When you do the math on this, it comes to about $2 a chip. So this is not a high margin product at all for Broadcom. It's really Apple squeezing Broadcom here and using their economies of scale. Not last but not least, this is also sort of an internal admission by Apple that they couldn't get it right, because they have their own division here that actually manufactures wireless RF chips. And the fact that they had to actually go to Broadcom for this means that they couldn't get it right internally. So an admission here by Apple. Last but not least, financial analysts historically hit Broadcom with a bit of a discount valuation. Why? Because 20% of their revenue relies on Apple. So there was that single customer concentration risk that the market had been pricing in. I don't think this helps it, Adair.
Well, as you said, Truth, I think there's a lot of pros and a lot of cons here. So I know this is kind of, a loaded question, but if you had to pick one clear winner of this deal, either reputationally or business-wise, Apple or Broadcom?
That's a good question. I don't really have an immediate answer. I'd like to see Broadcom diversify a little bit away from Apple, and I think this doesn't help, as I was just saying, the concentration risk that the market has valued in to Broadcom. I think this is probably a win for Apple, specifically because they're domestic production, and that's obviously a geopolitical kind of tailwind for them, because the Trump administration has made no bones about the fact that they want production in the United States.
makes a lot of sense. Are you guys watching Apple or Broadcom in relation to this story today?
Yes.
Well, we're always watching Apple, but I actually
we don't really
think
trade Broadcom, do we? Really?
I don't. Actually, no. I think maybe once in the last little while, in the last year or so. That being said, I'll take the whole. Well, if you're gonna call Nvidia's value right now the best you've ever been able to get in forever, like better than the S&P and all this stuff, you're getting a forward on Broadcom forward P of 19. I mean, that's
pretty good.
That's getting pretty cheap. That's pretty good too. So, I understand you got the whole simple company risk or single company risk, and so much is relying on Apple. But if we believe in Apple and you're getting value here, you're at the 200. It doesn't really look all that bad. I'm gonna in real time because I haven't actually brought it up. But if you look at Broadcom on a weekly chart, like we're just the daily bouncing the 200. On the weekly, you're bouncing the 50 period on the weekly as well. It's kind of at a value point here. So yeah, I can get on board with Broadcom. That being said, if we're talking about today, then well, no one really trades Broadcom. So you start having to think about Apple and the kind of the rocket ship it's been on. Now, yesterday did say, hey, you're getting into that all-time high, and you sometimes will see a little bit of a pullback here. I think the important thing for Apple is whatever dip this is, hang on to 300, that prior resistance, the 50-period moving average, get a nice little bounce there. I think you look good. I don't know that things seem weak enough today. Like we're not down that much. Yes, it's only down a half point here. I don't know that there's enough weakness to have this C300, but yeah, first look at Apple, like I was going to be looking pull back into these prior highs anyway. So
We want to look.
That's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, I like Apple. I'm going to be putting that on the list for sure today, and we'll look at some SpaceX. It's kind of the usual suspects, but I want to add Battle to the list here because it's going to be a battle today for sure. I mean, this is another name here that we talked about this yesterday during the afternoon show, and it was just like this name started to go around 2 o'clock, right when sort of that news hit there about USO and sort of the whole impact of the ceasefire being broken, and now we're going to the upside here, so we got to watch out for Battle past Runner obviously, and we're going to have Luis Barbado come on right now and about the small cap recap, so he's going to be talking all about sort of what hopefully about some Battle, and I'm sure Adair and Sharif will go over this name with him. But here's a name that's a $50 million market cap and is definitely traded every time we see oil starting to pop up. So here goes Battle today, up another 22%. Just was chilling around $1.50, $1.60, got the volume, got going, but then it faded. So that's actually an interesting question that I'm going to have at some point. Yo, what's up, Randy? Thanks for the banana there as we look at this name. And I don't know, I think Luis, when he comes on, I think we should ask him because this made a nice run and then we just kept on not making new highs all the way to the downside. So although it got very excited and probably overbought, it came right back in. So we're going to, okay, good. I just heard from Andre that he has Battle. Luis has Battle loaded up right now, ready to talk about it. But yeah, so I'm just looking right now as we have the high there. We just did not break that past high. So let's wait for some volume to kick into this name right off the open. But who cares really what I have to say? We have Luis coming from the Barcelona office. Shout out to A-Day Trading and a big one back over to the desk with Adara and Sharif as we talk to our good friend Luis.
We're going to be giving a very big welcome and good morning here to Luis Barbado here with us again on a Wednesday morning over from A-Day Trading in lovely Barcelona, Spain. Good morning. How are you doing today?
We're doing great. Thank you, Adara.
I heard you have Battle already loaded up here on your screen, BATL. I do want to ask you here more widely as well about these small cap oil plays. I mean, obviously you're watching this one. Are you watching any other of these small cap oil plays? And I guess what insights can you give people in terms of trading these small caps that also have the added, geopolitical volatility?
Yeah, I mean, talking about Battle, first of all, you have to take into account after this run, because of yesterday movement in the oil, you have to wait until it breaks this high. If it breaks this high, you avoid shorts, of course, right on this one. Second thing to say here, even though it's a small cap, it doesn't have to have the small cap structure because it's very, very related to the oil. So it has a lot of sympathy for the oil. So it will move pretty much like the oil moves today. Saying that, it had followed the small cap structure, but if you check oil, it followed the same structure. So it's not, that it worked because VWAP, because of the kind of movement of barrel, but it fell because the oil fell. So it is not that much the small cap structure, although it followed the, let's see if it goes there, barrel. Yeah, there it goes. It worked to short against this pre-market high, short there, short again, and short when the VWAP broke. But listen, it just worked because the oil did the same movement, not because barrel moved the same structure as a small cap. I don't know if it's well explained, but I think you understood this.
Yeah, thank you for going over that, because I guess there is that important distinction there. I want to talk about another small cap. This one was on our morning watch list today. This is a penny stock here, around 14 cents. This EDBL, I guess there was an investment in this company disclosed on some filings. Is this the type of name that you have any views on this morning?
Well, some people here in the office will trade this. For me, it's way too low price. I try to avoid anything below 50 cents, 50, 60 cents. If we are going to fit this 50, 60 cents range price, I like it because we can check non-compliance, if it's a bid price requirement from the NASDAQ policies and so on. But this so low price because of we don't have ECN rebates, and because it's so difficult to measure the size and see where you have to stop with all these pennies and teenies, to trade within the cent price is very, very difficult. So this one is a ticker that we will, at least I will not trade. Today, the easiest trade was a second day play, actually. It was CLRO. Yesterday was very, very active, breaking these highs of previous day, going to 12. It looked like here it was gonna lose the VWAP. But then we saw some spikes of volume and breaking this high of the day, and we saw a very nice movement up, consolidating over the resistance all the time. And today we have a very nice short here around this $14.50 price range. You could short there, waiting the VWAP to break, waiting this $12 to break now. And if it breaks there, look, it can be all day fading until $10, $9, $8. Who knows? This come from 3, I think, a few days ago. Let's see. There you go, from 3. Even though now it looks a little bit low to go in. Look, if it breaks here, there is no support anymore. So this was probably the easiest trade today on a second day play.
Yeah, I know the CLRO was mentioned a lot yesterday over during the midday. I have another question. I know you said none of these sub 50 cent names, so this might already be a no, but I know CPOP, this is like what we call a repeat offender, a small cap that's rallied a lot in the past. This was another one that was mentioned a lot yesterday on the midday, a lot by our chat. Did you look at this one at all, or again, because of the price, not something that was on your radar?
No, not at all, because of the price, and also because the price action. Look at this, what happened in June. It went from 30 cents to $3. So it's crazy movement. It was all the way down, but it's very, very difficult to trade this stock when it's so cheap, when it's so tiny float. We could check the float, maybe you have it there, easier for me. But very low float, probably tends to 0. But if it start to move up, there is no way you can escape from this short. So for me, it's a no trade here because of the price and the risk of such a tiny float to go to $1, $2, or $3, just like it did in 10th of June.
Yeah, I'm seeing a 27 million share float, but not sure how accurate that is. But either way, yeah, like sub 50 million share float. Do you have any other stocks that you're watching or that are going to be in play for you today as we head into the open?
Oh, yeah, we are checking. We're waiting for this IOTR. It's already pretty much down, but we are waiting this one for a VWAP rejection, what we call a VWAP rejection. The stock went up a lot, it went down, and we are waiting now for a push to 370s to start to short there against this resistance. Right now it has no volume, but there is a chance that we see a pop around, as I say, 365, 375 to start the short there. And the other one is Lucy, LUCY. There you go. It broke yesterday highs, so we're gonna, at least me, I'm gonna avoid the shorts here until it gets to some previous resistance. I think it was $182. There you go. If it gets there to $182, let's see how it reacts, the volume, and where is the VWAP then, and of course the tape reading. It's very important for us as well. So this, since it broke yesterday high, we're gonna avoid the shorts until this 180, 190, and then we probably tried some shorts there against this 2 round number.
And lots of small caps to look at today. Thanks again to Luis Barbado over in Barcelona, Spain at A-Day Trading. You can often find him in our chat as A-Day Trading over on YouTube. And I believe you'll also be with the midday guys at 1 p.m. So people can check that out as well. Thanks again, Luis.
Yeah, we have a lot of to talk about this evening.
Check it out at 1 p.m., guys.
All right, looking forward to some conversations with Luis himself. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday's session. But first and foremost, I was trading CLRO alongside Sharif yesterday, so we'll talk and we'll get into more conversations about that. But guys, let's take a look at some of the actions from yesterday's session. Now, we're going to be looking at this $105 strike price on Intel, a name that's actually down 23% off of its previous high. Now, we're only around 3 points away from this 105 level. Now, what are we looking at this for? A support system. Now, we want to find some form of supply, and this was going to be that first strike price where we're going to see a combination between volume and open interest. So open interest sitting around 4,960 and volume around 7,700. Now, as for the bid and the ask, guys, we're only sitting on a $9 spread. Nothing crazy, but just from our delta alone, we can tell that this is an out-of-the-money contract. Now, our gamma exposure is relatively cool, but one thing that we want to keep an eye on always is our implied volatility. Why? Because we'll see that metric priced into the options contracting itself. Now, we're sitting at 104% implied volatility, so what can that tell us? I've always explained using your implied volatility as a sentiment metric, all right? And where you can gauge if we are going to potentially head a little bit lower or if things cool down and we have that nice price appreciation to the northeast. Now, with 104% at the money IV, I would not be surprised if we see a little bit more downside here in Intel. But let's see if this supply zone at that 105 marker can hold up for us. Now, let's head over to the contract itself. This is a put contract, so the more it slides, the more you're going to see the increase within this specific pricing. So what we have here is $1.26 is where we open up on yesterday's session, and then we actually peak at $2.88, giving you a 129% return on that put option from the lows to the highest point. Now, it does give some back, but held up relatively well. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if this specific contract slightly increases after the open. Why? Because we did have a little bit of a gap down. Now, moving forward, let's take a name that Sean and I were talking about this morning, Randy as well. Now, this isn't the strike price that I was referring to, and that's going to be the $125 level. It's not the one that Sean and Neil were looking at $135, but what we have here, guys, is $145. Now, this is going to be that first supply zone. I think it's going to be a massive teller because there was an additional supply zone at 135, but not as big as what we're seeing right here. So open interest sitting around 9,000 contracts there, and volume open and closed 13,800. Now, as for the bid and the ask, again, for a name that is so new to the market, it still baffles me the fact that we're sitting on a $10 spread and it's in the top 5 consistently of complete volume traded within an underlying asset. Now, as for our delta metric, guys, we're sitting on that $32 delta. So what we will see is for every $1 change in the underlying asset to the south side, you'll see a $32 change within the options contract pricing. Now, as for the gamma exposure, $3, nothing crazy, but you can see the difference between the implied volatility of 83% with SpaceX here compared to what we were looking at with Intel of 104%. 83 for this name isn't crazy, but it's still elevated. So that's something that we want to keep an eye on just in case it does want to accelerate. Now, as for the contract itself, just after the open, guys, you can see that we were trading around $1.13. And then at the peak, after all of that selling, we climbed to a high of $2.86, giving you a 152% return on that specific contract itself, a little bit more than what we were seeing at the 129% on the Intel contract. Those are two supply zones on Intel and SpaceX. Let's see if these levels can hold up or they're absorbed, and we head to that next potential area. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
I mean, interesting call there at the 145. I mean, 145 has basically been the low. I mean, we talked about getting into 146 and change. So, yeah, that's going to be on my radar today for sure. I mean, SpaceX being up that 1.3%. You know, we've seen Oracle, we've seen some of these names that are really relying on like future performance and all that kind of stuff getting hit to the downside right there. SpaceX, obviously valued near $2 trillion, I guess, at $150 mark, is not showing signs of profit. We'll wait for those first couple quarters to come through, and then we'll be able to maybe more judge what's going on with SpaceX. And so I don't, like the name. We traded it short there yesterday. We held it against that 150. Eventually it broke. We were able to get out of that. There was a good short opportunity there off the 50-period moving average pretty much all afternoon. Even when we went long, we absorbed into that play there. So for me today, we got to break below, right? We got to get below all these levels. And if we do that, then 150 short, I think, is, again, a play that I'm going to be looking to take. So because the 150 isn't magical anymore.
No.
There. So I don't know what this means.
I think it's more like 47 and 48 of the levels for the breakout at this point.
Yeah. So that's I don't even think 150 is psychologically fine. It's the level that we came out on that day. It was a great trade that day. It went up to 225. We all saw that. 225 now, distant memory. But
I think I know where you're getting.
What is the $2 thing there?
I'm gonna make an assumption because usually like $2 is about what a transit fare would be.
Oh.
So my guess is you're punking the transit. But you know what? I'm gonna stay. I don't know, David, if that's what the super chat is for, implying that transit failed me today. But you know what? I've been commuting downtown. I actually can't think of a single time I had this long of a delay in the morning.
No.
I was late. In the evening, there's been a couple of times.
It's been pretty good.
Where it's been bad, but I've never been more than 15 or 20 minutes late coming into the city. It is what it is. And they got us on the bus, and I got here on time, and the TTC was
the train
free.
didn't go at all.
Oh, well, okay, so it eventually started moving by the time I was already on.
Yeah, so you got on a bus.
If I stayed on it, I would have gone here the same time at best. So.
All right, so I guess that's what that $2
Hey man, at the end of the day, I'm not gonna. There's some people that are just like cussing people out. It's like, let it go. Trains will be delayed. Buses. It ish happens, and you got to be able to live with it. The ish that's gonna happen potentially today or tomorrow is SpaceX breaking these lows. Mm. So whether we're talking about specifically, we can get rid of that super chat so we can see the chart. I don't have it up, so let me see if I can get to the right page and then clear it. Just so you guys can get a quick look. Like yesterday, you barely held like 148.5. So 148, I think, is key. 147 would be that actual like all-time low break. Then we get to Joe's 145, where there'd probably be some room down in there. But look, the stair step to the downside makes a little bit of sense here, whether it's a value. If you're concerned about valuation, and we're concerned about an AI top, this is more about XAI in a lot of ways than it necessarily is. It necessarily is about just the one business they have, and whether you can have the demand to keep them pushing buyers out in front of it is the best way. I don't know. Like I don't want to say pushing people in front of the train track if things falls over, because that's not a cool analogy. But can we keep pushing buyers out in front of this to hold it at this crazy valuation? So far, yes. So far, the addition of the S&P. So far, 150. But at some point, you run out of those early dip buyers, and you start to make that real bottom. Another super chat from Adam. Egypt robbed versus Argentina. And then the symbols you're looking at: LHAI, ONFO, NCRA. Some small cappers there for Adam James. I didn't really get a chance to watch the match, but from what I've heard, I guess it wasn't.
No, I think it's just honestly, this is what happens in sports, right? I mean, honestly, the VAR has been a little bit of a problem, I think, this whole time. But hey, what happened was Egypt got this amazing goal, but they looked at it, and about a minute before, the Egypt guy pulled down the Argentina guy's jersey. And it's like, we see that all the time. Oh, but it's just, it got reviewed, and they basically took the goal back. It's like in hockey, you score a goal, but then it's offside, and they review it and they pull it. So unfortunately, that was the case. But I even think all of us, look, it's day one after, so there's going to be still some thoughts about it. But at the end of the day, that's what sports is all about. And we see it in every sport, right? In football, there's a call that happens, and maybe shouldn't have. In baseball, whatever, it's all the same thing. Baseball trying to fix that with their own VAR. What do they call it again? The
ABS system.
ABS system, yeah. So I think that's kind of cool.
It's got one major problem.
What, you run out of the
the umpire has the discretion to be like, nah, I'm not going to let you check. Because you didn't do it fast.
Oh, that part.
There was one time the call was brutal. No, but the umpire made a late call. So the ump was late calling the ball as a strike. And then after the ump finally made the call a second later, the guy goes right away and he's like, nah, he doesn't allow it.
It should be like 1 or 2 seconds after the umpire makes the call. Yeah,
exactly.
that part for sure. But anyways, so that's what it is. So thanks for the super chats. Bitcoin down to 62,000 and trying to go a little lower right now as well. Yeah. I thought this market would be a lot lower today, honestly, than NASDAQ. The fact is that only Bitcoin right now going lower, and it looks like the NASDAQ now off 200 points higher from where we were at the lows. Our low was almost 28.9. You're at now 29.2. So you're almost up 300 points now on the NASDAQ, battling right back. I mean, whoosh to the downside there, and there it goes right here. NASDAQ battling back here this morning. I've got USO written down. I've got Battle. I've got SpaceX. We're going to find a few more names as well. But I'm excited to watch the World Cup moving forward, but I do understand that there are some feels about it right now. So thanks to Luis for coming through, man. Battle pulling back into $2. I know this is going to be a name that we talk about a lot today, 17 million shares, and oil dancing around as well. So let's get back over the desk. It's 8:46. And hey, what do you guys want to talk about? Oh yeah, by the way, Adara, I know you asked Sharif this question, but I want to ask it to you. What do you think, Apple or Broadcom here moving forward? Where would you rather put your $100? Let's just say if you're trying to invest now at a depressed price with Broadcom or Apple near all-time highs?
It's a really tough one because I think it's hard to not look at the other factors here, right? So especially with Apple, we have a new CEO coming in who doesn't necessarily have, the great relationship with a lot of these different foreign leaders, including the president of the US and in China that we know CEO Tim Cook has. And we've even heard reports that internally this is a concern, which is why they're trying to get Tim Cook to make all these deals before he leaves in a couple months. So for me, I'm going to be thinking about that way with Apple. Broadcom, I've noticed a lot, you'll get these positive catalysts, it'll spike, and then it'll go back down. So I think Broadcom is relatively flat. I think if you're giving me like a 6-month period, for that reason alone, I think Broadcom can kind of stay steady for that period. So I'll put my money in Broadcom just because I think with Apple, there are some other factors that we're not 100% sure of. So that's what I'm going to say. I know that's kind of a cop-out answer, and I'm going to continue to think more about this. I may have more to say about this during the news segment on the midday or even beyond that. But that's my thoughts for now. But meanwhile, we're going to talk about a name that a lot of us have a lot of thoughts about, and that's META. A couple catalysts from this one yesterday, which I'll mention in a bit. But I think the biggest thing this morning, French antitrust concerns. So more European countries going after these Mag 7 names.
Yeah, well, it is what it is, Adara. Back to the negotiating table here is what Meta is being forced by the competition, the French Competition Authority, to do. This is basically it's the idea really of paying for news content, but also the threat of labeling them, of abusing their dominance in the online space. So here's the deal, guys. This kind of, when you read some of the main articles, it just covers it more as, hey, go back to the negotiating table, but it misses a lot of the underlying aspects here. What is that exactly? Well, they're being asked to give up their algorithms, their traffic click-through rates, and their monetization data, which the Competition Authority says their media needs in order to be able to value their own content. Meta has now 15 days to give all those aforementioned pieces of data to their negotiating counterparts. But there's been no fine issued. And that was strategically done here by the Competition Authority because they don't want to put a cap on how much these negotiations are worth. They want to leave it open so as to give their media negotiators the strongest bargaining position. If there is no value to this, Meta can't discount it in their accounting. But to be quite honest with you, a lot of this is being framed entirely as a copyright fight over traditional social feeds. But it's a lot more to do with that. the competition authority is really worried about Meta taking all these data points, the stories that their media outlets are putting on there, and then training like Muse Spark or Llama or whatever on it without paying the requisite licensing fees, okay? So it's not just about the republishing of content, but more about the future of LLM. And I saw your infographic yesterday. It was really good, very interesting. But I noticed that you prefaced it sort of by saying, you know, Joseph and I, we often talk about how the European companies are sort of heavily regulated by the American regulator. Yeah. That wasn't really the point that I think Joseph and I were trying to make. I think we were saying it was disproportionate regulation between the European regulators on American companies and American regulators on European companies. I completely get that the states are going to regulate their own companies. That's their job, right? So and by the way, very interesting infographic yesterday from Madeira. It's on the X account if anybody wants to check it out.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I think, like I said too, and I think I tried to make that point yesterday as well. It's not an apples for apples comparison, but I think when we talk about, you know, regulation, I think it is also, of course, worth noting that it kind of happens from and everybody, by everybody, towards everybody, which is, I think, the point I was trying to make there. You also mentioned Muse Spark there briefly. Yesterday, Meta got this spike here, guys. You can see Spark to the upside. Muse image now live. So something worth noting, again, not live everywhere, live on certain platforms. This is the first image generation platform available from the new Meta Intelligence Lab, and I guess apparently Muse video to come.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things to unpack here for Meta, and one that we should consider is, okay, well, you can spin it in some ways that the concern over all of the data that they do have and the ability to train models on that is going to be such a it's almost too powerful. Well, it's a positive when you're saying it's too powerful, but that also might be like the second or third inning, and the next wave is going to be when you're training AI on literally physical input, visual, audio, which is that next line. If they're able to set the table here, where it seems as if they're coming down a little bit harsh on them, but it sets them up nicely for when their wearables are what's collecting all of the data, that could end up being a positive. A lot of times, let's just call it like it is. If you look between big tech and you look at the regulators and politicians, and who do you think has a better grasp on what things will look like in the next 10 or 15 years? So as they're crafting these regulations, they're crafting an agreement, can they make it seem like a win for the regulators now, but 5-10 years down the line, it's like, look how pretty this ended up for us. I like Meta's chances in that regard, because that's how history usually proves it. I like Alphabet's chance in that regard. For today, I would be looking at, we're about 610 or so. If you can really see that 50 period hanging around there just underneath the 600 level, I think that's where you need to be holding on the dip. Kind of right into the morning lows and then go back into like that Monday close level at 600. Prove Meta that you can hold higher lows when we get, because yesterday we got a positive story. So, you know, can we continue and hold some higher lows? But in the long run, I don't know that this ends up being super bad, because there's always a way in which they can craft this so the next big thing, they're still able basically to have their monopoly and control. That's effectively what big cap tech does, and I expect them to be able to find ways to win regardless.
Yeah, I was actually kind of thinking about trimming some of the Meta. If there was one sort of Mag 7 that I don't really believe in the long term, unfortunately, I wonder if the whole social media thing, might be like the new tobacco kind of thing. And I heard Kramer mention that yesterday, and so it's not my take. It's just with all not the lawsuits. I mean, there's really, I don't know about if there's any lawsuits, but just looking into social media and possible bans. We've already seen Australia take a stance there. Canada's banning, I think it's under 14 or something like that. They're trying to do some 16, is it? Yeah, they're trying to do a few things with that as well. And look, I mean, tobacco companies, and that's probably a little bit of a hard example, but I think it works. They still make money, and they have investable ideas to them as well. And it's just, I wonder about, if Meta does falter, which we've seen, and maybe they threw, it's a sandbox quarter, and all this spend is eventually, as Neil mentioned, we got a good spike up there, Muse Spark. We got a good talk there about the cloud computing and selling off some of that compute power. So I do think that there is avenues for them to get going. I am a little worried about the social media talk here, and I don't want to get rid of Meta, but I think lightening into half of what I have now, if it's 5% of my portfolio down to 2 maybe, would be a decent idea, and then throw it into the NASDAQ, because if Meta works, then the NASDAQ will most likely work as well. And then I don't have to have as much exposure to a space that I'm not as excited about anymore. And that's social media. Now, I used to say, like, every time there's someone born, there's a brand new Instagram account created. And I still do believe in that. It's just, I wonder about the regulators here for Meta. And it might just, and that's part of the reason why it's down. So, you don't get stocks moving to the downside on great news. So sometimes you do have to weather the storm. So I do believe that a long-term Meta will probably be great. It's just, for right now, I feel like there's a lot of pressure under it, and we just wait. I think it's 14 days or so. Because I Googled, I was looking at a few names before. Was it Meta that said 14 days from now? Earnings coming pretty quickly for Meta. I keep forgetting where I'm supposed to find. Oh, is it under news? Oh, market events. Yeah, there it is, earnings. So here it goes, right here, confirmed for, there it is, July 29th. So we are, a few days away now, a couple weeks away to their next earnings report, their Q2 period. So we'll see what winds up happening there. But, look at, everything is, pretty good here. Everything's green, going up. They've just beat, and they've done really well. It's that CapEx spend that you don't see in these numbers there that's been worrisome for Meta. And it looks like with Muse Spark there, they're able to do something a little different than the rest. And I like that sort of audio look there as well. So there's a few things going for Meta, that's for sure. It's just, I'm not in love with it. I could wrap my head around NVIDIA a little bit more, and some of those other names too. And this is only a 19 PE as well. Meta's there when you talk about cheap and everything, but they're all pretty good stocks. And I just want to light up a little bit on Meta. Let's wait to see if it gets to 640. Hopefully it does, and we can dump out a little bit of that name. All right, hey, I say this all about Meta, and you watch. It's going to be on the market upgrade side probably here. So let's go back over to Joe and figure out how wrong I am about Meta.
It will not be on the market upgrade, Sean, but that's all right, brother. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the NS actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. Alcoa at the top of the list. We're down 1% here, going from an overweight to an equal weight. And a $53 price target, that's down from $75. Now we have Lemonade also on the list, guys, down 5 1/5, going from an overweight to an equal weight as well, but with a $75 price target by Morgan Stanley. Then we have Bath & Body Works. I didn't think this ticker was still alive, but here it is, down 4.4%, with a neutral to a sell downgrade from Goldman Sachs, and a $19 price target that's down from $23. Now Broadcom, despite signing a deal with Apple, down about 1/3% here, guys, going from a buy to a hold, but still down over 25% off the all-time highs. Broadcom with the downgrade here, no specific target there, guys. Now, as for some more positive things, CrowdStrike at the top of the list. We're negative here this morning, 1 3/4, and a $230 price target. That is up from $195 post-split. Now, Occidental here, Randy liking this one, 2.9% to the top side, going from an inline to an outperform here, guys, with a $65 price target. That is up from $58. Evercore ISI giving them the nod. And then we have Dollar Tree up 1.4%, going from a market to an outperform here by Raymond James. No specific target there, guys. And Robinhood getting the nod with a price target increase from $94. That's up to $137. We are down 3% here this morning. Jefferies giving them that price target increase. Let's send it back to the boys.
Thanks, Joe. Well, I like the move Robinhood's been on, but gotta throw this up here, because if you just saw a small spike in the U.S., so I'm not saying it did anything crazy just now, but a little spike. Trump says he may strike Iran again tonight. Also, that the focus is on nuclear weapons rather than regime change, which is something we, of course, have heard before. So slight spike up in what has been a pullback this morning. In oil, you see USO 2.5%, kind of back up to VWAP. It's still channeled down after the big gap up overnight, but a little bit of a rise. The NASDAQ also found its way to curling at 29.2. So we go right into support from yesterday, and then this is when we get the president speaking. So you get a little bit of a curl, it looks like, happening on oil, both oil and what's going on here with the NASDAQ and the ES. But if we're just back into the upgrades and downgrades, Robinhood, it's been on a good tear. Yesterday, it started out pretty hot, eventually did catch a nice bit into VWAP. So there were a couple of chances to go longs, but that was more getting away with the long yesterday a couple of times as opposed to it being a strong stock. It's down another 3 points despite the upgrade that you have. But what I still like about this is there's been rotational strength in financials in a general sense. You know, and it's been holding an uptrend since that 80 bottom. Like, let it make the bottom, holding the 80, been holding the uptrend. That's kind of setting it up for a retest of the 200 period and $100 today. I don't know. I didn't put it down on the note because 109, do we really getting down to $100? I kind of feel like that would be unrealistic today. But I think there's at least a bit of a look here at the pre-market low at 107. If that gets lost, then I think you start looking for the better levels. But yeah, still like that Robinhood. Watch out when the president's speaking, you know, it can move oil futures, and I guess we're back to paying attention to those.
Yeah, I have USO. The sticky note is now out as well. I have USO at 109, just sort of looking at yesterday's close. And we were trying to come into that, and we bounced off the 200 period. So 111 or so looking pretty good right now for U.S. oil as it continues to make a new high right there. And then yesterday's talk, I mean, we talked about it yesterday a little bit, and it just happened to pop today. But there goes XOM off of its 200 period moving averages as well. And then I wrote down Battle. The Battle was just like, I only wrote down 175 yesterday's closing price, but now we're above VWAP, and I actually made a point on the sticky note as well that if we're going to be under VWAP, that is a little bit of a concern, but it just took it pretty easily right there from $2 back up to 225. So actually looking at a break right now of 235 on BATL as this is getting ready to get opened up here, less than a half hour until we rock and roll with BATL. So this is the oil name for me today. So if you guys are looking at that, I'll be on USO and BATL and hopefully put on a couple of trades there, and we'll see if it breaks that pre-market high right now of 235, starting at 7 a.m. I don't know, may have been higher before then. But let's go back over to the desk now and see what's up with Adara and Sharif as we go through our rundown.
747 2/3, guys, is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're below that right now. So a couple of things here let's talk about. We are putting in lower highs here on the 4-hour chart. That is very, very clear. We're holding this downtrend line with yesterday's failed break above 750. The most notable about that, we got to about 752.5, and then we ended up closing well below 750. We're below 745 right now, which was yesterday's support level. So that level will be today's resistance level. And then we're looking at 740 Adara as support level 1.
Right now, we're looking at our free Trader TV Live watch list. This has information on earnings, events to keep an eye on, stocks that made big moves in the after hours of the pre-market, any economic data releases. You can find all of that information. Use that right there. You can also find this in the description of the video wherever you're watching, so you can get that free information every day. U.S. President Trump currently speaking, guys, I'm listening. He's with Zelensky of Ukraine, president of Ukraine, and he just made some more comments here, as we know, about possibly hitting Iran again tonight, but there's a lot of different USO angles to take today as oil gets a bit of a bounce, Sharif.
Yeah, Dara, he said he hit them hard yesterday. He might hit them again tonight. Let's talk about what happened over here. So apparently there were ships transiting through the part of the Strait of Hormuz that's more close to Oman. And that displeased the Iranians. So they hit some of those ships there because they want them transiting through their own shipping lane because they collect fees from the ships who'd come through there. So it seemed like as if there was some tensions there. In any event, President Trump yesterday making comments when he was at NATO about possibly, discussing with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner where the negotiations stand. So we'll have to see exactly what happens there. From a technical perspective, Adara, what I was reading was $80 is where the majority of the short positions are accumulated. So we need to keep a very close eye on the $80 level on Brent crude. Not talking about WTI, I'm talking about Brent. The $80 level there, apparently the buy up this morning has been short covering. There has been no new money apparently flowing in yet, at least. So we'll have to wait and see. A lot can change, Adara.
Yeah, we also had some other individual oil stocks on watch with Catalyst Occidental getting an upgrade this morning. And XOM with some, there we go, let's pull up this chart here. I guess they raised their earnings guidance for what they're expecting for this quarter. So a lot of preliminary earnings stuff here. But keep an eye specifically XOM, OXY, and olive oil. Are you guys trying to play this?
Oil?
Not
Oh, I was gonna say olive oil.
Olive. I heard it. Look,
Yeah,
we know you said olive oil.
all kinds of
but I'm all about olive
lubricant
oil.
over here. Yeah, get some olive oil in there.
Why not, man? I mean, that's what. Hey,
I mean, I'm down.
olive oil's
right?
fantastic.
Virgin olive
It's
oil,
all you
whatever
need.
you want to use over here.
but look, if you're not paying attention to oil again, then I don't know what you're looking at today. There's obviously tech's going to be in play, and we'll talk about SpaceX is in there and memory chips, and hey, Alibaba's finally making a massive move here. But in the afternoon, yesterday, there was you came into this high in USO at about 110, and that was like the only little drop, and it didn't drop that much. So there was enough strength. You got like one good candle out of that pullback, and not much before it was able to catch a bit of a bid. So that 110 does sort of set up like support the resistance. Now with threats of any headline, anytime, or another attack, another escalation, I think you gotta be at least a little bit concerned. So I'd be looking for bounces off of that 110 area. I think the other way to look at this is to understand that when we've had these moves in oil, the effect on the dollar, and then down the line in metals has been a lot of weakness. What I like specifically to maybe transition this to not only looking longs in USO, but also looking short in silver specifically is, well, it was kind of weak anyways. Like this was like it was already topping out before we had that big oil spike and was already trending down yesterday. And then we had just another flush out here. And when I see that, I just think, okay, retest of the local bottom at about 51 for silver as well. So I want to be shorting. I want to be looking short till 51. Obviously, I like short back at a prior high, which is 54. But if you can't get into there, if it's a simple, wait for your opportunity to pop and fade, that might not be there. If oil just continues to go higher, it might end up just being a flat bottom break. But I'm just looking short silver today and willing to take multiple swings at it. So I think there's room for SLV specifically gets 51. I know people get mad. They're like, yeah, it's not silver. That's the ETF. SLV is what we'll trade to execute for silver.
Yeah, exactly. And it's close enough to silver, so whatever.
Same.
Yeah, just like when we talk about oil, we always look at USO. But okay, so right into here, for me, it's going to be all about BATL and, of course, Battalion. This is what it looks like here in the pre-market. So I wanted just to bring it up that we did get up to 250, 260 right there earlier today, 5 a.m. or so. I'm just looking actually at this break right here. That's 230 now. So now that I sort of zoom back out and I see, that we have had some sort of, I don't know, bunching up around this 250, 255 area. I wonder if that may be some kind of a top here temporarily early until we get maybe another story that runs this. And like Luis said, this will move obviously with oil. So if oil is moving to the downside, we may want to stay away from BATL. But hey, look, man, at the end of the day, I like this little level right there, breaking 230. All of this garbage, see you later. Breakthrough VWAP, get going now above 230. And I mean, Trump, we've gotten the updates. I mean, Neil and I have it in our ear as well. Like, he's not talking very positively right now about anything here, talking like they may not have a deal. It's all about nuclear. We just had that up there. It's not about the regime change because they can, they've wiped out some of the leaders there, right? And so now it's about, hey, can we get a deal with the nuclear side of it? And I don't know how well that's going to be holding out for. So I'm looking at a 230 break here, see if oil can get going again today. And then I wrote down on the note USO 109 because it was coming back in when we had written that note, and I just wanted to see what was going on with yesterday's close. But that just, I think that's out of the window right now. So we got to look at this 200 period moving average that we just bounced off clean. And look, I don't know if that's a thing or not because the 200 period doesn't really begin until you have 200 periods. That starts at 7. to 9. So that's, if you're at a minute each one, it's only 120 minutes so far. So we'll have to just let this flatten out a little bit. But it just did bounce off 110.50. So here we go. There we go. Yeah. So just right on topic there. I'm not sure if we're going to have a deal. So it's going to be tough to look at oil right now. We're going to keep our ear to the ground with the news. And then I like the long, man. I don't think it's up enough. 2.68%, I don't think is up enough. So we'll have to wait to see if oil does agree with that and start to go a little higher here right off the open. Hey, let the traders trade. And we said this yesterday. I said this for the last couple of weeks. I thought oil has gone a little too far, a little too fast there. We came right back into a very nice level. And now it looks like we're trying to bounce off of there. I think ultimately people were waiting for this 95 to 100 on USO. Doesn't look like we get there. We get pretty close to 103, and there's the bump higher. I think we can get back to 130 on USO in the upcoming week. So still excited about it. I think it's going to be a good trade. Let's go talk about SpaceX.
Some AI models in focus here for SPCX. Grok 4.5 release on Watch the Information, also reporting that SpaceX could be releasing its first model jointly developed with Cursor pretty soon.
Exactly. That's why we're getting Grok 4.5. Elon Musk calling it an Opus class LLM, but faster and less complicated. We'll have to see if that's accurate in real life, but a lot of this has to do with Cursor and their attempt to pick it up for about $60 billion. They are currently, of course, in the process of acquiring it. That has a lot to do with it. This is a coding program. But let's be honest about this. Grok hasn't looked good lately at all, actually. Fresh mobile telemetry data from Apptopia reveals that the number of daily average users for the Grok app in the United States has plunged by 28% over the last few months. And now its market share is about 8.7% of all the LLM users in the United States. Now, with respect to this Japan iSpace headline, this is very interesting. They obviously had many crash-landed attempts to put their lunar, I guess it's a lunar taxi, they're calling it, on the surface of the moon. They failed at that, so they're going to use Starship, apparently, here as a commoditized macro bus. They're going to retain control, though, of the lunar lander, lunar taxi, whatever that is. So it's about a $50 million deal there, so you don't feel it's like not a needle mover here for SpaceX.
Do you guys think that SpaceX is ready for a liftoff today?
Well, I want to look. I'm actually staying a bit negative on it here, and I get it. You want to be happy about the launch. You want to be you want to be bullish on this in the long term. And if you look far enough out, there's a difference between, okay, this is a stock I want to own. I believe in the story. I think when we look back 10 years from now, we'll be happy that we're in SpaceX. That's very different from the day trade. It was the same thing when I was having a conversation with some of the viewers. And shout out to all our viewers on, whether you're on TikTok, whether you're on YouTube, want to shout you guys out. Westy Bestie over there on TikTok, appreciate your comments. And one of the things when we're talking about silver and oil just now, remember there's a difference between day trade sentiment and what you think, like maybe longer term, medium to longer term. We'll always try to make that distinction. So hopefully we'll make that clear. And throw more questions in the chat or comments if you're confused. Most of the time we're going to be talking specifically about day trade. So in that vein, SpaceX is still downward trending, right? Like it's arrows up on Randy, always is. I didn't realize we got the bananas. I guess I wasn't paying attention. And a reload in coffee. So we got that as well. But until the trend shows something else, I'm just going to favor this to the south side. So it's been downward trending. Like it's just teasing that we want to break down the low. 147 would be a break, and then you'd see fresh all-time lows. Obviously, it's a recent IPO, so that's not really saying much, but that's the price. Then you get the 145, which is a big options level, and then 135, which is the issue price, would be some area targets on that breakdown. Until you start breaking out, big resistance levels like 153 to 54, like this gap in here, from there to the prior high, maybe even like 155. Unless you're breaking out above that, that still gives like a short pop area to want to fade. If we're holding bids over 155 outside of the opening range, yeah, then I think you've got yourself another 150 bounce. But until then, I'm still looking for that little gap area short to pop and the flat bottom break on SpaceX. maybe it does happen today. We'll see.
Look, I don't know if we have had a day where I haven't traded SpaceX, and I think today it has to be back on here again. I'm only actually looking short. I'm going to go short 150 on that break, and just to try it, use VWAP, use something as our top side out there. And then I was saying 148 potentially coming through on that as well. So we just wrote down, watch the 150 break, watching 148, and then we talked about 145. Joe mentioned that options market, so I'll look at 145 if that comes into play. And that might not hit today. So, so far here in the pre-market, it's really been doing absolutely nothing. I mean, back and forth between 150.50 and 150.150. So just back and forth, back and forth. So I'm just looking at that. Look, these dark pools never happen, these wicks to the bottom here of 150. But if we do break that, I think it's just worth a shot. Like yesterday, we finally broke it, and we saw what happened, man. It was a straight shot down to 148.50. So I would think that could happen today, and I think it could happen early. So I'm going to be sitting here. I feel like this will be my first trade. And the best part about this is look at where we can get out, man. It's like 150.50, 150.60, up to 151. Like all the lines are aligning right now for support and resistance levels to hit. So yeah, we're starting to fade off the 50-period moving average. Let's see if we wind up taking VWAP. I'm a short today on SpaceX. It's just let's play the momentum. You can clearly see what's been happening here. Looks like we are getting ready for that flat bottom break. And yeah, man, I mean, with this market, potentially, I think we're going to fall. I'm surprised we battled this back up 300 points from the lows. That seems to be a little bit much considering what oil's been doing and the talk of Micron and SK Hynix coming on Friday and all this. And we're going to get to this next. But I like SpaceX to the short, and I've been trading it and doing pretty decent on it. So I'm going to look for that as my number one stock to look at here today, SpaceX and USO.
Let's take a look here at some of these memory plays. Nice bounce here below for the likes of Micron. SanDisk looking pretty similar here, but these names got hit really hard for most of the day yesterday, and again, mostly gapping down today after that Samsung Electronics preliminary report on Tuesday.
Absolutely, but let's not forget we have SK Hynix coming to market, North American markets, of course, this week, and Wall Street is piling in, at least initially here, because major advisory desks are actually predicting the U.S. ADRs. I reported yesterday it was going to be ADSs. Today, I'm reading it's ADRs, so we'll find out exactly what's going on there. But these U.S. ADRs will trade at a high premium relative to the Seoul common shares that are trading on the Kospi. So there could be an ARB there to take advantage of. But we've also reported that it's been multiple times oversubscribed. But this is heavily distorted. Let me explain why. Because global book building for cross-border ADRs doesn't actually require upfront capital or placement of margin lockups, these algorithmic hedge funds are just basically piling in 2 and 3 times the amount of shares that they actually want in reality, because they don't want to get boxed out and they don't actually have to throw up any of that money ahead of time. So they're taking advantage of that. So keep in mind, these oversubscription claims could be a little bit distorted. And then last but not least, Adara, they actually wanted to bring it to North American markets because they didn't like the difference in valuation between what Micron was trading at and what SK Hynix is trading at, because Micron's trading at about 9.44 times forward earnings. But you've got now Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan that are pricing it likely to come to market and stay at about 7.42 times forward price to earnings. So if that was the stated goal, at least these two big banks don't feel that they're going to get achieved. So we'll have to wait and see shortly. I think Friday, right?
Yeah, Friday's what I'm seeing. Are you guys watching these memory names today, though, ahead of that SK Hynix release?
Everyone wants capital, and this is a big way for them to get a bunch of capital. So it'll be fun and exciting to trade it. The ARB aspect will be interesting. I don't wonder if it trades at a premium come Friday, whether or not there's going to be a good opportunity on day one to look for some shorts. It's not like a traditional IPO, of course, so that whole notion of how we traded on Friday will be a little bit different from what you might see like when SpaceX came out. For DRAM, look, you got a bounce yesterday. Nice looking bottoming tail candle off the 50-period moving average. That was over like it to try to hold that 50-period. It did, but that's not yesterday anymore. Your bounce, went right to an obvious area at 61.25 here on DRAM. And then that was it, like no moss. Pre-market highs, afternoon highs as well, and then we lose that 50. So that support, the theoretical support bounce, kind of lost. You want to, what you would like to see, because after Samsung, you want to give everything the 3-day rule here. What you'd like to see is it make a bottom after this, kind of like that post-earnings low, hold it for a couple of days, and then possibly resume. You're making a fresh low here this morning, so it still feels like we're going to be weak. The market is doing a decent job of battling back, but if you compare like where the Nasdaq is relative to the close yesterday, obviously DRAM is going to be a little bit weaker. So you could be breaking or attempting to break out the highs in the Qs and still falling underneath resistance on DRAM. It's not at the top of the list because I just happen to like the continuation on Intel a little bit better, but it's a very similar look in this chip name, just much weaker overall than a lot of the other chip names in yesterday's trade, and kind of a clear 112 level. So I'll probably be looking to try to fade this one a little bit better today. But yeah, give it the 3-day rule. Still think this SK Hynix has turned into a bit of a sell event for the memory names.
Yeah, I think similar to what we saw with Rocket Lab and all that kind of names coming in from SpaceX. It's funny because we started talking about chip names, and I automatically wanted to go to Baba, and I see it's the very next story. So I'm going to talk about that in a second, but I do want to just welcome everybody from TikTok, everybody from YouTube, everybody that's here every day from Twitch, so on and so forth. We have a consolidated feed, so I have no idea what this means, but shout out to my Alia here on TikTok. Thank you so much for being on there, and thank you to everybody for joining us no matter where you are. And hey, look, if you are a fan of TikTok versus YouTube, something like that, just go over there and give us a little shout out on TikTok. And we love to respond to any super chats. We'll call them up. Doesn't matter which platform you give those on. We want to be able to attend all of our viewers. So shout out to everybody on TikTok, because that's been picking up some steam lately as well. So, thank you for watching us wherever you are. Exactly. Share the stream. That's the most important, because we want to get more. I mean, we see so many great ideas in the chat all the time. You got to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So get into there. We're watching it out. What's up? There's Trinity from TikTok in there mentioning a few emojis there as well. So good morning to you as well, Trinity, and everybody that is here with us. Trinity, isn't that a girl named from Trailer Park Boys?
Well, I'm thinking The Matrix.
And The Matrix, yeah, Trailer Park. Well, I think that's one of the guy's daughters is Trinity, I believe. Yeah. Anyways,
shout out to Eats Meets West Bestie as well.
Yeah. Eats Meets West. Yeah, what's going on with that? Shout out to everybody there on TikTok and watching us worldwide. We got Mr. Worldwide coming at 11 o'clock as well, so get ready for that one. All right, memory, we just talked about it. Let's go talk about Alibaba, the one that maybe we should have bought at $100.
Beast mode.
Pitbull's coming to the studio? No, all jokes aside, we'll take a look here at Alibaba, BABA. Talked a lot over the last couple days about preliminary earnings in focus, and that's more or less the catalyst we have today for a massive gap up for Alibaba.
Yeah, it's up, was up 12.5% in Hong Kong. That's the best day it's had since last September. Up, high single digits, low double digits in North America on the NYSE. But as Adira mentioned, this is primarily driven by pre-earnings optimism. They apparently narrowed their losses for their competitive instant commerce business, and apparently there's steady overall profitability in other divisions as well, especially for the June quarter. So we'll have to wait and see. But there's also capital rotation out, especially for Asian traders who may be taking profits from their let's just say SK Hynix, Samsung trades on the Kospi, rotating in some beat up names, possibly on the Hong Kong exchange or the Hang Seng. So looking for that as well. But sentiment was also further boosted when we got reports that DeepSeek and some other Chinese firms are apparently developing their own proprietary AI chips. And that's been a key bottleneck here for some of these Chinese AI companies, unable to get their hands consistently anyway on these advanced chips.
Another comment I want to mention here, not from President Trump, but from Iran, just before we send it back to the guys here to talk Alibaba. Iran saying they will deliver, quote, an immediate response. So it sounds like this, not really a ceasefire will continue as the countries continue to fire at one another. Alibaba, guys.
Well, it's over now. That's the story.
Yeah,
so
that's it. It's done.
It's it. Is it over to get the bottom on Alibaba? It might be. I like to hope it's not, because I was really thinking we'd get the 80s in there. That's just an old level where for a very long time, 3 years of consolidation, holding about $80 on Alibaba. And on the weekly here, you can see how bad it was. Now you're forming a bottom 2 weeks in a row, holding the lows in that 90, starting to look awfully good. It's gapped this one's gapped a little far for me today, if we're being real. It's like, if you're gapped that high, show me that you can break the high for continuation. You're already up 10%. Sometimes, and I've said this before, if you like it around a certain price, you don't have to. It doesn't have to get to 82 or 84 or something if you like it for a DCA. Sometimes you see it consolidate in the 90s, and that should just be good enough. So probably should have just picked this one up underneath $100 if I like that 80 level, and I'll be kind of mad at myself for having not done so. But I don't want to chase. I'm not chasing Alibaba today. I like it. I think if you're looking at, wanting a little bit better, that's not the right word. Wanting different exposure. Better is not the right word. Different exposure to the space, and maybe the rotation into some cheap Chinese tech relative to U.S. stocks. And you can look at KWeb as well, up 4%, and it's got a chance to break the 50-period, break this downward trend that it's been in. I do prefer Alibaba personally, though.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Alibaba. We really like that name, and I was talking about it for a couple of different reasons there about how. Just a little bit of a cheaper production, maybe potentially, as Neil was mentioning there. Maybe we didn't need to wait for that ultimate low, but hey, that's what the market's all about. And I agree. I don't think we need to go in there and buy it today. That is Alibaba. So I'm in. I mean, first trade here of the day for myself will be in Battle. We talked about it breaking through 230 was a level that we wanted. It does do that. We get along 230 exactly. So that might be a good level I would hope for. And we'll see what winds up happening right now on BATL. We're in. And we're just trying to give it up. I mean, I will take something out. I'll take out 5% or whatever at 240, and then we'll see if it wants to moon. We did see that level of 250 potentially being in question there last night, so over this morning. So we'll see about a 250 level, and then I'm going to average this in around here at 215 if it does drop down, and then watch out for a $2 break if we can get out of this name. I think it's well worth 30 cents, and by that time, it will be. We'll be long at, if I get 230 and 215, we'll be long at 222, and we'll see how that goes. But there it is right now. We're long on BATL. We said we would be. It's right here. Go find the note, the sticky note. Battle long. So far, so good. We could take it out, but we're going to let this one run into the open. Maybe we get a halt here today. As I said, it's not like this oil talk is getting any less. If anything, it seems like it's just heating up. So right now, here goes Battle Man. We'll see if we can take 10 cents, and it looks like we should be able to. I'm on ARCA right now. If that hits, we'll have that one, and there it is. Yeah, so there we go. That's a nice little trade there. So we take the 10 cents early on BATL, and we'll hold, and we'll see where it goes from here. It's Battle. It's upside. We're in it. It's Trader TV Live. It's 9:27. Broadcom and Apple. Let's go find out about it.
Before we jump up there quickly, there was a nice super chat here I wanted to get to, but no message, so you can't pop it up on the screen the usual way. Trading with Jesse with the 50 super chat.
Wow.
The phone didn't let you type the message for the super chat. That's okay. You can still get the shout out. Trading with Jesse W. Get the money hopefully into Broadcom or Apple with a deal.
Yeah, we're going to take a look here at AVGO. This is the second most mentioned name in our chat, so you guys definitely want to hear about this one. We mentioned it earlier. We'll mention it here again today. Broadcom, Apple tie-up. First kind of hinted at this SEC filing earlier this week, now confirmed by Apple themselves.
Yes, actually, Tim Cook just about 45 minutes ago or so, taking to X, confirming the deal, $30 billion to 2031 for this deal. It's going to include a $1.5 billion expansion of Broadcom's Colorado facility, and it will, for the first time ever, cause Broadcom to actually manufacture their own chips. So you're not going to be outsourcing this to Taiwan Semi, so we needn't worry about supply constraints from Taiwan Semi here. But this is also built under Apple's American manufacturing program, so we really can't understate the geopolitics at play here, especially with President Trump's tariffs and the relief he gave for Apple at the beginning of his administration. 15 billion chips expected to be produced under this deal with an average price of $2, meaning that it's going to be a low margin product for Broadcom. So while revenue increasing, perhaps margin increasing will not be the case. Also long feared is Apple's failure at developing these specific chips internally, and that's exactly what happened here. It's an admission of failure by Apple, hence why they're outsourcing. Specifically, we're talking about RF and FBAR chips. Last but not least, Adair, we talked about this at the beginning, 20% of Broadcom's annual revenue is commanded by Apple. As a result, they've always traded at a bit of a discount because of that single supplier risk. I don't think that helps it.
Good luck to all at the opening bell. Trump's still talking Iran as we send you back over to Sean and Neil.
Dwayne, thank you very much. With less than 30 seconds to go, there were some pops on the imbalances there. Imbalances basically pair off right away. Apple with a bit of a pop, up a couple of dollars
SpaceX
here.
is running.
SpaceX, there was a small imbalance. It's now paired off, but that's all the way up to 153. So getting into that void, 53 to 55. With about 10 seconds to go till the open. Hey, it's brought to you by VinFast. That's ticker VFS. Scan the QR code in front of you. We want to thank them for sponsoring the opening bell. As we're getting a bit of a pop. The president's still speaking, so crude oil with a new fresh pop just now. As usual,
oil won't really care too much about the market opening.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, because it's already traded.
Yeah. So here we go, man. Battle right now, just up to 240 again off the open. It does make a move back into 233. So we do want to say a shout out to everybody. Thank you to everybody on TikTok. More super chats coming through. East meets West. A lot of people super chatting us over there. So we want to say thank you to that. Thank you to Peter as well for those super chats that I'm seeing going through. Okay, man, there it is, man. 240, 242. Here we go on Battle. Nice move to the upside right there. We're long. We're going to wait. I do have an offer at 250. We'll see if that winds up coming through on BATL, and obviously hoping for a little bit of a haul. Get anything going there on BATL, but that's first and foremost on that stock, and we'll just wait. SPACX, SPCX right here. Let's go see if we can call up SpaceX. There it is, 152 and change right now. Nice high of 153 for SpaceX. I still have that short in there, right? So there's that pop sort of, I think that you were talking about, maybe a pop up there. Looks like, yeah, on the imbalances, yeah. So looks like it is fading that pop. So here it comes back in. We're still gonna, I'm still gonna go short 150 break. Was on the list. We'll see if we can do that. I'm only crossing down 25 cents. So I feel like the liquidity should be okay. Hey, if I miss the punch, fine. But that's what I'm going to do right now. 150 break short on SpaceX if that does get going as well. Shout out to Stockyard Trades as well there on TikTok.
Yeah, shout out to Stockyard Trades. Well, hopefully there's lots of trading opportunities out here for you, but the market is coming back to the upside.
Market be ripping.
The second they can. That he concluded, or the president concluded his comments, it looks like there was an initial move down. USO's still holding VWAP, so you're still getting a little bit of strength off of that, but you're getting a nice bounce in some of the chip names here. At least I'm looking short. At least I'm looking at Intel giving a chip bounce. DRAM almost went green here, so almost had like 1%, and they're trying to get to the upside to get into green. That is going to mean, let's be patient if this is happening. There's Intel trying to go into that resistance that we want for a bit of a fade. So it was still in the opening candle on a 3-minute, and it's not even breaking the highs yet.
Yeah, I that's SpaceX. Sorry, I was into this. I'm just hitting it because we're in this new position. I'm going to short the futures there. I still think pretty red today. The NASDAQ just did have a nice little bump up there, as Neil mentioned. Some of the names starting to come back. And this one could be wrong, needless to say, but we're going to be in it right now. We're short right here at 52, so we're in this position. We're going to wait to see if the NASDAQ continues this sort of jaunt higher. I cannot believe we've made everything back right now on the NASDAQ. I mean, when I woke up today, it was down almost 2%, 1.5%, something like that, and I was like, oh boy, here we go again. But no, not today. NASDAQ says, not now, not on my watch. As there it goes higher and higher is the NQs. So we'll stay in it. We just took another piece there. We'll see what winds up happening here with the TQQs right now bouncing in and around 71.50. Let's see if we can hold a short here on the NASDAQ. And it was a decent take up there. Now we'll see what's happening with a short on the TQQs. Put another bid here around low 40s, see if we get that. Battle though, came right into our spot. So now I got to put that stop. If we break 199, honestly, let's just get out of it. You know, we're well aware that these names will do things like this. And again, we did want to look at USO to see if that was doing anything, and it's not doing anything. So, you know, that was the whole, there we go. Let's go. Right there on the TQs and see what winds up happening here. Be a loss in Battle coming through, but we're long right now at 221. We'll see if that wants to hold. So far, so good on the NASDAQ short. Yeah, the futures are really starting to come back in. Intel just broke LOD. It did our typical topping tail candle. Where is that buyer coming from? Hello, 108. Intel. Someone's stepping up at $108 like an absolute champion.
I didn't see I wasn't able to see the size on level 2, but if I'm just glancing at it, there was maybe somebody fat fingered and just threw like, 60,000 shares on the bid. But 108, I'll look for a target to try to get out there if we can. But USO's holding the bid really well. This doesn't make any sense. I wrote down on my note 190 on battle. USO is holding.
Yeah,
it's holding VWAP. As long as this holds VWAP, I gotta be thinking bullish. And the reason why I said 190 on VATL just has to do with the prior day high flip. There we go. Has to do with the prior day high. So it's like this is selling off pretty precipitously given the fact that oil is holding up nicely. So Intel, I'll look for that 108 because there's that buyer going to be in there for sure. And then back into SpaceX, it's really not, we're still inside range. The bigger move happened on the imbalances. It's now trading inside of the range. So unless it gets back up to 153 for a fade, not seeing anything just yet. There's no low breaks on SpaceX, hasn't really taken out that high to get into 153 to 155 range at all. But USO, very quiet. Yeah, I think you were expecting fireworks on USO this morning. You're getting a nothing burger out of this right now.
No, we have to hit the fail, but again, we didn't even have one unit on this. But there goes battle to the downside. We lose 30 cents or 20 cents on that name, 20 cents on battle. I mean, that's completely fine. We did not put out any, I have more shares in the TQs than we do in battle, but yeah, not a good name there as it breaks through $2 and there's your 190. So we'll see what winds up happening here. But hey, man, the bread is being buttered over here again as we go back to the futures, but this is not stopping. It's not going lower. I mean, it's stopping at the 71.40 area. So I just keep on taking some profit down here. And I don't think that's necessarily the right thing to do because I do want to hold this in for a little bit. But look at that move, just up right now. As you can see, this name now starting to go back up to the upside, as you had mentioned. Maybe some names like DRAM catching some bids there off of a nice Intel move earlier. And we can check out NVIDIA. We did get, wow, look at DRAM, holy, straight upside. That, I mean, if anything, that might be a short. Broadcom with good stories today as well. The deal with Apple, so there they go up 3%, trying to go higher. Broadcom good, must mean Marvell bad, I would think. But that's going higher as well as the rebound is back right now in some of these tech names. Rebound up 1%, not even, down 10% yesterday. But there it is, man. Another one. We'll take some more money bags. Right here. Yes, go, go, go. This is what we're waiting for, man. We want these futures to finally come back in. So it looks like we could have a good trade. Here, I still have pretty much the majority of this trade, probably 70% of it. Let's see if we can get low. Let's take a look at 71 and change. That may not hit, but I'm going to put a bid down there near 71 and see if we can grab some of that one. And keep those posts coming in the chat, man. We're always trying to look at them. Just a little busy
let us know
right now with some of those. Yeah,
I just saw Jonathan in the chat say pop and drop. That's what it's at least looking like right now. Got into SLV. I'm favoring that to the south side here today, and it doesn't seem like it wanted to break that high when the futures went, so we popped in on the lower high to try to be able to grab it. Still seeing that dude here, and here we go back into that 108, and once again, it goes right into 108, and then the buyers immediately just start to step up. So I might scalp out of this. They're buying it pretty heavily off this 08 level, so this might turn into a scalp trade. See if we can't get that quick buck on Intel and maybe move on, because this is actually yesterday's support level where you're catching a bid almost cleanly on that bad boy. The other thing that is happening is USO is still holding very well. I mean, it's going very sideways. So anyways, just rang the register on Intel.
Ring it.
It held that 108 level, at least for now. But USO is actually bouncing off of VWAP, and there's that pullback into prior high. So I'm looking for that entry into battle. Get a wick bottom and try to play a little bit of a rebound play. I didn't see the actual halt bands on this at any point, which is a bit weird given that candle.
Oh, good. Good thing we got out of that.
Well, it's 159 is telling me the halt bands are down there, that's wild. We're moved that far.
Maybe they're not right because it's Amex, right? So, but I don't know. That shouldn't be really a factor there. But we're almost at our daily goal here with the TQQs. So downside, we just got a 125 fill there, 71.25. So it looks like we might get that again. I'm at 71.16s, which is that low, and then we'll see if we can drop down a little bit more as we go back to the futures. Good super chat right here for JP Morgan. So we do want to say thank you for all of that. Is it a long or a short today? Yeah, I mean, That's a good question. I don't, little vague, but I would just say right now it's a short. There, how about that? I mean, it's down 1.4%. I always try to look to see what the initial, look is on a stock, and if they wanted it, and I keep saying they, but if the market wanted this name up, it would be up right now. 4 straight up days for JP Morgan heading into earnings next week. I like the stock. I like it better down here at 325, but right into here, all-time highs for JP Morgan, potentially due for a pullback if the NASDAQ goes. Like remember, JP Morgan, J&J, some of these other names, yeah, get that money going. Some of those other names will react differently, opposite to what happened when the NASDAQ goes higher, right? So if the money's coming back into the NASDAQ, which it is, it's back to highs right now, then JP Morgan probably does fall down with other bank names as well. So I would just say, just be very, very careful to what's been happening there in the tech space. But I like JP Morgan on any dip buys. I think the banks are going to be good. And I think there's a good opportunity to get a few more shares in the whole portfolio before the report next week. But there's BABA right now, 106. Coming into play there for Alibaba. Looks like a decent bounce level potentially. That's the low for Alibaba. It did get as high as 108. We're going to wait to see what happens there at 106. Okay, so we got to get out of this right now because there goes the futures. So we'll take some money early, and it looks like we'll give it back right now on the TQQs. So we go from, making our goal to holding out, and there it goes back up through $72. Let's use maybe this most recent wick as something there, but I guess I know you're out of Intel, but I mean, this whole market seems
everything's bouncing. Well, Intel's right back to entry, and it did it really fast off of some of those lows. So, I want to see it hold some lower highs. If it starts doing that, jumping in early, great. If you get that first initial flush, no worries. But look at what's happening with the NASDAQ in this strength. The way that I see this going up, I want to see it at least slow down, maybe get into on the Qs here, I should say, 710. Like at least push another $1 into some resistance and then look for a reload on Intel. Already into that short on SLV off the lower high. If it breaks out the pre-market top, that's an easy out. But that's actually holding the bottoms a bit. What you have to concern yourself with is, oil's reversed. The president ended his comments this morning, and you're now down through VWAP here on USO. So we were going back and looking to test some overnight resistance. That's all changed. We could be pressing back into the lows. Remember, it's that prior high, 110. That's where I want to look for a reversal on USO. I believe we are going to the desk. Adara's got an update for us.
A little bit of a spike here in MSFT, though it's already given it back. Could be related to this report from Axios, suggesting that the U.S. President Trump and his administration have lifted restrictions on OpenAI's GPT 5.6. Now, a couple caveats here. We know that OpenAI and Microsoft have had a previous relationship. We know Microsoft invested heavily in OpenAI, though I was hearing reports even as recently as yesterday suggesting that Microsoft has actually taken some of its AI changes. Now they're favoring their own AI over Anthropic or OpenAI. So maybe nothing massive here. We also already heard reports that this could be happening, but either way here, watch the market, watch Microsoft. Trump administration reportedly lifting restrictions on the GPT 5.6 model from OpenAI.
Thanks, Adara, for that news. And yeah, we talked about that. I mean, Joe and I I don't think you were here for the Microsoft. We were just talking about Microsoft and Alibaba and all that. So nice little leverage there on Microsoft. I mean, if there is an OpenAI story to come, either they do wind up IPOing this year, potentially into next year as well. Joe mentioned, actually, here we go, man. We did reload, and it was just it's not even the reload thing almost means like you were out at one point, but we averaged in. Upside. We're going to use 72.20, that top wick, as our out right now. So we're back into a little bit of positivity now with the TQs. Well, we're not now, but we just took some profits down there at 75. But yeah, we took a 90 for a loss and then a 75 just to mix it up a little bit. Let's see if the market does wind up pulling back through one more time. And Adara, I just wanted to find out, because Joe mentioned to me a couple of days ago, maybe you know too, Neil, but OpenAI not looking like this year, or?
Oh, we were talking about them before I left.
Yeah.
It's just speculation, right?
Okay.
Like we're already hearing reports going back a couple weeks, as Joe said, that we could not be getting it this year. I mean, it's not, they could still be doing it. We know they've already announced that they have confidentially filed, but even they said when they did announce the confidential filing that they're not putting any date on this. This could happen, it could not happen, it could also never happen. So they're being very non-committal. We know the poly market odds of them going public this year have dropped, and we know reports are suggesting that maybe happens in 2027, if at all.
Yeah, and you have to remember, like, there is the best, making sure you get the facts right. But I'm going to play a little bit devil's advocate. This is a sentiment thing. If we end up with this is the real pullback, OpenAI is not going to want any part of going public into that. So, there's a lot that the market's going to be able to tell us. We'll care about more of the next round of earnings to let us know how that's going to go for them. And nowadays, you don't need to necessarily go public to get all the capital you want. It's just have access to it for so long. But that's not a good sign overall for where the AI trade's at, even though it's bouncing today. But back to trade for a quick little second. USO still heading down, so not really seeing that turn just yet. Was able to get some out under VWAP here for SLV. Did reload it in front of the lower high here, just above that 53 spot. So we're looking for this to continue to push down if it can. And that's obviously right now a big if. But the story this morning, and overnight and this morning, was about the strength in oil. It's not really there yet. So yes, Battle is at that price. It's at the prior high. But you have to be watching what's going on in oil. If oil's not going to bounce and not going to be trending up, not going to be holding VWAP, I don't want to just punch long because it's at a price. I want there to be some strength in oil to try to get Battle to go. So obviously not looking very good. And for those that have been asking, I see you on TikTok, it's like, why is this stock up? And why is that stock going crazy? And we got Bomb Tom Bad is asking about Pang. Okay. We've had viewers asking about things like Iran. There's a lot that is running this morning and taking the market higher. I think an easy way to think about it, if you got beat down yesterday, you're flying today. For the much. Iran is flying. You showed Vernova's absolutely flying. I could pull up DRAM again, but we'll just go. Whoops. See, now I start typing the CDRs instead. Because Micron has a CDR now. Well, it's up, the CDR, but that's not what you want to see. You want to see Micron at $950 and up 1.5%. So you're getting a lot of strength come back in the market, especially if you were badly beaten. It doesn't mean there's a story. I think we're just getting a bit of a relief rally. Keep in mind, oil's still up 2% and could still bounce off the lows. I might get another chance to reload this here on SLV, but I think waiting until it presses into the high, it's putting in a higher low. If I see a higher low, then the reload, if the stop is at the top, needs to be off the highs. So a little bit more patience here. It's still holding out, weaker than the overall market on SLV. So I do still like the notion for now. That can change in a heartbeat. And one name we didn't really get to, and it was on the upgrade list. There will be no dip buy in Robinhood today, apparently, for me, because I just don't see any dip that's happening. It's absolutely screaming to the upside. Have to reevaluate this one maybe a little bit. At 10 o'clock or so, see where it's at, maybe a bounce into VWAP or something. Yeah,
I mean, the market wants high. I mean, the market is now green. So there we go, man. I mean, we're out. We tried to short, I mean, it's not a huge damage or anything like that. We're doing damage control. But, we tried to go short. We were able to clean it out there. We did take another fill rate into that level as well. But there goes SpaceX. Finally starting to break back down below. I was really I don't know. I don't really like any. Look, that was an automatic trigger there. So it's 3/4 of a unit. It's not a huge position. I told you I was crossing down 25 cents. That's exactly the fill that we got. And I don't really like a name that drops like this and then we punch that bottom short. So we're going to have to give this one a little as if. Look at the TQs, man. That's really too bad. I'll try one more time there because we just got taken out at the highs there for the TQQs. That kind of sucks. But, what are we going to do? We called that play. Damn it. We'll go back into the short now on the TQs and see if that wants to work and try not to get too blown out of all of these positions. But darn it, that's too bad. We just got stopped out of that NASDAQ short. All right, yeah, all right, like we said before, we wanted to use some of these levels if it was going to come into play. So right there, 150, 150 probably. That's VWAP. That's your 200. That's your 25 period. And then right there is the 50 period. So yeah, 150, 150 looks like that'll be our out for SpaceX. So now we have an idea of what we're trying to look for on the downside, which makes sense to me because we were talking about 148 maybe as a look there for SpaceX. Yeah,
because the flat bottom, it's actually 148.50 or so is the overnight low. So I know I said 148. That's kind of rounding it out. We've got the Hindu Piranhas.
Hindu Times.
So SoxX and DRAM went to enter for 3 or more months long-term investment. Wait for entire July and enter August or any particular range. It's an interesting question because to enter for 3 or more months long-term investment. 3 or 4 months isn't a long-term investment.
SpaceX.
I'm a little bit confused by that. I think if you're looking long-term, usually I'm thinking DCA as opposed to a specific time. I think you've got to at least
Screw you.
that entire space, you have got to wait to see what happens with SK Hynix and how the market reacts to that coming to market on Friday, and then giving it a couple of sessions. Because that's a lot like SpaceX and the space stocks and the overall space and what it did to it, creating a temporary top. So I think you're waiting that out for sure. Because I've been bearish, I'm kind of bearish on them until we see SK Hynix on Friday and how that's received. And then even then, 1 or 2 days doesn't mean jack. SK Hynix could go ham on Friday, and that doesn't mean anything because on Thursday, then next week it could be back down. So I think you're at least waiting until that at a bare minimum, because I still think we're a bit bearish.
We were called the SpaceX whisperer. I think that's a very good compliment. I don't think it's true at all, but there it is. It's $1 right there on SpaceX as it goes to the downside, and we start to clean that up just a little bit. I wish we were better on the. I mean, we're fine on the futures, you know, but like we just got stopped out of a bigger position, right, literally at the highs of the day. And then it faded out, and now it's right back into these levels. So we're going to take about a little bit of profit here, as you know, we weren't necessarily right with that call early. We do take advantage of this move down into the 25-period moving average. So that's so just to put my stop at 30, man, we wouldn't have had to take that L, and then we would have been able to, you know, really have a profitable trade back in there. But we do give up. Our average price was about 72.05 or so, I think, when this finally broke. And so we do take about a 25-cent hit or so. And now we're back into it, just back into 25 cents now, as here it goes, getting much, much better on that call now, as the TQ's now starting to really bleed a little here to the downside. Let's put a bid at 48 and see if we get that. And then we'll wait again for a little lower. That's 71.30s. We'll put a bid there. Maybe we get that, maybe we don't. We'll just wait for it. But yeah, SpaceX, good call. You mentioned 148.50. That's where we got out. So we got out at 148.65 there. I still have more than half. No, it didn't break. It held. So we got 148.65s there on the comeback here now for SpaceX. So we still have we only got out at 30%. So we still have a decent chunk here of SPCX. And that was just a break low. Now let's wait to see. We still have our stop where it is, right? 150, 150. So that'll be a good little level there. Reload around 150.75, but I actually don't even have the stop in because that happened so fast. 151.51 is going to be my automatic stop. So we'll just do that. We'll get a few more shares short if it gives it to us up here around 150.50, 150.50, yeah, something like that on the short. But yeah, so far, not really that good here to start with. The market kind of pretty choppy near the high side of the day. I'm surprised we went back to zeros. But yeah, again, shout out, man.
Although we turned right at that point.
Yeah.
Almost exactly at green on the NASDAQ is going to be the local high. So that is something to watch out for. I still feel like we're pulling back in. The ES is a little bit, the ES pulled back a little further than the NASDAQ. But if you're bearish on something, like SpaceX is looking weak, silver still looks weak to me. We didn't get a chance to really talk too much about crypto.
Oh, right.
But Bitcoin is literally at the lows, as we're at, 61.7. So we broke 62,000. We're right back at the lows. There is some weakness overall in this market out here for sure. And yes, I see you. Everybody that's mentioning, I know we had a bunch of TikTok viewers, and heck, YouTube, doesn't really matter, about Peng. So Peng, 15% up. It is absolutely flying. This is not some cheap, useless move. This is a legitimate bull flag. Watch out 77, 78 if it has a chance to get up there again. There's been a heavy amount of selling, but this is a clean breakout on the 15-minute as well. So even if it were to pull back, you've got like 70 to 71 as some prior highs, as this one is absolutely fine. But for now, looking pretty decent for the shorts, and USO is trying to make its turn. So I said the second I see USO try to break that trend, I want to try to go into a reversal long on battle. It's still right around that 190 level on BATL, but now USO is trying to make that curl. So hopefully this will give the first opportunity off of the prior day highs to get a trend break here in battle. USO at pre-market lows.
We can talk about, good look there. We like USO. Pre-market lows. Okay, so maybe this is a fake move higher there and just to scare that price of oil back up. But why would Trump do that? I mean, he's been talking about low oil prices and getting back into those levels. So, but there it is. Thank you, Top VoIP. We did call it on Alibaba a few weeks ago. thank you for getting those 102 calls. I mean, there you go. Huge. You're now up 600%. So we say to you, and thank you for you're always here. So we want to say thank you to Top VoIP there. And hey, man, sometimes we get some calls right, and there it goes. Alibaba up 10% there. I'm glad we did talk about that. And, sometimes regardless of, I don't like it because it's Chinese or blah, blah, blah. Sometimes, you get a little, yeah, exactly. You get a little carried away with thoughts like that. But hey, man, at the end of the day, that's why we all invest. And it's up to you to decide. But I do like Alibaba, and I think that 10% is great. And I think there's a lot more to go. I honestly think 120 could even come tomorrow if we get good news. So watch out for some Alibaba trading coming to a stock market near you. All right. So, we did, just to talk, I'm in two very aggressive positions right now, including SpaceX, obviously, and then the futures, right? And so we just took another bid right there at 149.10. So that's been really where we've been able to get out. We did get one break down into 148.50. And just because we took that doesn't mean anything other than the fact that we can see the lows. And yesterday when we broke, it was something very, very similar happened, right? We broke that 150 right there, and then it basically bounced right. Like, you want to wonder why I'm sitting there at 148.65? I mean, it's right there. That's the low. So we take that fill, and now we watch and see what the story is for the rest of the day here on SPCX. And for me, it's underneath that 150. I'm fine supporting some of these levels. I put 150, 150. Maybe now it's about a 151 break if we get back into there. But let's just give it a little bit of room if we can on SpaceX is what we're doing. And then the TQs, man, this is turning out to be finally, not finally, it's a good trade, but we do have this name in our account now. We did get taken out at the top, putting us red on the TQQs, but back into a spot that we're more comfortable with right now as the market's trying to bounce around. And I do have a bid at 50, and then we'll see if we get a little lower here on the TQQs. And yesterday's talk was, you even looked at this as well. We talked about the all-time low for SMR. Well, it's right back to it right now again. So SMR,
but it's bouncing.
Yeah, it might have hit the low right there in the pre-market. I think last year was 880. We looked at it was 885, and yesterday it made that in the pre-market or early, and then it does it again today down there at 860 with a little bit of a bounce now for SMR.
I think it's got a little temporary bottom on it, but just remember, with that kind of a stock, zero is always a possibility with SMR. It's just a very, very, I think it's much better than like a quantum play. And I'm talking my own book. I do still own shares of SMR, but it's holding precariously onto that low. The USO bounce, here, I'll put these side by side so we can get a look. USO went into pre-market lows, put in a bottoming tail candle, and is reversing. So it went in off the 190 because that's what we liked here on Battle, right into the prior high. Would like to see this push into the volume weighted average price, scalp out, look to try to hold a piece. The ideal situation would be that this is the bottom, USO goes to the highs, and then there's like continuation over VWAP and all that good stuff. For now, it'll be a reload, stop at the lows. SLV is continued to hold. So despite the move up in the markets, it's still holding the bottom of the range on the gap down. So down 3%, gold, silver, Bitcoin all week right now. So I'm going to stay short this. But I will recognize that today I shift over from like looking at crypto to silver, and Bitcoin is weaker. So there might be an opportunity to add this to the list. It's respecting the volume weighted average price. It's holding weakness. Obviously, even with the market trying to bounce, with all of these chip names going ham, Bitcoin is still looking a little bit trashy. So I might decide to pivot. If I see silver go and break out on me, it's working for now. I would probably pivot over to IBIT if we could. But speaking about the market bouncing, you can't do that without looking at some of the strongest chip names that are going. I just heard in my ear Marvell hit the high of the day.
Oh, did it? Okay,
236. This could, a lot of these names are going to have the 50 period out in front of them. So when you look and zoom out, it's like, remember, this is nothing. It looks good, but if this isn't over 240, that ain't much. It's like you zoom out, if Micron isn't getting past, it's getting to 950 now, but if it doesn't hold this 980 gap or so, like there's still some really big levels up top that we could pull into that this move doesn't really tell you that much. I know it's great for a day trade, but there's going to be some fadeable levels, that's for sure.
All right. Love Trader TV Live. Well, thank you so much for that one. We appreciate you as well. Long-term swing and long-term trader. Okay. I noticed 90% of your plays are short. Yeah, for sure. Not much for longs like us. Okay. We'll love to see more long setups covered. Oh, shorts, as in we're covering shorts. So for me, and I think it's for all of us here, I mean, you just kind of look at, what the market's doing, what sort of angle we favor on a particular stock. I mean, we are looking long. It's not like we're not looking long for names. Just today, you've seen the market. Now the market's looking long, that's for sure. But I don't really have an answer for that other than I just kind of trade what's in front of us. And today I do favor the short. So we are into the short early. It doesn't look like it's working out. But yeah, we'll focus on looking for long plays, looking for all of the plays. And even on SpaceX right now, that was a long play. Again, when we analyze things, we got to go to Adair because we have numbers at 10. And maybe we'll talk about this when we get back. But like that long was right down here too. We just showed you where the long was on SpaceX. So, there it is. That was right. And the SpaceX blowing back up to the upside. Okay, Adara, 10 seconds. Let's go over to her.
Let's take a look here at wholesale inventories month over month. This is a revision. So 0.3% is the forecast. Prior print, 0.3%. Wholesale sales month over month, less closely watched. That's also going to be in watch. Okay, so wholesale inventories month over month, 0.1% for this revision. That's below the forecast and the prior print of 0.3%. Wholesale sales month over month, 3.4%, well above estimates of 0.8% and the prior print of 2%. NASDAQ, really nice bounce here off of the lows. We know one of the things in focus here this morning for the whole market was U.S. oil and the overall oil and energy space as President Trump indicated that the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran was over. Other comments he made this morning during his meeting with President Zelensky of Ukraine over at the NATO summit in Turkey, Trump said that the U.S. is considering reimposing the Strait of Hormuz blockade, but only for Iran. So lots in focus there. AVGO. Great performance today. This is still near intraday highs. $30 billion multi-year deal struck with Apple. We already had some indications coming, but confirmed by Apple this morning. Broadcom also at intraday highs. Great look here. Great bounce and recovery for Broadcom. SanDisk, WDC, and Seagate. These memory names got hit really hard yesterday as traders assessed the preliminary earnings for Samsung Electronics, and they're also going to be on watch throughout the rest of the week as we await the SK Hynix IPO. Make sure to like. Make sure to subscribe. And really quickly, before we go back to Sean and Neil, there were longs taken yesterday by both of them on SpaceX. Sean and Joe were both long Tesla on Friday. This is just off the top of my head. I would say there's a really even mix of both longs and shorts on the show. Even mix of hosts. Lots of reasons to watch the show. Make sure to like. Make sure to subscribe. Back to the guys.
Thanks, I got a reason to watch the show. Thanks, Adara, for the free watch list this morning.
Yeah.
Well, every single day. But if we're talking about reasons to watch the show, Penguin Solutions, and you can find it here on our free watch list, trading higher after earnings, and you can go read it. Everyone, obviously, it's information out there for anybody to be able to check, but let's be real. It had the catalyst. You look at the levels. I'll be mad at myself. I know I was looking at Robinhood long and it was a dip. It never did. Penguin, if you were trying to play dip and rip, that was about as into the prior day high, into 65, and then there is your rip. It's got the catalyst for it, up 18%. We already went over the daily chart. There is some room into 78. It's not dipping into VWAP, so you can throw that kind of out the window. But talking about long setups, I mean, I was looking for a dip and go here in Robinhood, but what the heck? Like it broke out. So sometimes it's just how it is. Like you can like something to the long, but where you're looking to pick it up is not even remotely what happens. Now, the market is looking pretty strong. For now, silver just continues to be weak, so I can hold on to this. USO's making another leg higher. Here's what I don't like. USO's busting through VWAP. Well, that would be good, you'd think, for Battle. Well, Battle bounced, went 7-8 pennies or so. It's a $2 stock, but now it's kind of stalling out. I'd like to see this followed in VWAP. It's just not really going as heavy as what we're seeing in USO, but we're still getting a bounce in USO. Gonna stick with the long, still have the reload in there, but at some point, you know what, or get off the pot, Battle, because USO is trying to go.
Yeah, I don't mind that battle trade at all. But traders, here's an offer that your broker is not giving you. Markets have been extremely active lately, to say the least. And for traders, this kind of environment creates huge opportunities. Big moves, more setups, more momentum. But to take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline and, of course, access to capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their trades and their strategy and managing risk in a different aspect. No more fear of blowing up your own personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, please visit tradethepool.com for more details and sign up. And we have Mitch on, we have Steve Talman on, and we talk about, Neil and I are both on prop floor as well right here with Real Trading. So we want to thank Trade the Pool. Go get an opportunity there for all the U.S. residents with Trade Z Pool. Okay, on that note, yeah, man, SpaceX has kind of been a fail. And we talked about long versus short setups and whatnot. I'm in this name back into the short, but it doesn't look like it wants to break now underneath this 151. So we're going to take a couple more offers in and around here. We're just short at 150. We did get stopped out the first time. It does not break 152. So I said to myself, let's use 152 now as our out in case we do get this daisy move back to the downside. So we're bidding a little bit there. I'm bidding underneath 151. Let's see if we get a 150.80 on a break. Maybe we get that, maybe we don't. And then we'll wait. But we could take some out here and sort of cut the bleeding a little bit with SpaceX on the account. But who knows what this name wants to do today as the market's going to figure. Okay, let's go. Break through 151, and then we'll see what's going on here on the short side of SpaceX. And to Adara's point, I just want to show that we trade it all here. And those of you that watch know this, right? This is yesterday's Palantir long. That was $8 or something yesterday on Palantir off 132. Well, that right there is $4. I don't know exactly how much it went to. And then here's what I did on SpaceX the day before. We went long early off of 160. Then we went short on the 160 break. Then we went short again on the 160 break. So a lot of it is just the feel that you get on the market, right? We went long off 160 there. Then we went short, which was wrong, and then short again. So, I do get that we are always looking for a lot of traders looking for long because they don't have the margin accounts and things like that. And so I do appreciate those looks into some of you.
Well, you can still just almost always take some kind of an ETF for most plays in the other direction. We talk about that all the time. If you want to have a long to express silver, you can take ZSL if you like. Just also do remember any leveraged ETF. If you want to trade it, these are trading vehicles. Decay will destroy you if you try to actually hold them for a long period of time. But these are perfectly good trading vehicles out there. And when we talk about real trading, where we're trading, let's be real, we always have the opportunity to trade them. And oftentimes they're like the highest volume symbols that we're even looking at on a daily basis at real trading. So yeah, there is the opportunity to go in both directions. And most of the major stocks will have the same thing too. So if you can only go long, hey, there's always going to be some ultra short ETF for any of the big names. I get it, some of the smaller names won't have them. For now, whether you're trading ZSL or SLV, these are still looking incredibly weak. I want to also be able to get, at some point, a short in IBIT. That's coming right back into prior highs, or I guess the opening range tops, and looking for a little bit of a curl. So might look for not a reload, because I haven't been in it just yet. And Battle, we're still above VWAP on USO. I haven't gotten a reload. It hasn't really punched through to the volume weighted average price, so we're just kind of in a hold mode. It's made the low off the prior high that we liked, kind of let it fall down, but we're just not seeing the continuation. So I got work for you guys. Is there another small cap, because I haven't seen one, energy name that could be better than Battle this morning? I don't know. It doesn't seem to want to go as much as USO. So far, so good, but Intel works, silver's working. This is barely moving, despite the fact USO is about to get back into the highs any second now.
All right. Just trade. I think it's the idea here is sometimes you want to trade what's moving, and there it is now, $1.50 in the money. What's up, Ozan? As there it goes, man. SpaceX, we got it again. Here's the short. I still have half as well, so let's wait to see. We said we would try to hold on to things a little bit longer. I'm bidding 150 flat, so if that comes, you know what? We should just bid a little ahead of that. We actually got out nicely ahead of 150 already. My best fill down there was 150 and a quarter there on that reload. So we did, again, we got stopped out there. We put it back on. That's twice that's happened to us now. It happens to us right here as well at 71.50s on, sorry, 72.30s on the TQs. We did short that again. Now that's trying to come back in. But for me, watching out for SpaceX. Has there been any halters today? SDOT halted right now. I mean, a perennial violator of the halt bans right there. SDOT down 30%. That's been halted. Now let's go SpaceX. Let's see if it breaks 150. Hopefully it does. That's a halter there. True has been halting as well. TROO. What's up, Randy? Hope you're doing well there. Oil not doing much, Randy. We talked about that earlier. Coming through again. But if you just ask for another coffee, sure, I'll take one. Why not? That's 180 to the downside there on True. That one's been halted as well. And then we can go back over. I mean, Neil's been talking a little bit about oil, needless to say. Battle there. We got out. Looks like that low was 185 or so. You know, I'd like to see it break through VWAP again, 210, which is coming upside right now. That is a possibility to get into that one is Battle. So, yeah, let us know if there's anything. Oh, Uber, I just saw on a move maybe here, 74. I like that. Get a little higher so we can sell you, Uber. Wow, it did get to 75. Okay. You know, we sort of kicked ourselves for not getting out the last time it made that move into 80. I don't want to make that mistake again. I want to sit here at 78 bucks. I'm going to put that order in probably at near lunchtime or whatever, see if that, you know, hits the next couple of days. 78 on Uber. Might have to wait for earnings before that one. Yesterday we had an all-time high break on Eli Lilly. And there goes Eli Lilly again here today. It's still down, but, you know, starting to make a little bit of a move. And shout out to everybody that's here today. Everybody on YouTube, everybody that's here, everybody, what's up to Juan Padilla, John Pickett that's here, and everybody that's on TikTok. You'll see this chat will light up with TikTok logos here once you guys chat us up as well. So we're definitely looking at all of that. Hello, says Tony UK official. Neil is just in the UK. There it is. What's up? East meets West there. East meets West on TikTok saying yes, LLY. We love some LLY. That is for sure. All right, so just waiting. I'm now bidding 150.15s now on SpaceX. See if we get one more move down. Look, this is 40 cents worth of risk minus slippage. We just took about $1.40 on it. So, you know, 2-to-1, 3-to-1 there. Working out so far so good here on SPCX. But what's up, Andrew Chow says hi to both of us. Hi, Andrew. Hope you are doing well. NASDAQ just got a nice little fill there as well as we spin the awesome note here for SpaceX and for the futures as of now. But this guy's in battle, which is a good one. Broke through $2.
Finally back through $2. It just made another leg higher. But I'm going to be reticent of one thing here. As it gets into VWAP, it's a trend break. Look at USO. Here, I'll zoom in so you can see it better. Look at USO on the 3-minute. That's a bit of a topping tail candle, pre-market highs, and like the opening range top as well. So that's exactly why I just got on the offer on that spike and made sure we got some out. Won't let this get underneath break even at this point, because if that's a temporary top on USO and that's all Battle's going to do, I ideally was trying to get a price of 190. I didn't because I didn't want to chase. I got no fills down here, only the 94s, but I'm not going to let this go into the red. Still haven't traded IBIT, and at this point, it would probably have 62 to break underneath. Yeah, Bitcoin's back above 62,000, so that's above 50, above 62 even, also above the volume weighted average price. Unless I see it breaking that down, break under VWAP, break down under 62 again, I don't know that I want to fight it. The market's curling back underneath, and Bitcoin all of a sudden decides it wants to hold a bid. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'd rather sell it on weakness than try to fight the trend, or at least what little trend it does have. So we're still in that battle. But if the USO does not make a fresh high, which it still has a chance to, if it doesn't make a fresh high, then I'm going to be out if this thing breaks break even. We lose VWAP, got to be able to get out of Dodge. And shout out to the chat. You guys were, I asked, like, what is moving? SkyQ is a good looking chart. That's cool. WTI was maybe not as good. It has a chance to break the volume weighted average price. I would say SkyQ looks a little bit more interesting here. Look at that one holding the uptrend. Go long on, always go long on coffee.
We would, man. Oh yeah. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah, thanks. Thank you for that. Still got the banana over here, and actually, I almost polished that whole coffee off there. So it was. Thank you so much, Randy. And you know, we can look at. By the way, the futures are finally, man. We're almost $1 in the futures. We're $1 also here. We'll hit the dollar club there. That's what I was just gonna look up.
Oh, you probably don't want to look at that.
there today. It was down 3. Oh,
They don't want to.
yeah, this is nasty today. Rivian down another 4%. We said there was, yeah, Randy likes it. I mean, again, if names, I think that's the right attitude. If names are coming back into levels you like and not much has changed, you want to buy this. So there's the 200 period moving average for Rivian coming into play. We saw an 11 or 12% move yesterday. Continuation here today for Mr. Rivian to the downside there. So yeah, maybe we buy some at this 50 period moving average. We're still waiting for our R2 invitation. Okay, Tesla competitor, I guess, in the space. They're also down another 2% today. Tesla, look at this over the last couple of days, man, really bleeding down. They got up to 420 again, and 420, I have it. There it is. That's a key level there for Tesla, and it falls right off of there, and it matched back into here, 420 back to the downside. So Tesla right now not having the greatest of days. And just to let you guys know, I have a third left. We got a bunch out down here, man. On SpaceX, like just like we were talking about, and there's another talk about the long. Like if I'm covering a spot, essentially that means that I'm thinking, and especially at a 150 level, like when it comes down and we start to cover and we talk about it, like if you're looking long, like those are good spots as well. You know, every single time that we're looking for breaks, those are also areas that if you think the other way around, you could take the other trade. So for SpaceX, it's bouncing off of 150. I'm now going to wait. I do not have another bid at 150. I only have a third left. Let's wait for that break and see if we get a 149 again. So we'll go to 149.80. That's basically what we've been doing, is trying to just get a little cheeky with it, get that extra 20 cents on an even level break. But when it doesn't break, we want to make sure that we get something out. So there it is on the way back in. That's 150.50. That's 150.25. We're playing quarters. That's 150.10, right? As it comes back in and does not break, then on the way back up, we get another 25 out, right? So price 25. So that's how I'm playing it right there today. Questions about, neither one of us is really on the chip names yet, but NVIDIA's holding out pretty good. I mean, the fact that we're up today on a down market means yay for me on NVIDIA, I think, right?
AMD went green. AMD's gone back into the red. AMD's been holding up pretty well. If we're talking about those chip names, which I think you have to, Micron's threatening to pull back into the volume weighted average price. Intel's probably, it just never, the market was so strong, but Intel never really pressed back into some of those highs. I should be continuing this one and looking for VWAP instead. Has now broken the high, the opening range highs. I don't want to say the high of the morning because obviously it was a lot higher in the overnight, but you are now starting to get that rally and we're really starting to go again. That could weigh on the market. Try to push things back in. I got SLV, which is now breaking its low of the day. Nice. But as I said, like Battle, I want to be adding to this. Like you're at the highs and it just doesn't want to, like it's going. It's going, but it's not going. And Sky Q and shout out, I know in the chat, we were just talking about Sky Q. We had a lot of people mentioning this one. We had some viewers on TikTok that hit their daily targets on Sky Q with some pre-market entries. That's pulling back into VWAP as well. So you're pulling back into the volume weighted average price as everything is going higher. So I don't know if that one's gone as far as it wants to go up that 27%, but with oil going higher and breaking out, there's that breakdown through VWAP and IBIT. So I'm now short that, breaking through the volume weighted average price. Prior bar is going to be the exit point. So it's a trend break, obviously. As you can see, it was in an uptrend, now it's in a downtrend. Going to look for the LOD here. I think this is the same. We said you have to be watching USO, or you should, or whatever. You don't have to do anything. I think you're watching USO. This is now starting to break higher, which gives a little bit of a bearish sentiment back into the markets. The president was talking, and he was saying probably what you don't want to hear if you want oil prices down, which is they could strike tonight, or was it today or tonight? I don't think.
He actually said will.
Will strike? Okay. Whatever. That's not good. And if you were thinking about some of the other oil names, I know we've been looking at Battle, but like XOM, that just broke VWAP now. Yep. CVX was kind of the same thing. Occidental, like none of these were really going all that crazy. They were selling off in the pre-market. They're now starting to get a bit of a bid and starting to rally as well with oil breaking out that high. It's going to be hard for the market if that continues.
Yeah, it looks like we are getting a little bit of a bounce back right now. And yeah, guys, let us know. We do have, if you look at the back screen over there, we do have some of the top stocks to be talked about, the chats going through on there, the super chats, everything. So guys, definitely let us know what you want to talk about, and we'll be here to talk about that with you guys. And we just talked a little bit about oil there. DraftKings spiking to VWAP here, but not, yeah, it's not really doing anything. Just hit on the scanner. I wanted another name that maybe we could look at here, DKNG. And, with World Cup winding down and, baseball is, still around, obviously, as we head into the All-Star game. Baseball is not really a big, huge catalyst I haven't seen for this. Obviously, we wait for NFL, we wait for NCAA, football, and things like that as the gambling aspect will kick up. But I think for DraftKings, it's really just waiting to see the effect of Kalshi and Polymarket. And so we'll wait for their next sort of earnings report to come through. But what a good basement they've formed here around that $20 mark. So I think there's something about that with DraftKings. I think this was their last earnings report all the way to the downside, made that low, retraced back up, hit that $20 low again. So we'll wait for DraftKings. I like the first mover advantage with DraftKings and Flutter. And I do think that there is going to be a little bit more talk about the legalities of Polymarket and so on and so forth, and how that all works. The know your customer aspect needs to be, I think, looked at a little bit there as well. So anyways, we'll talk more about DraftKings when it gets hit, but I do like DKNG here, back into that, near that $20 mark, like the stock. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Okay, so out more here at VWAP for the market, as we just posted it up. Also waiting, we did not reload. We could have. It got up to 140, 150, 140s there. I am not going to reload this one. We still have that third left on SpaceX, waiting for a one. I didn't even take a sip yet. This is why my coffee gets so cold, man. I gotta drink this when it gets in front of me there. But yeah, we're going to go back over to Adara now. We haven't talked about too many small caps, but the one that we have, Battle, was well talked about, I think.
IQ has been better.
Yeah, and then S dot. Let me see if that opened. Before we go back to Adara, it's still not opened. So S dot halted at 10:08. So it's now plus 12 minutes. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with S dot. All right, Adara, small cap recap. What did we miss?
Let's kick it off here with VTAK. This is Catheter Precision, a name that I believe is rallied in the past. $4.23 million market cap here, a float of around 2 million shares. Apparently there was a partnership here with Flight LifeVac. So good look there for VTAK. We're going to take a look as well here at BATL. This is Battalion Oil, $43 million market cap, 18 million share float, and a 26% short float. Why is this up? It's an oil name, as you can tell by the name here, Battalion Oil. And we know, as we just discussed here, President Trump making more comments about Iran and maybe that ceasefire not holding. That's going to be a good look for oil plays like BATL. Last but not least, EDBL. This name we discussed this morning with Luis. Very, very small price here. It's only 13 cents a share. But we know this one did have some news today. They've rallied in the past, and they rallied this morning after a company, I guess, released an SEC filing revealing that they took some shares in the stock. I believe the amount of the stake was around $63,000. You have a market cap here of $760,000 and a float of 5.5 million shares. Back to you.
All right, thanks.
Well, we just made a bit of...
VTAK just halted again,
Yeah.
by the way. But anyways, go ahead. Yeah.
So there was a bottom tail, went to two places. One, we'll have the first loss today for myself, which will be an IBIT, but also just wicked out of that silver trade. It hit the LOD and then made a bottoming tail candle and a reversal, like an Uno reverse card over there. And so that one will be out. But for now, I feel it's still weak. We can short pops back into our resistance point if we get back to that 50.
Oh.
But there's that push. We take the breakdown, but there's the prior break in the IBIT. So get it out. Do not want to be fighting this if we're going right back into the highs. And all of a sudden, Battle's still trying. I think you just stick with this one. I'm not really seeing... I don't have a reason to add, don't have a reason to get out, scalped into VWAP. I'm just looking for it to break the volume weighted average price. There might even be a chance to reload this if this ridiculous, it's not ridiculous, but if this trend continues on USO, it's all green on a 3. And everything about this just broke the highs. It could pull back into a prior high and continue to go, and then maybe Battle gets going again. But for now, it's not really doing as much as I'd like to see. 10 to 15 cents is fine, but I want to see it break through, give like that big move like you were seeing late in the afternoon. So we'll see if that can happen. Looking for reload silver, maybe even Intel as the market goes back into the highs. that could give us another opportunity at the 110 level for a scalp trade off of some resistance. We got to be a bit patient. You're catching a real bid here. And if we're being real about what the market is doing, these memory chips are just like slinging it on the back, or just overall the AI trade, they're just slinging it on the back. And Atlas is carrying us to topside here. Was that it? Like, we keep talking about the 20 to 25% dips. You go bear territory in the AI play, and the dip buyers just seem to want to come in. So DRAM definitely got there, even more so, was over 25% down and having a pretty convincing run, able to get back above that 50-period moving average, which is more or less what you want to see.
Yeah, no, I reloaded a little bit here on the TQs just because we did have that huge move right now, kind of out of nowhere. I mean, we just got some out at 30. We're able to put it back there at 90. I did want to say in the chat, well, we have this right now, bear spread on Qs. Okay, so bearish call, look at the Qs. B711 on Qs, B711 in 709, out 706 plus $200. What's up, Showtime? I mean, I'm the same kind of way here. I'm pretty bearish on, not bearish on the NASDAQ, but for today, we had seen sort of some green shoots here early. Let's see if the market, there it is. Fucking go. Yes, man. Let's go. Some more outs down there now as we just put that reload on the TQs. And hopefully you're following me there, Showtime, on the TikTok machine here, because we had just posted up that we've been shorting, that's Palantir, all the way up here. We had been shorting the TQs all morning. And we actually did say, look, I even indicated there, it's not just about talking about the winning trades, but there it is. I said, we got taken out at the highs right there, because we did. And we got back in, and now we're riding this lower, and you can see right there, it was a reload, and I guess that kind of counts as a reload there, back there at O's, so we get 71.98 or something like that, and now we get some out in the 60s and 50s as it's starting to go back to the downside. But thanks to everybody for going there. What's up, Rob? RS Rob Muffin there. Let's go, Sean. Let's go, Muffin Man Rob as well.
The Muffin Man.
Good on that one. TQs and SpaceX on the short right now. We like it. We like everybody watching us worldwide on TikTok, on Instagram. And we have Adara. This is the thing about our show, man. We only have one Adara, and she's back there with an update. Let's go over and see what she's up to.
Keep an eye on USO. President Trump and the leader of Syria currently speaking live. This was supposed to happen at 8:30 a.m., which is actually when his talk with Zelensky started. And he was also supposed to give a press conference at 11:15 a.m. That seems like that will also very likely be delayed. So President Trump speaking right now. Nothing really market related has been said yet. Apparently they lift sanctions on Syria. I believe that was already announced. If I get any more details, I'll let you know. Keep an eye on USO. Back to you.
Absolutely, and thank you, Adara. And if you are keeping an eye on it, we're still just pressing through the highs. You're not getting too much of a slowdown, although, look, this next candle could close red on this bad boy, but it's still looking like it's going to be energy up. And if that's the case, got to be really, really patient looking for anything for fade play. That's going to include hopping back into the working short in SLV, or taking a second crack over there on IBIT, or even, as I like to hunt for a short opportunity, now starting to look at a stronger name, SMCI. You're like, why would you want to? It's been so badly beaten up and all that. Well, it's all about key levels. One of the things I like is I like closing prices more than opening prices. They matter more in the market. And if a stock closes at the same price 2 days in a row, that automatically becomes a key level, in my opinion. This stock did pretty much exactly that to end last week, and to begin the week, double barrel at about 27 1/3 is where it closed the day. And look at where the top so happens to be. Oh, that same 27.3. So when I see this and I'm looking for something that might be a fade, you've already got some lower highs being put in here. So why not? Oil wants to continue to go higher. I think it drags the market with it. And this name is one that is primed to get downside. Showtime again in the chat. I didn't see you, but my analysis said this.
Good. Yeah. I mean, that's why we want you guys in the chat there. And yeah, really, really great when other minds are thinking alike on some stocks. So we do appreciate that. What up, Showtime? I like that one there. Good.
Like Magic?
Yeah, basically like Magic Johnson over there. All right, so what else we want to look at there? Just always in the same names, I guess. That just did not get to 71.20, I don't believe. I wasn't actually bidding there. So if that did just flash through, yeah, I guess it might have. Darn it, that was crazy. That just went down. I better put another bid over there. Make sure we capture that. We don't exactly have a whole bunch of shares right now, as we did empty out a lot at these lows. We reloaded a little bit. I was waiting for a little bit more at the very high there. That looks like that's a missed opportunity. But yeah, we're long right now into this market, short into the TQs and looking to get a little shorter if it does pop through. I don't know what that move looks to be right because it does happen right there as well. So not just a bad quote on the TQs. All right, so SpaceX, we're still in it. What else? Oh yeah, another name, IoT. You guys might have heard me talk about Internet of Things. Samsara, a name that I like, that I've been on here for a minute, and that had a nice little run upside there. Didn't get anything out, but watch out for Samsara. Nice levels there. I'm only mentioning this because I had mentioned myself trading this stock. So if anybody else is on it, we just had a nice high into 37 and 38. Probably should have taken some out. We're long down here near that 30 level on IoT. Good report. Back in. We'll wait to see what happens with Internet of Things moving forward there. And then, yesterday we had a nice move back upside in J&J, another name that I've put a little bit of money to work in. Look, I have more NVIDIA and all that than J&J, but did see a little sector rotation the last couple of weeks and was able to buy that. So we like that. We talked about Eli Lilly as well. And let's just do a quick little broad look here before we get happening now. And, just looking across the whole manufacturing sector, yesterday, this was getting hit pretty good. And today, a little bit of a bounce back. We saw some of these names down 6, 7, 8%. Yesterday, Cat was down 5. I think we had GV down 10 or close to that. IREN, we talked about that a little bit. It's not on here. But John Deere, I kind of like that name as well. But they're trying to battle back just a little bit here today. The problems today, of course, seems to be with Meta down 1.5, Google down 1.5, Softy almost down 2% there today as well. Oracle, Netflix, there's Palantir. We had that talk yesterday trying to get a prediction on where Palantir might go. Down another 5% today after battling back yesterday a little bit. So that's a negative name there. And then we also got the question about whether or not we thought about JP Morgan's price today, up or down. And I just kind of went chalk and said, hey, look, where the stock is right now, it looked like it was going to be a downside play into earnings. I like JP Morgan long, but it is down today in the bank space. Health technology has been good. They're all down today. So it's not, the breadth today seems to be relatively mixed, considering the Nasdaq's only down, 0.5%? No, less than that. S&P down 0.58. Looks like there's more strength today in the NASDAQ names. Broadcom, Micron, some of these names helping us get back up to the upside, while the financials down. There's Tesla down as well. Consumer durables downside today, including Ford, General Motors, and we did see Rivian down. But yeah, I'm going to still run with the short, but the heat map looking pretty good. And sometimes we get a little nervous because most of the stocks that we trade are tech related, and we always get questions about Micron. And when that moves up and down, there seems to be a little bit of a problem. But there's a lot of strength in this market. I think Walmart's back to 112, so there's some good spots to get long. Oil patch as well today.
Yeah, the oil patch is going to be a place where you got to look, but it took a while for the oil names to get going. The VWAP is breaking again on IBITS. We're back into that. Was just talking about SMCI as a potential breakdown. So this one just came in as it got a little bit of a bear flag off that prior double barrel close. Want to see this one get down in through VWAP, and the plays to 26.5 is where we're looking to get to on SMCI. 10:30 just hit.
Yeah.
And it's Wednesday, which usually means crude oil inventories.
Yeah, it did.
But I didn't hear.
They hit, yeah.
Oh, okay. But I didn't hear anything in my ear.
It's 3 million barrels built versus 2 billion draw. Just before we go over to Adara, hot dog cannon time. SpaceX just hit 150 again. So I got out a little bit ahead of that, 150.25 again. We've seen it bounce around. I still have a third. I got out of a very small portion there. We have just a little under a third right now of SpaceX as that just came in. I just want to bring that to your attention because one more time we're bouncing off that 150. So, we got to take a little bit. Still waiting for a longer move down through 150. So bidding 149.80 and then we're bidding lower. So let's leave it at that and go back over to the desk with Adara.
More comments on oil here from President Trump and Bessent. President Trump saying, quote, maybe we'll do some things that could increase the oil price. And then U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying with regards to Iran and oil, quote, I think maybe U.S. oil should trade at a premium. President Trump also said that he doesn't really seem to be thinking at this point about sending troops on the ground. So that could, I guess, be viewed as slightly de-escalatory or at least less escalatory than things might have sounded earlier today. If I get any more details, I'll let you know. But oil very much in focus. President Trump continuing to make comments.
He is, and it's still nary a red candle over here on oil. You're not in 3 minutes. It's now 5%. USO is up 5%. Continue to go higher. It's hard to imagine that we're not going to see weakness in the market if this continues. We got Willis Addison swung 110 calls here for tomorrow. Oh, sorry, not tomorrow. Today's Wednesday. For Friday, obviously Friday expiration. So far, so good. Yeah, it's going to be hard to argue with the sentiment here. You know, like it bounced. It's literally like right back in the prior highs. It just never really dipped down there for you to get a chance. And now you're off and running. There's a huge gap. If you're only looking at this technically, there is a pretty hefty gap in here if we break out about 115, 116 on USO. There's a lot of room for it to run. And if you like individual names, I'm not going to blame you. The Venezuela tops going back into her beginning of the year was a perfect bounce spot, and these have a little bit of a gap to go. CVX, a couple more dollars, and you're heading into that 180 resistance. So, yeah, I still think there's going to be some continuation. Show me a headline that says otherwise, and then we can change the sentiment. But for now, USO is absolutely flying around. I did say the disappointing thing about Battle is it couldn't turn into a loser, but USO kept going higher, and Battle, it just wasn't able to break VWAP. So we got the curl on BATL. We played it. It got to VWAP. But if USO is going to do that, and this is actually turning into a bit of a, now it's just a weak name and starting to sell off. So sometimes the small cappers, you like the low float. So if oil's going, it's typically been pretty good. Just not today for BATL. It's still holding out around the level we like. But USO just made another fresh high, and this is going lower. So you got to take the win that's available for you. You can want it to go to 250, but if the stock only wants to bounce 15 cents, you got to take it.
Yeah, a little disappointing on that one. I mean, we were hoping that there would be maybe a halt over there. It doesn't seem
something.
That's been happening. Is S-Dot open up? No, it is not. VTAK was a story that Adara brought us as well. That's coming to the downside.
That's still holding.
This opened up, and there it was there at 10:15, opens back up and starts to head lower on VTAK. And just quickly here, as we get all these, anytime we hit Iran, oil goes up. It's all right. Yeah, I mean, economics 101 there, and I think that makes sense. Anytime you're going to hit infrastructure or one of the largest producers in the world, I would think that would be right. But I do understand what he's saying about U.S. oil. I mean, with Venezuela and all that, the United States now does have apparently enough oil to be self-sufficient. So maybe that's okay if oil prices go up for the U.S. government, but not great for people, of course, as they look to refuel their cars and heat their homes or whatever everyone's doing. I mean, if oil still stays relatively high heading into the winter months, fall months, that could be a little bit of a problem there as well for that heating situation I just talked about. Okay, more outs here as we start to come back in. That's good. Let's go there for the TQs. 71.20. I'm sitting at 71.25s. There it is. Yes. We get it. Yeah, let's go. Face slapper there again. Another 70 cents now in the money on the TQs, $1. And look, I apologize. I'm not trading like a madman here today. I'm very, very focused on what stocks I'm looking at and how we're looking at them today. Very, very specific strategy. Holding the short in both the NASDAQ and in SpaceX. I like both those shorts. They've been paying out so far so good now, both about $1. AMD, I called this sort of, I may get out of all of my AMD soon at some point, put it in the NASDAQ, put it into maybe even the SOX L. And that is because I do think that AMD, I still like the AI story, but I am worried about some kind of a break right here near in and around $5 for Advanced Micro Devices. The fact that we're actually flat today on this name is a nice story, but I'm not convinced that AMD doesn't have a downside move to it still. So we're going to watch out for that. And then also trying to get out a little bit of Marvell as well, because that name has been tipsy-turvy. We're lucky that we were able to get out before, some of it anyways, before that inclusion into the indexes. So that turns out to be pretty good. But yeah, a little bit nervous about the back and forth here in the market. But yeah, there it comes back in. Yeah, let's go for the market downside. Adara, I heard a little snicker back there. What's up?
President Trump just finished his conference. To quote President Trump from a couple of minutes ago, as oil goes, so goes everything else. Now, I guess as he continues to talk about oil, we're now seeing comments from Iran. Iran's press TV is reporting that apparently Iran will be striking enemy targets at a ratio of at least 2-to-1. So as Iran hears that the U.S. plans to strike, looks like Iran's saying, hey, will strike as well, will actually outnumber your strikes. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara, as always. And man, oh man, this market, just when you thought, there you go. I keep forgetting we have the key. That's my bad.
keep forgetting that he's watching as well.
I can always be hitting the thank you with Derek. He's always trying to watch the show.
Yeah.
He doesn't like it when the market goes down.
Donald Trump may be on our show in the next couple of weeks, by the way, FYI on that one. Nope, not at all, Adara. Nope, not at all.
Well, whatever it was, the second that thank you with Dara happened, we got a bit of a bounce. Like in SMCI was like the newest trade. It didn't bounce off VWAP. Actually closed the gap a little more, got into 26.8 here, so got that quarter in the money. And then right back above the volume weighted average price. So you are seeing the market, a little bit of pep in the step in the market.
Yeah, for sure.
This would be a point where if USO finally puts in a red candle, like maybe shows some kind of a trend break, you could see a VWAP bounce on the Qs. If you're trading something to the south side, maybe you get that. I'm inclined to look for what is much weaker. Like I'm in it, IBIT, that's at the volume weighted average price. That's kind of like here. But if the market bounces again, Intel's still putting in lower highs, and I got away from that to find SMCI, which would be fine as long as it works out. But look at VWAP and trend down. Kind of hit it and quit it, and that's still heading to the downside. 2.5% down. When all the other chips, like look at this, like look at Micron.
Can you take a look at that?
Look at AMD. Look at all the other chip names. Intel's kind of being a bit of a dog here in today's session. And one name that we haven't looked at, and I know it was in the watch list, and we talked about the Broadcom story. It's going to be hard for the market to do that much. Like Apple's been doing some lifting recently.
Yeah, I like Apple here.
It had just gone green and pulled back. Now it has another attempt to be able to go green here. I think this is the type of name that can provide a little bit of leadership back into the upside if it can break 310.5. But for now, I'm still thinking the shorts because USO is whatever. It's still kind of trending to the upside. So SMCI got a bid at 26.7, 26.6, and 26.5. If it breaks through that, then I'm thinking gap fill. So at that point, I want to be down to like the last 10%, and then if it fills a gap, fantastic.
I like that SMCI short. I mean, I think there's some good reason to be short in the market right now. I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty in this world as far as oil, and I just sort of did my little spiel there about AMD and whatnot, and I do think that there's some money still to come out. We have SK Hynix coming through on Friday. I think that's going to be a sap, just like sort of absorbing some of that cash in the space as well as people look to move around and get ready to put some in. I don't know when it's going to come out. I don't know what you're feeling about it. I'm not going to trade it like an IPO. I'm just going to watch it open up, get a lot of liquidity, hopefully, in that. But I'm not taking that first print.
I'm paying for locates.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I want to trade it like a normal
I'm sort of
situation.
thinking about maybe like the first good-looking flat bottom break.
Yeah.
Is what I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
And then try
or
to
even
short
a high break. Like, I'm okay going both ways. I think you are as well. It's just, a little more negative on SK Hynix as we were, as opposed to like an Anthropic or a SpaceX, which is coming to market for the very first time, right?
No opening.
Okay, good call there. I think I like that one as well for that. But yeah, the market's coming back in. SK Hynix, SPCX trying to make some moves as well here into the open market. So we'll just give this all a little bit of a go and see what we wind up doing here with the market as we move forward. But it's 10:40. We've got another update with Adara. Then we're back to here. We'll figure out what's for lunch, and then we'll get ready for the midday madness with Sharif and Joe.
If you're a sector that's not oil, you're probably having a pretty rough day. Energy and minerals to the upside as a group. I mean, you've got slight green here for the larger names in the sector, XOM, CVX, and COP. But then you get names like Valero here or MPC, where they're up like 4 to 5%. So again, as oil continues to rise, as President Trump and Iran continue to make comments about striking one another, oil just continues to push higher here as a sector. Producer manufacturing about half decent. You've got the larger names here, AMAT and LRCX to the upside. Everything else is red. Now let's get to what's really weak here. Tech services, bloodbath. PANW, CrowdStrike, the cybersecurity play is getting hit for the second straight session. I'm hard-pressed to find anything green here. One name that is green here is VRSN. That's about it. You've got Google, Microsoft, Meta, Oracle, Palantir, all sharply to the downside. Consumer services, red. Process industries, red. Commercial services, red. Finance, sharply red. Electronic tech is interesting because you have some bright spots here. SanDisk, ANAT, to the upside, Sandis, because we know we're recovering from a pretty rough sell-off yesterday. But then you have Broadcom also up 4% or so. Apple announcing a $30 billion multi-year commitment with AVGO. But the Mag 7s in this sector are roughly flat, and Intel's red. Another sector that's kind of interesting here, retail trade. You do have some strength of Costco and Walmart, but Home Depot, Amazon, Lowe's, a lot of the other names in the sector trading lower. We're going to send you back over to Sean and Neil. Do make sure to like and subscribe.
CrowdStrike, man.
CrowdStrike and Palo Alto.
Back out there to the upside, man. We like some.
Although, for being real, it's not that bad. The last time it went on a really big jaunt on the weekly, CrowdStrike did have this nasty-looking weekly candle before reversing. So another sort of nasty-looking weekly candle is setting up. The week's not over, but you could pull back into 170 to 175, and that wouldn't be the end of the world.
Dang.
So, yeah, sometimes you have strong stocks that just absolutely, maybe they go too far, too fast, something along those lines. But if that's the case, watch out below. There's your real weakness, 3.3%, and not to pick on them and whatever. I just go to CrowdStrike and Palo Alto because that's what we have. Palo Alto's down 4.5%, but if we're give a little bit of credit where credit is due, like look at how strong these stocks have been. So the pullback isn't that bad. You've got to put things into perspective every single time. The way we keep looking over, we're kind of looking over our shoulder here. If you're short anything that's following the market, you've been looking at USO and oil futures go higher. Now it's looking a little bit more toppish and you're starting to pull back. So that bid could be starting to come in. If that's the case, I guess here it is. It bounces again back in through VWAP. So I'm going to get some out on the volume weighted average price here. Just don't want it consolidating and then breaking higher on me. Like we get lower highs, topping tail, there's an entry. Again, so there's high, lower high, topping tail. When it breaks that prior bar, it gets short, play to the volume weighted average price. But now you're seeing oil pull back. Really starting to think about if oil comes all the way back and battle wasn't a long,
right? Then
doesn't battle become a short?
Yes.
And Sean's like, yes. I'm like,
yeah, I think so.
Yes, I think so too. So it's free locates for us. I don't know why it's free locates for us. Usually we have to pay. Shout out to Real Trading. The fact that we can short this one for free probably would have been better at the volume weighted average price. But if USO does not make a fresh high, maybe consolidates sideways or does a topping tail, first available pop, as long as this high isn't breached, I'll reverse what I think in battle. It's starting to come back in.
So right now we're $1.50 on SpaceX. We're $1 on the NASDAQ. And we said in the chat there, who's short? Neil and I both short. Who's short with us? And there goes the TQs near we just got basically the low of the day. Not basically, we got the low of the day there. I mean, if you talk about open market, that's where we started. We're right back into it. We just take that bid right there and we told you we still had some shares on board. So we do. And that is what that is. And here we go. Let's go, man. Gates of Hell one more time again. Gates of Hell one more time again. There it is, man. There goes SpaceX right now. Look, man, we got greedy and we got it. 149.80. That was
another one.
As we'll ride the bears again to the downside. And we talked about why we were waiting for that level, man. A 150 break. We'll get a little bit greedy and we'll take that to the downside. There's SpaceX again. Written on here, USO, SpaceX, Battle, and IBIT. Neil's on IBIT, so we don't have that one, but that's a nice move too. Back into 61.70 right there. But there goes SpaceX, man. Now $2 in the money on the short. And yeah, did we get stopped out? Yes, we did. Right there. And once it did not break 152, we got right back in 1 minute later. And there it is, the downside. And it's too bad that, we got a bunch out at 51, just trying to play that 50 cents because it was 50 cents worth of risk. So now you're in the money about $1.70 with that 50 cent worth of risk right there. So we're going to play it back into the downside right now. See if we get a little lower. We are definitely aware that this 149 flat held previously. So we're going to wait for that one. And then, what else can we really say right here? Market go boom to the downside right now. So see you later. goes the NASDAQ, and we'll sit there and see if we can't take a bid on this. And I'm just bidding 72s. That was the low there. We'll see if we get it. Maybe, you know what? We'll just punch upside of, okay, well, there it is. We take 80s. So we'll still bid a little bit lower there and take that 72 if it's available. But there it is, man. Hopefully you guys, we've been talking short, both of us, for a while now. And there it goes, the short finally coming back into play here. So yeah, let's go, man. The Bitcoin's downside, TQs, the NASDAQ, there
Everything.
it is. Everything is
Even
downside.
oil's going down now.
Yeah, man. I mean, the market doesn't like it today. And, you know, we favored the short, and now it's starting to finally pay off. So, yeah, it's been a good morning, needless to say here. Yeah, not really too much news.
Bob back in the chat. Well, there's no new news that would be causing the market reversal, but overall, oil's been trending higher all day. Yesterday, you had Samsung concerns, and the second the chip names and DRAM and Micron start to lose it, they try to break. Remember we said, if this doesn't get to like 980, if it doesn't break out that prior close, if DRAM, nice bounce, right? But look what happened in DRAM. Did it even break yesterday's highs? Spoiler alert, no. I'm staring at the charts. I should have asked the question, then I could have looked at the chart for you guys. Did it break the highs? No. And so reverse. You can get that big bounce. If you don't push through resistance and something is in a downtrend, then that's kind of a short to pop. Like, look what happens. There's a resistance level. It gaps up, goes into a resistance, doesn't break it, so it's back down. We push higher. You go into resistance. It doesn't break it, so you continue to go lower. When stocks do this, it's kind of great if you've got the early, but if they can't bust through, there's SMCI. It goes into this double close going into the end of last week, and now it's pressing lower and trying to fill this gap in. So you can have all kinds of early strength, but the overall structure of the market or of the group that you're looking at hasn't broken its downtrend, unfortunately. And I wish, and we all want stocks to go up. Well, I mean, most of us want stocks to go up in the longer term, but sometimes the sentiment is just headed the other way, unfortunately. So right now, the market is and continues to be red. Although I want to, here's the poll I was going to put up. I meant to do this earlier. I was going to put a poll up about USO. And it's a little late now because obviously everyone knows USO went and broke through the high of the day. So here, it's almost 11 o'clock. USO is trading about 113.80. So I'm just going to say over under 114 on USO. So I'm going to show you guys the chart. Everyone in the chat, get ready. This is the chart of USO. Now, I know we're coming at the highs, right? So here's the breakout. Are we going to close above 114, which is close to up 5%? Above 114, or is this the top and we can actually head back down and we're going to get some relief? I think at that point, you're probably betting on something coming from the president to send us in the other direction. So are we over, under, and over?
Oh, boy.
Over, if I can even type here, or under. I'm pretty sure we're going to have people bullish on oil. Start the voting. All you got to do is type 1 for USO over 114, 2 for USO under. And I'm just talking about today. You don't have to make some prediction about the next 5 weeks or months or whatnot. Just let us know. I think oil is going higher. That's where we're going to stay short in the overall sentiment for the day in stocks. So let us know in the chat how you feel about it. Overwhelmingly over, so pretty bearish on the market and bullish on oil today. 77% already. That fits with the theme. Don't fight the trend.
Yeah, I don't think fighting the trend is a very good idea in this market these days, that's for sure. Yeah, we're not doing that at all. And as you can see here, we are really enjoying this market today as SpaceX, we're now $3 in the money on these two positions, including the futures and SpaceX. But I just took another piece at 50 because maybe 50 is that magnet that we had talked about earlier. It doesn't seem to want to break too far away from it and just hovering around 150 right now. I do have another bid at 149.80, but right now it's Adara with money talks, and we'll come back and figure out what's for lunch.
Let's take a look here at the US dollar, and I just wanted to zoom out because this daily uptrend here from these lows going back to January, February of this year, it looks pretty solid. You get this low bounce here above 95, so you get another bounce in late April, mid-May, that double bottom here around 97 halves. Get another bounce here going into June, another in mid-June, and then yet another couple days ago here. Let's see if the US dollar can continue to push higher, because we know we did make our high of the year and actually over 1 year highs couple days ago, or I guess now a couple weeks ago, going back to late June. DXY, not too much to report here. Pretty light day when it comes to economic data. Of course, we're going to keep an eye on the oil just to get a sense of geopolitical sentiment, because we know President Trump basically said, yeah, oil will go higher as we do strikes. Quote, as oil goes, so does everything else. Comment he said a couple minutes ago now. We know Iran's also been trying to escalate on oil too. They said they'll close the Strait of Hormuz if they face fresh attacks, and they also said they'll strike enemy targets at least a 2-to-1 ratio. Now, with that in mind, let's take a look at these inflation expectations, or sorry, not inflation, rate hike expectations. We're still seeing roughly, 70% chance of rates being held at the July meeting, roughly 30% chance that they'll be increased by 25 basis points. But going forward, things are changing drastically. As of yesterday, we basically saw this 375 to 400 being held from September onwards. That would imply a 25 basis point rate hike in September and not any other action going forward. That's changed. So now we're still seeing that 25 basis point rate hike in September, but then we're seeing another 25 basis point rate hike from that point in March. So it's a 50 basis point rate increase over the next 9 months or so. That is a little bit, I think, more hawkish than what we were seeing yesterday. We'll have to wait and see how this develops, but keep an eye on oil prices and keep an eye on the CME Fed Watch tool, and stick with us at Trader TV Live for your oil and inflation and everything else updates. Back to you.
Oil and inflation right now. Yeah, proud dad moment right here.
Breaking ankle.
Marissa just sent me this right here. This is Gia. She's at like a skills camp today. I guess she's number 10. So there she is right there. Whoops. See ya. There's that move right there. And then that's a props up. And here's her playing a little bit of defense right there. Give me that puck. Poke check, see ya, right there, and a little bit more props up there. And there's one more, I think, coming through. Very proud of her. Maybe that's it. Very proud of her there today. Thank you to Marissa for sending that through as the reason why I'm here. So shout out to family. SpaceX trying to go back upside. So again, good couple outs. We got another 149.80 right there. Let's go figure out what's for lunch, and then we'll get out of here. We'll see what's going on. 5 more minutes. Talk about some of our positions as the market trying to rebound just a little bit.
Yeah, we just went through VWAP.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I've covered pretty much the majority of all those trades. I think we talked about that. Sometimes when you get those extended moves, especially heading into 11 o'clock.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Going there as Neil enjoys the last.
I'm trying to eat the fruit.
Breakfast. Oops, I don't want to show this. I almost showed the menu. I don't want to give it away. All right, Mexican today. So you would think we talked about Taco Wednesday. We got the Mexican flag over here. And it's, is this Mexican? I don't know. Roasted herb chicken breast. Okay. I'm Mexican, I guess. Garlic, here we go. It's a bowl. That's the thing. I just read that right now. Power bowl base has mini potatoes and quinoa topped with corn salsa, diced cucumbers and tomatoes, shredded greens. So a little bit, yeah, I guess that makes sense. And then chopped salad, vinaigrette. So it looks like we're going to get a little bit of a bowl there. I'm down. I love bowls. That's one of my favorites things these days, a little bit of a power bowl. Marissa likes to make those easy. Grill up the chicken, throw it on a little bit of lettuce, put some, we like the chickpeas in there as well.
Yes.
Get a little bit of
great source of protein.
Yeah, that action going on there. And then dressing, very good as well. Shares of NVIDIA I'm hearing popping.
Yeah, so there was a crazy wick up in the market. So I punched, looks like it's driven by NVIDIA, but I punched out an IBIT, and maybe this is only NVIDIA going. We're going to go to Adara, because NVIDIA just popped $3, showing a lot of strength.
The information reporting that China is planning on letting top AI firms buy limited amounts of NVIDIA H200 chips. So we've heard this story before. The information shares a report on China and NVIDIA chips, and NVIDIA reacts, and then we hear some information suggesting this isn't the case, and it comes back down. Regardless, right now, the market is reacting very, very well to this report from the information suggesting that NVIDIA could be having its H200 chips purchased, again, limited amount purchased by top AI firms within China. If we get more details on how this will be implemented and what the status is with this, I'll let you know.
NVIDIA might want 200s on this.
Ooh.
That's going to be the high already of the day. 199.87 is the current high of the day. It is pressing pretty strongly. And remember, a few things about NVIDIA. NVIDIA 19 PE, like ridiculously cheap at this point, and it's now bouncing on the 200-period moving average again, because it's already been doing this over and over and over again. It's just buyers down here in the low 190s on NVIDIA. But if you're trading anything to the south side, like it's a bit of a seed change, but like there was a spike up that got into VWAP on SMCI, and then it just kind of, now it's right back under. So I'm not going to change too much here. Holding on to the last 10%. It was looking for that push down to 26.5, then we'll be down to the last 10%. And that hasn't really changed its tone. What I am going to do based on that news is maybe tighten the stop up just so we can't go red on this. Because obviously the market was looking pretty weak.
Yeah, wow.
And now see all the strength that's coming into NVIDIA. So whether, is there sympathy over here, a tiny bit in AMD. This is very much NVIDIA showing the strength from what I can see. So the 200 is going to be a big, big level. I can't seem to really even break the 199 though. Not that there's big size of 199, but that is the second candle in a row on the 3-minute that just failed the third candle in a row that's failed the 199. So this might just be pulling back. Maybe it was actually a reload on SMCI after all. If we don't break 200 on NVIDIA in the next like 30 minutes or so, I think it'll be a reload on some of these chip shorts. Maybe not NVIDIA specifically. U.S. military ready to restart blockade of Iran if ordered to.
Obviously it's market moving. We've seen so many back and forths with that oil story. But right now we are finally getting it. And here it is, Joe. I don't know if you're on SpaceX or not there, Joe, but there it is. There's the break. Back down below. We're now $2 in the money on this SpaceX short. We did get stopped out right there, so we have to talk about that. But we got back in, and there it goes finally. I'm bidding 149 flat. 149.05. Hopefully that will fill. And then we'll see if we get another break of 148.50. I'm out of here. I have bids at 148, 149, 148.25, 147, 146. I think SpaceX goes lower. Needless to say, with those bids $3 lower than where we are right now on SpaceX. And on the TQQs, man, that's been a Brendan-like trade there as we've goated out on the TQQs as that goes down into that level as well. The kids are always saying that now. You're the GOAT of something. And, of course, there now they go back and forth. Ronaldo's the GOAT. Messi's the GOAT. I think Mo Salah is the GOAT there.
What about Joker?
Shout out to Egypt. What a great game they played. Sans the last 20 minutes or so. But that's football. That's soccer. That's every single sport, man. I mean, we're Blue Jays fans. We know what that last second looks like when it's not in our favor, unfortunately. They got a good win yesterday. Now the funny thing is there are 7 games under 500, but are only 3 games out of a wild card spot. So get your playoff tickets ready. I still feel
don't let us in the playoffs because it's a decent enough rotation.
Vladdy's got to get going. I mean, if he doesn't go, the team doesn't.
He doesn't get healthy.
Yeah, so
we have a lot of health issues, and that's a part of the sport. No, I was gonna say it's 11 o'clock. I'm just gonna throw this out there. At what point? I know no one cares about tennis. At what point is Djokovic the GOAT over Federer?
Did he beat?
He beat the Canadian guy, which was an upset. The Canadian guy.
What? He was favored?
He's a 3 seed. Our guy was the 3 seed. Joker was the 7.
Good. Okay.
Yeah, and he was like 5 hours, 5th set, all that nonsense, back and forth. But it's funny, like neither one of us really knows that guy's name, though, right? It's Ali Yassim. It's Ali Yassim Auger.
Yeah, he has
I always pronounce it wrong. Yeah.
He has the hyphen.
I know the Ali Yassim, but the kid is going to win a major at some point.
If he's ranked 3rd.
He's really talented, man. He's the best
He's French, right?
He's the best Canadian men's tennis player, in my opinion, ever, and he will go down as that.
Milos Raonic.
He's going to be better than Milos. Maybe.
I hope so.
I think he will be.
I hope so.
But it is 11. I want to thank Joe for filling in while I was stuck on the transit in. The train, which didn't end. Well, eventually it got going.
Yeah,
But we'll be back at 2. We're going to enjoy our, what are we calling that bowl?
Mexican bowl.
The Mexican bowl.
Mexican chicken bowl.
We'll see how it is. I don't know.
Why not?
It sounded tasty. And we're going to send you guys over to the midday. Sharif is in Sky Q. Joe is probably in
Enjoy the bowl.
SpaceX. We'll enjoy
Get
yourself.
it, Joe. Get in SpaceX, Joe.
Go get him.
Talking about GOATs, let's talk about the market's GOAT, Jensen Huang over with NVIDIA. I have some more details here from this report from the information suggesting that China will be allowing top AI firms to potentially purchase a limited number of NVIDIA H200 chips. Apparently, these firms include Alibaba, ByteDance, and DeepSeek, and the total limit for the chips they could be allowed to purchase will be under 200,000 total. So that's under 200,000 total NVIDIA H200 chips that could be purchased by, again, the likes of Alibaba, ByteDance, and DeepSeek. Just a little bit more clarity on that NVIDIA catalyst as we send you over to Joe and Sharif for what should be a smashing midday.
Smashing midday. I follow you, deep seek, baby. Boom. Greetings and salutations. Beautiful people, welcome to the Midday Show. This is your boy Joey Options. I am Sharif. And Joey, we're already long Sky Q, and I got to do it. There goes Sky Q into the high of the day. We're looking for 41s next. We got 11s on. Go, Sky Q, go. If you were with us yesterday, you already know this is a day 2 runner as it comes into another high of day, Mr. Options, into that 41 area. We're waiting to wet the beak there at last. The print does not come in. So let's say hello to everybody while we have an opportunity over here. Shout out to Hangry Wife. We got Rusta. We got Shane. We got Party P. Shout out to Team Money, man. Yeah, it's okay. You know, it is what it is. My man Ichiro, Andrew Chow, Kalua, your owner. Somebody owns us. Andrew Hemlock. Shout out to Blunder Corp. Love that name. Farm Trader, Yannick, Monty, Callum, Mitchell, Frickin, Miller, Trading, Lemur. Shout out to Darth Trader as well as Think Organics Studio. You're gonna have a studio, Joey. You might as well keep it organic. You know what I mean? I don't even know what that means. Hakuna Matata, Broken Arrow 1973, and Iceberg TV joining us as well. Shout out to Monty G, Snowman, Mike, the Stock Impaler, and Oslam. Not Ozan, Oslam, Kalua, SPX Surfer. He's serving these SPX. Shout out to Trav Man. We got Lemon Family 2, New York Sense, and Robo Girl. Get it, Robo Girl. We got Kirk D, and we got Joey with this message.
All right, this week VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan. With VinFast F6 vehicles together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS.
Oh, that's nice of you, Rick James Trading. Bye. See ya.
What do you say, Rick James?
I don't know,
Trading?
man. I don't know. Something's wrong with him, bro. Maybe he's like down on.
Yeah,
well, a
now
lot
we
of
gotta
people's
figure.
portfolio probably started a little red. He woke up on the wrong side of the bed. You know, he's down a couple of thousand. Who knows what his problem is, but he's got some sort of problem there. But Sky Q, Joey, it is now knocking on the door of 4.5 with a 439 high. We're looking for 4.5 on this one. And, you know, if we clear that 4.5, I'm definitely looking for 5. How's your money, my man?
It's good, man. I'm in the same boat with Paulie D over here, man. Trust me, Friday, your boy Obi is going to be sitting in this seat. Don't worry about that one. Yeah, I mean, hey, guys, we took 2 trades bright and early this morning. I'm like, you know what? Let's let things cool down, because after the show is when I was putting on my best trading. I'm like, sometimes the opening drive, not my best style. We just started to rebound. I think it was CLRO. Boom. Put us right back in the driver's seat. And then once things started to cool down in the afternoon, leading into the imbalances, we hammered some TQQs. So we are fortunate enough to completely turn the session around yesterday. Now we're going to try to do the exact same thing today. Now with Tesla, we took 2 attempts, and this one I just went full throttle, bang, off to the races. And I was going to try to hold my full position all the way to 1270, but I'm like, you know what? If we're not going to go now with the market screaming higher, Tesla ain't going at all. All right, so boom, to the downside it goes, and good thing that we got out, because we added almost 3 times the amount of shares than what we had right here. All right, so Tesla sell side, we would have been done for the day if we bag held all the way through this downward momentum. So yeah, we're gonna keep our eyes on it, and what helped us out yesterday was the small caps. So I hear Sharif going on about Sky Q. What is my first instinct to do is to go and check it out and see if it has that setup. Now, is there anything along the lines of what I'm looking for, a high of the day break? That is, I'm not seeing anything right now, but that doesn't mean the narrative isn't going to change, all right? So we'll be patient. We'll keep our eyes on NVDA, which is, I mean, hey, we'll take it, but we're really struggling around this $200 marker. What does that lead me to do, Sharif? I'll tell you right now, and this is something that I always do.
He likes that.
What's that?
He likes that.
Yeah. But then I think that's like what we do around these neck of the woods now, right?
Yeah, it's like you can't expect me to, you know, like,
exactly to know what's going on. So what do I do, Sharif?
Yes,
we
sir.
look at the options chain. $200, 34,000 contracts. Look how much volume has been traded at that level, okay? 311,000 contracts. Uno momento, Sia. Okay. So once we're done our little spiel right here, we'll send it back to the desk. But 34,000 open here and 312,000 open and closed at that specific level. It's clearly acting as a resistance zone, and until we break it and have the ability to sit on top of 200, maybe there's no long for us to be had in NVDA. Sia, what do you have?
Yeah, just keep an eye out. USO on watch here. Reports coming from Fox News that the U.S. military is ready to start the blockade on Iran if needed and if ordered. Just repeating, USO on watch here. Reports coming in from Fox News that U.S. military is ready to restart blockade on Iran if it's ordered to.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Ozan, 200 is NVIDIA's biggest negative gamma exposure.
Yeah.
Dealers are selling shared to stay delta neutral, and he tagged you and I. Remember, I told him 200 level. Yes, I do remember that. Shout out to Ben Affleck as well in the chat. What's going on there, crap stock? You're making me chuckle. All right, let me look at NVVE because Rex Banner did recommend it. So let's stop, Joe. Right. NVVE. How we doing here on NIVA? We already have it on the side chart, okay? So the deal is we just got back above the volume weighted average price. So we're back in focus here because we were trading below it. In fact, we were kind of using more along the lines of 8 as resistance, kind of maybe a little bit of 8, a little bit of VWAP, which is at 815. But we just popped up into 875. So this is a good look. Now, what I'm going to be waiting for personally anyway before executing on NWVE is a decided close above the volume weighted average price because we've been lured in to these breakout trades before, only to watch them manifest into bull traps. And I'm not feeling like I want to get caught in a bull trap today. So NVVE, definitely a call out there, an appropriate one, but we're going to keep an eye out on it for a good entry. Now, I'm displeased here with SkyQ because coming back down into 15, but lo and behold, this 415 that is a very, very clear area of previous resistance. Sorry, 410, pardon me. So I'm going to take the opportunity to add again here. Now, I got into 411, and this has been holding the 10 EMA on the 5 since basically all day. So there it is. Oh, just removed instead of added. Just get back in there. It'll change my cost basis a bit, but that's all right. And we'll defend into 4. Now, 4 is a breach of the 10 EMA, but I will give myself room here. And you can see I still have a couple of resting orders to add into 4. So my first area of support, and it's not my area, it's what the chart is showing, is 410. 410 doesn't hold, I defend into 4. 4 is out, I lose on this one. Simple as that. Let's bring in the side charts though, because I got more in the pipeline over here. We already talked about NWVE. It's good look. It just closed there for the first time. 10 EMA on the 5 since 10:30 this morning, or sorry, above VWAP that is. So NVVE on its horse here and could take out 9. But we're also looking at BIYA. Another good looker was negative, it looked like, to start the morning over here because it had closed out yesterday at 41 pennies, and today it's seen about 59. It's straddling VWAP right now with a plethora of topping tail candles. That should give you an indication about what to expect from the price action, especially when it makes local area highs. It is almost very likely to retrace, just given the history of this one. Topping tail candle galore, right? OPTU, not a big 9 1/3, but a good steady state pattern, top middle of your screen. Can. Looking real good. Basically recovering yesterday's sell-off. Sold off into about 26 pennies. Today holds 26.50 at the low with a 31.38 high. Looks like a gnarly looking bull flag, right? With an upward tilt. Higher lows, flat top, possibly through 31. I submit to you between 30.75 and 31 pennies, not dollars, okay? Keep your eye out on that. So that's CAN. OTLK, another one that's steady state, higher lows, higher highs, put in a bull flag pattern. Volume is sporadic on this one. Moreover, it's declining. Look at the bottom right of your screen, lower high, lower high, lower high in the volume bar. But you're not getting lower highs quite yet anyway on the price action. So what you have here is price action volume divergence, something to be alive to. PTEN, this is looking fantastic. I don't know if Joey would call this a buy program or not, but it's very much upward and to the right with 981 high. knocking on the door of that $10 area, and I would submit to you probably a pickup here is off the green line, the 10 exponential. Some people use the 9, some people use the 8, whatever. Use whatever you want. WULF as well. This one has a headline. Keep your eye on this one as well. A bit more expensive of a small cap gapper, 22 bucks and change. And I'm not very pleased with the lot of higher lows that we're putting in here. Now, we're holding at VWAP, which is the good news. The bad news is we're unable to put any area highs to breach prior area highs. So that is something to look out for there. As always, if there are any small cap gappers that I failed to mention on this little rundown over here, please tag me, tag Joe, tag us all, whatever. Just let us know, hey, Sharif, you missed this one, and we'll absolutely have a look at it.
Yeah, you got to let us know, guys. All right, we're short a little bit of IBIT here, nothing crazy, a handful of shares. To see if we're going to get a break of this support level. We're down 3%. And guys, keep it respectful in the chat. I don't know what y'all are on today. You guys are typically good, but yeah, I mean, everybody's wilding out today. Is that a cardboard straw? Yes, it is, Wendy's Tendies. We are here to save the ocean. But anyway, tell me, is the short over for Palantir, please? If I knew, I would obviously go hella long, but when names do get typically overdone, you'll find a bounce in them, right? And I think that's what we've seen. Is it done? We want to ask yourself a couple of questions, I believe, on this one. We'll get into my IBIT short momentarily, but let's pull this up. Let's go to a higher time frame and see what we have, right? So what we do have is consecutive higher lows, and then that trend line is broken. Now, if we go to even a higher time frame, and I'm talking about the daily, where I do the most of my TA, and then obviously you have the trickle-down effect where you just break down in increments, whether it be the hour, the 30, the 15, the 5, and then all the way down to the 1. But ask yourself, do you believe that this is any form of strength? Is this a strong pullback in a young girl's heart? Anyways, here it is, right?
And you absorbed it.
Yeah, nah, it's like, all right, we as well go, what's going on there? But no, in all seriousness, right? Like, do you believe the short is over? I mean, you have a couple of whipsaw moves where you crack the trend line, but then eventually it's breached. Am I going to say this is the bottom and is the short over? But ask yourself, is the risk to reward, even if it still continues to sell, is it there? And I don't know if it is. This name is down 38% off of its all-time highs. Now, I mean, I say this all the time. What goes up quick like this, I don't know quick, so it's over a year, but what goes up to the tune of 814%, you're going to probably see an opposite reaction. Now, is it going to go all the way back to that level? I don't believe so. But what you need to ask yourself is, how long is this downward trajectory going to last? And is the buying pressure that I'm seeing strong enough for me to eliminate the thought of, hey, I don't think there's going to be that much more downside move. I like the buying pressure. And what I'm seeing from a weekly, the volume is pretty low, all right? So for me, if you're going for a longer duration purchase, then there's nothing wrong with it. Sean and I had the conversation, is if you're looking to grab, say, X amount, start with 10% here. Put it a little bit lower, 10%, and then if it actually starts to work, then that's when you can add into that position, all right? So to answer the question, is it done? I have no idea, and if I did, I probably wouldn't be sitting in this desk because I would just be full throttle, full port, doing stuff like that, right? Things would be a lot easier, but that's not the case.
That's all right, Joey.
Yeah, man. That's how life works, man.
Straight up. If you don't earn your stripes, then what's really the point of the whole thing?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Mr. Gray something or another. I'm not going to say that.
I like Mr. Gray.
I like Mr. Gray as well, but his name is a little. It's tough
different.
One.
It's different.
It's different. Of course it is. But we got to tell them about this first, guys. Quick reminder: Tradie TV Live members on YouTube get Sharif's daily morning research note every single trading day. Here we're talking about the big market stories, the key levels, the trade plans, Katina, man, as well as the catalyst and what we're watching into the open. It's only $4.99 a month, and you also get members-only videos, posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Hit the join below this video to become a member. Shout out to everybody who's joined, and thank you guys for participating. And guys, not just my morning note, which has a very articulated trading plan. Neil and Sean are posting videos now, very specific videos about trading methodology and trading strategies. You're not going to be able to get those unless you are a premium member. So you got to get that. And thank you very much again for everybody.
Say that last part again.
Premium member?
Yeah. Is that what? Oh, is that what the morning note comes with? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a. Well, you and I talked about this freemium, right?
Yeah.
You get the free morning note, and then there's a paid morning note.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Right? It's a freemium. Shut up, Joey. Why do we got to expose that? All right, let's.
Well, no, I didn't mean to. no, in all seriousness, because I didn't know when you said Sean and Neil. I didn't know what are they doing?
The videos. You didn't see the videos?
Oh, okay, that's part
brother?
of the thing now.
There's custom videos. There's emoticons. There's a bunch of stuff.
All right.
Oh, all right, guys. NVVE, great call out by you guys on this one. It is rapid. Into 9 1/4 with a 944 high. Here we go again. But I want to tell you guys something. Let me tell you something. $10 could be. Oh my days, Joseph options. It just rocketed
why didn't
up.
you tell me about that?
I just finished talking about it. From 9 1/4 into 9 3/4, and here comes $10. Now, $10 could be a very technical area of resistance. It could put us back possibly into 9, maybe 9.5. Let's load up NVVE over here, which is stealing all the glitz and glamour away from SkyQ, and that's not good for my position in SkyQ, I'll tell you that. So let's load up NQ over here, NVVE. We're looking for this one, SkyQ bleeding its own blood below 4. 995 limit up. 995 limit up here on NVVE. Looking for a buyer in and around the $0.50 in. Where are we in? We're in at 670. Whoa, wow. Dropping into 9.5, looking for a hold. Let's see if the buyers do step in at 9.5. 9, I'm out. It's simple as that. So we can't give it any more below 9. Let's see if the buyer at 9.5 kind of pushes us at least to attempt at 10 touch. Tempted to touch. Remember that one, Joey? With the woman, man, I need you so much.
Of course.
Remember,
How could
Ruby, bro?
Yeah, man.
Where's he been, man?
Monarch, bro. What?
Oh my days. NVVE coming into 9 1/3. What are you looking at, Joey?
Same thing as you, brother. I'm still short IBIT here. Let's see if we get a pullback. We're going to add a little bit of shares. See if price action turns around here. So I'm hyper-focused on the tape and what we have going on.
Like it.
I'm going to wait for this pullback, a retest of the high, and then it can get going. So as soon as some strength steps in, we're going to punch and rock and roll on this one. I seen what you said there, farm trader. I mean, volume 12 million shares. I don't know what the float is on this bad boy, but we'll wait just in case this pullback's a little bit deeper than what we're expecting. But as soon as that tape goes absolutely bonkers and you see a bunch of orders, we might be going, oh no. Okay, good thing we didn't get it in there, but I wasn't clicked on the L2. So let's see if that momentum really starts to uptick, and the volume's obviously going to want to follow. And we just don't want any form of capitulation, right? We don't want it to break down too aggressively. So yeah, we'll keep our eyes on it. 950. I was going to post up at 920s, but I'd rather just follow the price action of something. So yeah, we could take a look to see if NVDA has stated fake news on this stuff. I mean, we've gone through this before, right? So until they physically have the chips themselves, I'm just going to take it for what it is. We've had this back and forth consistently throughout the whole conversation of, okay, it's going there, it's not going there. Okay, they can have it. No, they can't have it. Just a bunch of regulatory BS, in my opinion. So until they physically hold them and they're like, they've received them, I'm going to stick to the narrative that they're not getting them. And I'll look a little bit more into it momentarily. Are you wowing an NVE here, or are you wowing my take there?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, what are you in at? You got 49.
$49, my boy. And here comes. We're looking for the 10 breach, Joey. But you know what we always say, right?
What do we say?
Like that 990 could be the 10. Right? I mean, it doesn't have to hit 10. It could end. It could go.
Oh, there it goes.
And there it goes again, taking out all my orders. We've got to. Well, no, we're a little bit low on shares now, Joey. So we got to be selective as to where we take it out. We got 46s on this one. Here comes the $0.50 again, and there gets defended the $0.50 again. It is a 990 high. It is a double top at that 990. So that tells me one thing. Is that there is a pretty convicted seller at said 990.
There is.
And he's got some money here, Joey. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to put the kibosh on the price ascension here. So continuing to watch, looking for a 10 breach, right? 2/3 of a dollar resistance, currently $0.50 support. Looking for a decided move up into 3/4. You're not seeing that now. In fact,
I think
you're getting that Pardon me?
I think it's going to break down here.
Yeah, it feels like that 9.5 buyer is a hidden buyer as well, Joe. That's the thing, right? There's nothing posted on the gateway that you can quite see. You're only seeing 1, 2, 3 lots. Here comes the $0.50 buyer. We'll flatten out here, break even on the remaining amount. Looking for a bounce back up. Anything could get me back in, especially if I see something above 3/4. Here we go. 2/3 again showing up. Nothing doing here though, Joey.
No,
it's that
sir.
$0.50 to 2/3 that's kind of, we're locked in a little bit there as a range. Let's see how this resolves. And the thing is about this one, Joe, is that it can rocket up 50 pennies quick as you like.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. It's either going to break down here and not hold this previous pivot high, or it's going to break through that $10 marker.
No,
right? So that's why I
definitely.
got my eyes on this stuff
Good
here
job.
really clearly, just in case it does want to break down. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some form of wick out. But what we do have is like a 4 or 5 minute consolidation now at this point without us actually breaking down, but the tape not really working in my favor. Okay, there we go. There we go. This is wave. This is the wave that we are looking for. Now, can that be sustained?
The way of the warrior.
Is the real question that I want to be answered as I continuously. Come on, there it is. There it is. There's a wave that we want to see. NVVE.
Wave.
That's my track right now. I'm slowly drifting.
Hey.
So here it is. Let's see if we can drift a little bit higher, Sharif.
Tokyo
there it
drift,
is.
Joey. There it goes. All
Well,
right,
I mean,
loving it.
I don't know
loving
what's
it.
going on here, man.
Yeah, it's okay, Joey. Everything's good. There
we go.
it goes.
That's what
We're
I'm
back
talking
in,
about.
man. We're printing up storms over here. There it goes through 10. Give me my money, man. Are you kidding me? Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, there it goes. All right, very happy with this trade. We got $0.75 of a
Come on, give
dollar
us
on
another wave.
10 resistance. Go ahead, Joe.
No, that's all right. I mean, I don't know. Do you have a better price than I got right now?
I got 9
You got 5
1/4,
cents better than me. So anyways, we're going to try to rock and roll. There it is. Bang. Okay, now we're partying, Sharif. It's a party. It's a party. It's a party. We take a little bit off right
if
there.
I want to. My bad.
I don't know where the price action is on this chart, so unfortunately I can't show it to you here. I'll put it over on this chart while we do a little transactions. I'll just operate from the level 2. Another strong uptick, and we're ready to rock and roll. I took half off right there, ladies and gentlemen. FYI. And if we get another strong pop, I'll take half of what I had on there.
Seller at 15, Joe.
Seller at 50. I see it on the tape there. He keeps stepping in. Let's decimate him, as Sharif would typically like to say.
They killed him, Joe.
Yeah, they
No,
killed him. They
yet.
haven't killed him yet. He's still fully alive. We broke his shield, though. We broke shield's broken. You're not a COD gamer. Shield's broken. He's down.
I think I can sympathize, though. I mean, I get it. Get it, Adara. All right.
Was now the time for that?
There it goes. Joseph options in the 35.
Shield's broken. All right, C4 on him right now. Obviously, I'm being highly sarcastic right there, guys. This is a little bit of COD talk. I was a big COD gamer back in the day, but there it is. We got our loadout now. We tick off. I'm sitting on about 2.5%, as this was a nice little scalp city for us here on the day, brother.
Scalp kitty.
All right.
Oh yeah, my bad, bro.
No, it's all right.
I usually just I hype you up, right? You're hyping you up in the background.
Got the ad-libs in the background.
We're having a great time, guys. 10 buyer. So by the same token, there's a 10-15 seller, okay? But there's a 10 buyer here. Now it can zig 2, 3 below. Break even on the remaining amount. But decent trade.
Take it. Yeah, we'll take it.
Decent trade. Very happy. Good winner here for me to start out the day. We are not winning, though, on Sky Crap over here, Sky Q. We are 12 pennies out of the money on here. We are 2 pennies below $4, and I am running out of patience with this one. It's going to have to get above 4 here, and sooner rather than later. So we'll keep a close eye here. I'm not liking what I see, guys. Full disclosure on Sky Q. I don't want to say I'm in trouble, but this is not good. Right? If it loses 90, I'm going to have to draw my line in the sand. I was putting 88s out initially as my stop, but I might even move it up, even a little bit tighter. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Shout out to my man Ozan. Give his money. Mr. Gray. Can't say where I work. That's okay. We're not public anyway, but soon all light switches and bulbs in home will be on LF bands. As example, I'll send suppliers for chipsets tomorrow. By pool today, you lucky duck you. If you guys are wondering what I'm talking about there, he was basically telling me something technical about, where technology is going. So I was asking him, why should I think that and what should I be investing in? So he's responding to me there. Pug Life. That was a heartbreaker. Yeah, it is what it is, man. Pug Life, you got to roll with the punches, though. Christ eternal God.
Pug Life's
This
in the
market is
chat?
hot garbage. Yeah, Pug Life's in the chat.
No
baby.
way.
Yeah, he's doing that thing. By the way, I didn't hear you're back from your friend Jesse Hernandez. Yeah,
I know,
messaged him. didn't
I know,
hear
man.
back.
He's MIA right now. Where is Pug? Bro, Pug Life. Long time no see. Wow, good to have you back, man. Yeah, wow. Hope everything is good. Pug Life, yeah. I know Mike Peter Ryder, yeah. I mean, Blicky was messaging
What did Blicky
Jesse
say?
as well, too, so hope all is
Yeah?
well. And no response on that one. But
No. I'm worried a little bit, man.
all right, man. So there it is, guys. We're still short. That was a nice little fun scalp city here on NVVE at the break of the high of the day. Boom, we got that push through. And then eventually, after that flush, we get out. And then now we're just sitting in some small shares here on this IBIT trade. Let's see what Juan and Adara have for us.
In 3 minutes, the European market will close for the day. But what should we watch heading into that close? We'll get all the info that we need with Juan over here for the Euro Close segment.
Thank you so much, Adara. So pretty much European markets in the red based off that huge headline from the NATO summit in Turkey from President Trump. Surging energy prices, aggressive selling across European markets, as well as investors retreating to that from risk assets. We take a look down at the indexes right now. Stocks Euro 600, that's down by 1.43%. Down to their 1 week low, systemic tech trimmings as well as high energy inputs, prompting a really broad index de-risking. We also see in Germany, the DAX down by nearly 2%, over 500-point drawdown. They're down below their resistance, the support of 25,000. It was led down by heavy hits to Vonovia, down by more than 3%. Deutsche Bank also got affected by more than 2%, and also SAP, down more than 2% as well. Most of the industrial, travel, as well as banking sectors took a huge hit, especially in Paris. UK, FTSE 100, they were partially cushioned. Basically, Shell and BP bringing it up a little bit. But yeah, major headline, like I mentioned earlier, was Trump declaring that the MOU ceasefire was pretty much over, a waste of time. That followed some retaliatory strikes against Iran over in the Strait of Hormuz. So that sent oil prices skyrocketing. We saw Brent crude going over $5, past the $78 per barrel. WTI was also topped up at $74 a barrel. Energy desk basically reacting to all this diplomatic chaos right now. So this spike poses an immediate threat to the entire Eurozone. We saw, like I mentioned earlier, consumers, banking, and transportation blocks being heavily affected. Air France and Wizz Air, they were dropped by about 5%. Lufthansa also slid by 5.4% after a Citigroup rating downgrade for about a sell. Also, automotive sectors, Mercedes was hit in Germany as well. And all this domino effect, it's definitely affecting that of the yields and central bank ECB prints, because the fixed income desk, they're pretty much repricing that of the central bank's trajectories due to the energy shock. That's also pushed the German 10-year bond yield to about 3.03%. Now, all this global hawkishness, as well as even a rate hike from Reserve New Zealand Bank, not looking good, especially in terms of sentiment ahead of the US Fed minutes in Europe.
Yeah, these sentiments here are not too great, but these segments certainly are. We'll get another one with one at this desk to tackle the Asian markets at 3:30 p.m. See you there in 4 hours. Thanks again, Juan.
Great information, Juan. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, NVVE broke down pretty aggressively, guys. It is holding 9 right now, 1035 HOD at $9 now. That's a key area of support we're going to look for. Look at this area over here, top of your screen, I mean. We couldn't breach 9, dropped down to 7.5. I mean, we breached 9, but on a wick basis only. And then dropped back down to 7.5. So I'm looking for 9 here as support. I'm not involved, as you can see, on this one, but I'm quite interested in getting in with a possible current candle low as my out. Current candle low is $9. Prior candle low, $9. Okay. Say less. 925 buyer here, 22, looking for a dip, 23, 25. Okay, let's try this one. See if we can get a nice bounce back. possibly. I defend into 9. That's kind of my move here. Let's see if we can get something on this one. Quick scalp, maybe a little bit more. Let's go ahead and throw in that stop. 880, we'll give it a little bit of room. What do we have on? 31s, show me 34, so nothing really to write home about here. Zigging and zagging. This one, despite all the volume it's done and the speed at which the price action is developing, it's only done 16.2 million shares per day. Or per day right now, sorry. Ooh. So that is the situation. 34, there it is. 39, 42, 44. We're printing. Looking for a little bit more. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man. I'm feeling all sorts of singing today. I don't know why, but
it's the weather.
That's the way it is, man.
It's the weather.
The weather, yeah. It's 5,000% degrees outside, brother. This is your kind of weather.
Oh yeah, I went for a little heel toe express down
How was
the
it?
way there. Great, man. It's always nice. I can't believe how much of a dump Dundas Square is, though, man. They need to clean that.
Sankofa Square. See Brad Bradford. He's challenging Olivia Chow for mayoral race in the fall. He wants to rename Sankofa Square into something different. That he's running on that, despite the fact that he approved it because he was on city council and it was put to city council. And he gave it the nod, but he's trying to blame the working group for not doing or misleading them on the research or whatever. Anyway,
bro, I think there's much bigger problems going on than having the name of whatever you would like to call that corner.
Agree.
Anyways, yeah, let's head over 197. Listen, I'm just reading a couple articles here on what's going on. I mean, it's once again a rumor with these H200s for NVDA. This doesn't look overly strong, this buying. And with that being said, it's the exact same spiel that I was giving on with Palantir, is that does this buying look strong? And the question to me is no. And that's why I've stated I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more downward price action. And I'm happy to say that I'm sitting on a little bit of cash. I mentioned just a little bit over 10% in my long term, and in the swing, we're going to be sitting on some as well too. So I'll just be grabbing some more, anything south of what we're currently trading at right now. So, and I believe we'll be able to get it in the 80s. Something's going to drop, and the street's not going to like it. It's just how it works. But am I hitting the panic button? Absolutely not. And Sean and I were having this conversation this morning as well too. It's just like, here's Broadcom. Who do we want to grab? Like, I understand, hey, Alibaba's down 45% off of its highs, Broadcom being down 28%. Where do we want to put our money? And I think it just has to be somewhere along the lines of Broadcom. And that's just where I stand, right? Like, to each their own. And we'll take a look at how Alibaba's been on the day. A nice gap up and following through with its price action. So things are looking pretty good, right? So it's not a horrible look. They're both extremely strong here today. Broadcom up, where was it? I just had it up on my chart. Now it's gone now. 4%.
4%.
4%. Yeah. And then Alibaba up, 8% plus probably at this point. So, things aren't absolutely treacherous. 11%, damn. So some nice movement there. TKO Holdings up about 0.25% there, Sharif. So we like that. And if we want to head over to the banks, JP Morgan and Company down 1%, and then Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs down 2.4% as well too. So crypto space weak once again. I have no issues with adding a little bit of shares into my position. We are short that right now. It was the break of a support level, but as long as we construct and fail to break this pivot high, then I think that's a green light for me to add. So what we do, we just draw our basic trend line, we reject in this neck of the woods, and then we're adding more to that short. You still planning on making a trip here to AZ? Pug Life, yeah, man, my guy. Yeah, I want to go check out. There's a couple of places on my list right now. It's Austin, Myrtle, and then Scottsdale. I want to go check out Scottsdale and Phoenix in Arizona. Maybe go check out the Grand Canyon as well too.
That's a nice trip,
yeah,
bro.
so that's something those are my top 3. Kenneth Zaw says go to Turkey. Why don't you go to Turkey, bro?
Well, go to Turkey. It's a sick country to go to.
It is.
Yeah, you don't have to go for that reason.
But no reason.
I love it. Ozane's from Turkey. We were talking about my trip there. I absolutely loved it, man.
Yeah. Oh, you went there?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
2022.
sick.
It's fantastic, bro. I went to Istanbul.
Yeah. How was it there? Did you get some kebabs?
Stuff. Number one, it's very cheap, relatively speaking.
Yeah.
An Uber ride that took me an hour and a half was $25 US. This is back in 22. So
how long was that Uber ride?
An hour and a half, I just said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't really.
It's all good.
Yeah.
So the Uber ride was quite light. And everything that is kind of domestic is super cheap. If you want to get anything imported, like if you're going to buy shoes, Nike shoes, you're going to pay full price. Probably a little bit more.
But everything else that's
everything else
there
is fantastic.
And it's a nice country. Very beautiful country. Beautiful country too.
Great country.
Yeah,
great
I gotta go. Yeah, the Library of Alexandria. I want to check that out for sure as well too.
My city where I was born. Baby.
Alexandria. That's sick, man.
That's where I was born.
Yeah, I'm a big kid. That's why I've always loved Egypt, man, and the pharaohs like King Tut. And
they do their thing.
I remember as a kid, I would always go to the ramen, and the first thing was like beeline into the mummy.
See, that's funny because like I would beeline it to the
dinosaurs.
Yes,
yeah, man, I'm
right away.
The dinosaurs.
Let's get to this super chat. $5 super chat. No teeth, please. 60. 69.
That's crazy.
What is happening? Love it. What are your thoughts on Bull? I'm not a fan. As a buy for the long-term account, also thank you guys for always bringing such great energy every day. Thank you for the super chat. Very kind of you.
Yeah.
I hope you know my analysis here doesn't put a damper.
I'm gonna add. Sorry to interrupt you.
Of course.
I'm gonna add a little bit. I'm gonna add a little bit here on this.
On your IBIT, eh?
On this IBIT.
How to
Nothing
put
crazy. We just double it up there.
All right. Well, let's look at Bull. Of course, we're talking about Webull, right? Which I think, when did it IPO? Back in 22? 22, really? Hold on, for real? Oh, it's de-SPACed. It was a SPAC. Yeah. Okay, so de-SPACed, I think, in April of 25. Okay, because it was SPAC before that. It was hugging 10. You can tell. That's typically your tell there that it had de-SPACed when its price action is so closely tied to 10 for so long. And then moved up to $80. And now it's at 703. That's current price action. I don't like it. I don't think the chart really gives you anything to be positive about. You're getting a series of lower highs and lower lows. You're below key moving averages, whether you're looking at the simple or exponential. That purple line is the 200 simple. That blue line is the 200 exponential. And right now, they're both overlapping at $8. But aside from that $8 possible resistance, you're also seeing a lot of resistance locally anyway, since let's say mid to late April at $7.50. No closing prints above $7.50, none at all, right? And then above that, you're also looking at $7.80. Look at this area here of support, multiple areas of support right around $7.75, $7.80. So you've got multiple resistance levels that you've got to get through. I'm not saying you can't get through them, but it is something to be alive to. Now, you are trading above the 50 moving average, which is the red one, red line. But to me, you've got to get above 8 and stay above 8 to really say, okay, you know, maybe we can make a move back to 15. Maybe we can make a move back to 17.5 here on Webull. But, you know, this one never really caught love like Robinhood
No,
did.
it never did,
like
man.
SoFi did. I know it's a little different,
Yeah.
right? But you know, you figure there would have been some sympathy. Maybe there was initially, but no continuation.
Yeah, no, that's something that's definitely taken a little bit longer. So Joe, Grand Canyon South Rim is the way to go, says Mopar. Yeah, thank you for that super chat, man. I want to go check it out, man. All that stuff that I want to go and see, and hopefully next year. But there's some things that we need to take care of first on our home front before we do all that big time traveling and stuff, right? So, anyways, yeah, but again, you live one life, so you gotta enjoy it as well too.
That's what I said to myself, bro. I was like sitting there saving for like almost a year. I'm like, let me just
go get it out. Yeah. You know what I mean? Go get the urges out and just the want to see what's around you and enjoy stuff, and then just lock right back in. Just like we're gonna lock right back in here on this IBIT short, looking for the breakdown. As soon as this level is broken, the volume weighted average price, we're at a dodge. Lele, what's up, girl?
I love this girl.
You're by, brother. You're the son of Cleopatra. Can you look at skin? It has news and a lot of buying.
I love her.
Leo.
So shout out to Lele, man. All right. Shout out to Leandra. Let's look at SKIN, because remember we were trading this one yesterday, right? So this one is a holdover. SKIN, is it still there? Okay, so got to the 200, Lele. Right? But it's done this kind of dance before, and that's what concerns me. Look at all these 200 touches over here, ends up dropping. 60 pennies, good support, breaches above the dollar, Funny thing about today's price action on Skin, Lele, is that we actually breached yesterday's high, despite the fact that we are negative right now. Underline that right now, right? Because we opened up at $1.10. We're trading at 106, 105. The low of the day is 102.5. The high is 121. The high yesterday was 118. So by definition, we've already breached yesterday's high. But you know what I'm going to say? Look, we're kind of tied up there between the 200 exponential and the 200 simple. The good news is we were rejecting the 50 exponential. Look how many times this one popped into the red line. As soon as it got there, it fell back down. Now that all changed, especially the day, not the day before yesterday, but yesterday, clearing that 50 quite decisively. Now, if you do get above and stay above the dollar, I think you're definitely going to need to get through that 160 to 175. That's a long shelf. It's a long area of resistance there, especially from the breakdown right around October of last year to the fail of the $1 level in February of this year. So I'd like to see a move, not only just above the 200s, but above 160 to 175. I like this one. What was her comment? It has news and a lot of buying. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Look at that volume bar on the bottom right, Lele. I mean, it just overshadows all the other volume bars combined. Yesterday, it did a combined 85 million in volume. Today, not so much, 1.365. So I don't think Skin is bad. I don't know anything about the company personally, other than to say Skin Health Systems, $136 million. What else? They are a beauty health company, a global medical aesthetics company anchored by a hydrofacial professional skincare treatment and supported by complementary offerings, including skin stylist, microneedling, and hydroscalp with Curavive. Sounds very interesting over here. The float on this one, we'll just give you that super quick. The float on this one, 112 million shares. So quite large for, you know, a small cap gapper like this. I don't necessarily hate it. Look for that breach of the 120 and a move into 160. That's what I would say, Lele. I hope you print. While we pause for a second, Sia is going to tell you about this.
Amazon a little bit to the downside. AMZN reports coming in that Amazon is working on an Alexa AI project that's codenamed Moonraker to handle multi-step requests like booking a ride and texting a friend. So internal documents are projecting more than $100 million plus in GPU costs in this year. That is the 2026, making it Alexa Plus's highest cost new initiative. This is coming in from multiple reports and Business Insider. Just repeating, Amazon a little bit to the downside, down almost 2% on the day, working on Alexa AI project named Moonraker.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. And welcome to Shrimp McLaughlin, 9681. Thank you for signing up for the YouTube Premium membership. Shout out to Pug Life 77. Thank you for signing up as well. Shout out to my man, Pug Life. He's in the house, Joey.
I know,
now
man.
He's a premium YouTube.
It's been a while. I've always like, man, where's Pug Life, man?
He's here, baby.
And he's back. So I'm
Bizak.
glad
Right, man. I'm not liking anything here, but NVVE is starting to give me, feels like it could be headed back up here, Joey. We're going to get involved and we're going to defend into the volume weighted average price. So here we go. We got 29s on, showing 32. Let's see how we do here.
All right, man. Good stuff. So this short really starting to pan out for us right now. As we did add, we rejected that trend line to a T. So that's some textbook stuff right there. And that's what we're looking for. So hopefully we get some continuation to the downside. I mean, from an intraday standpoint, we obviously want it to bleed from a long-term.
Your own blood?
Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, it's bled a lot of people's blood, including Mr. Michael Saylor, who had to offload some to pay some dividends. So let's see. Welcome.
Did you see? Because you're about that as well. I'm sorry to interrupt you, because you're about this Kalshi whole thing.
Yeah.
Did you see the odds of Saylor adding Bitcoin by like mid-July or something like this, where it was over 50%?
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you the one that pulled that up?
No, well, I didn't see that one in particular, but that's his things, man. That's his thing. Sell the preferred. The preferred hits a certain level, sell or sell that, buy Bitcoin.
Just saying.
It's literal. It's what he's been doing for quite some time.
Because it's I don't want to say that of Bitcoin is anchored to everything he does and says, but it is heavily influenced. You know, when he buys, there seems to be a nice little move up. When he sells, is obviously.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I mean, he sold 34, and like that one time when he's like, I mean, that's just to fuel the yacht or just buy some new corporate stuff or something along those lines. Nothing substantial. But then when he had to sell it, I mean, to pay the dividend or whatever he had going on there.
Divvy.
Listen, he holds a pretty good amount from a percentage standpoint at 800,000 BTC. You would think, Sharif, he's like, if you go back and you look at his dot plot, excuse me, of when he's buying it, I don't know how much strategy is behind it, to be honest with you. So you just go every so often, and I believe it was July of last year was the last biggest purchase. Don't quote me on it. Anyways, aside from that, it was before it peaked, but he's still been buying it, and you still don't see those massive rebounds. So what I think is going on is behind the scenes is you have these whales, these Bitcoin whales, the early investors of when the white paper came out, and they had the ability to grab all of this stuff. Now, flowing this over to some of these institutions, it's just been sell-off. So I don't know how much now. He wants to control the demand of it, I believe, at some point, just by having it. And with that being said, he'll have control of the price. Yep. But I don't think that's necessarily 100% of the case, right, as we see.
I just kind of meant sentiment.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. I don't think he controls the price and this sort of strategy. And that's not what I mean. I just feel like he does dictate the sentiment at any one period. Yeah.
It's a big part of it.
It's a big part of it. There goes NVVE back into 9 2/3. We've got 929.65 showing up. We already got the print there, I believe, at 69, right? Because it did pop up into 70. So we did get the 69 print there. So shout out to my man Ozan. But we're not out of the water, man, because we need this one to decisively clear 10. And that's eluded us. It's been eluding us because 1035 is the high. We spent almost no time down there. Now they're selling in the low to mid 60s when they were selling in the high 60s before. So watch for a stair step down. I'm interested in this one. I'm interested in it for taking out $10. And I put a good position on here in the latest entry. Full disclosure, we gave back some right here when we got in, and then we got stopped out through 880, right? So we did give back some after our initial positive trade, trying to get back what I lost on the second trade on this one, but not immediately apparent, Joey, whether this is going to head to 10 and in a straight line. The short's keeping this one down, at least for the moment. So TT Mass did point out this one, so I want to shout out my man TT. 395. Looking really bull flaggish here, TT Mass. This looks really good. Good call out on your part. This is TVRD. Let me just throw in the ticker there. TV. What's so funny, Joey?
Ben Affleck, the one.
Ben Affleck, yeah, I know. He's crapping on Bitcoin. I saw he's like Bitcoin to 30K. Well, he's not wrong. You and I have said 38, 39K, so I don't disagree with Ben Affleck. Maybe a little bit higher than 30K. But TVRD, guys, bull flag, breakout. I'd submit to you there was a 350 seller. We couldn't shake the 350 seller. Then they killed him. They killed him on about 328,000 shares of volume at 1125 candle, and now we got a 395 high. I don't know what we've done in terms of total volume on the day. 6.81 million shares with the average volume of 1.32, so not a bad look. This one's earned its way onto the side chart. We're going to definitely keep an eye here. Oh, no. NVVE dropping back down into 20s, and here is 9. So we're going to keep a close eye on this one. Possible add opportunity here for a move back up. 9.5 fail as it stands, though, Joey. We're out of the money by 9 pennies. What do you got?
Yeah, all right. Good stuff, man. Yeah, that thing's, I was looking at it, too, for a little bit of a continuation. Here goes Bitcoin starting to find a little bit situation. Will arrive. Here is 3.4%. That was a classic, man, back in the day.
A lot of classics, man.
Taylor Swift told you in investor money only sells rocks she finds on the street.
Yo, did you hear about that wedding? That wedding was supposedly ridiculous, eh?
Well, I mean, obviously, if someone is working...
Apparently, they were making a big deal about who dressed her.
Yeah.
Like, apparently, like, Chanel got beat out by somebody.
Oh, yeah?
It was
apparently... They make a big money off that.
Exactly.
Let me say this to you.
Go ahead, Joey.
If I was worth what Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift were, the last place that I'm getting married is in Madison Square Garden. That's like the last place, like downtown New York. But anyways, it's each their own, right? Started recently, started good, but now account draining down 3K this week. Any tips? I try to follow y'all, but seem to pick wrong / late every time. NVVE. There you go. Started recently, started good. Congratulations. I don't know if you've ever heard this, but you don't copy trade, all right? That's not the objective of what you have to learn. That's what we're trying to do, is just so you do your own thing, all right? You can't because there's a delay. It just doesn't work. Copy trading, there is no long-term success to that. Now, it's unfortunate that you're down that much. It sucks. Hopefully you get it back. But I'm also not going to baby you into the point, oh, I'm sorry. No, what you got to do is here, focus, make sure your risk measures are in check, make sure that you're looking for high quality setups, and then sure enough, you'll be on your very own merry way. But the importance is just being able to do things. There is no success to copy or mirror trading at anybody else. We can give you the idea, but you have to come up with your own entry and exit strategies, all right? So hopefully you can recover, and I'm sure you will at some point, but it's going to take a little bit longer. If you're new, be prepared for a little bit of a roller coaster of a ride. I don't know how you feel about that, Sharif.
Yeah, I quite agree with everything you just said there, man. NVVE is trouble. We're break even on this one. Seller at 10 here. I'm going to get out here, break even on the remaining amount, because yeah, I'm not liking this one here at the DCA just to get break even on this one. So that's not the move. But there is another one that's moving here. BIYA just got into the high of the day. This one got into 60 pennies. I guess, flat top breakage through 55. There was no closing prints above 55 all day until possibly, if we close above it now, this candle's got 2 more minutes. We have been above 55 on this 1035 candle, but it failed. It failed pretty miserably. Oh boy, 61 pennies now. BIYA really breaking out. Keep your eye out on this one. Let's load up BIYA. Oh, SkyQ is starting to curl here. We might have another one to trade, but we're going to look at BIYA for now. BIYA, what do we got? Oh, coming back down into 59. Okay, let's see if it's able to weasel back above 60. I'm going to keep a close eye on this one. I like the look of this one's jib. Shout out to my man Ivan. Joe.
Yo.
Does it work? Does it work? Short, Sharif, long, exit, profit. I have no idea what he's talking about there, but cool.
No, I'm saying it does work. Short at Sharif, long. That doesn't work either, man. Trust me.
What does that mean?
He's going counter. He's saying I think he's going
trade me.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Good luck, man.
Good luck, brother.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Trust me.
61 pennies here on BIYA. Looking for a breach of 61 and a continuation possibly into 66 to 69. We're looking for 2/3 here. This one's volume's really picking up. We're almost about 51 million shares, give or take. Watch out for this one, but I'm also looking at SkyQ starting to curl here.
All right. So, FJ, that's a great question. I was just going to type it in the chat. Now, you got to understand, on a short day, now, what do you mean? Like, because looking back at data makes things a lot easier, right? Hindsight being 2020. Now, if you're referring to my Tesla longs, if I knew it was going to be a short, then I would be shorting it. But I thought that we'd get somewhat of a bounce. And why? If you actually look at the NASDAQ during this time frame, and I'm talking about from 932 to 949, it's moving up, right? So with that being said, I thought we would be able to take advantage of a laggard play. Now, if it was down and if it was that simple, obviously we would be going to the short side and not fighting the times we do. But at the end of the day, I was correlating what I was seeing in the NASDAQ and the SPY as we were climbing right out of the gates here today. So you can see that between that time frame that we were moving higher, and I thought that Tesla was going to participate. So that was my reasoning behind that. But now you can see that I'm short Bitcoin, and I mean the market is overall down with SpaceX running into $147. We were talking about that $145 support level this morning, but Bitcoin isn't selling off that aggressively, right? So it might be a little bit more of a grind, and I believe I added at the right places. So let's see if this one's going to work out for us. Now let's head over. There might be some positive gamma Ozan. I completely agree with you on that $200 marker, right? And what does he mean? Like Ozan and we're looking at the exact same thing, and the way it's described might be slightly different. All right, so he's talking about the positive gamma. And that's what I'm referring to, or the negative gamma over here at that $200 marker. Well, what is that correlated with? Why is he stating all of this gamma exposure? Well, look at it here, right? This is your gamma, but it's correlating with the open interest that is still left at that strike price, okay? So this has the most amount of size right here at that $200 level. Now, moving forward, what I actually wanted to take a look at is where is this bottom going to be here on SpaceX? I told you I have a bid at 125. Are we going to head there? I don't know, but what is 135 telling us? 6,000 contracts here. But where max pain actually might be on this week's expiration cycle is at $140. Why am I saying that?
Why?
Well, look at the amount of open interest at this level. Okay? So we can potentially look at this as a put wall where the stock and the underlying asset can find a bounce. But if this is absorbed and we continue to move south, all the writers on the opposite side of this trade are going to be looking to purchase or sell their stock essentially in order to cover for the puts, all right, which could add some more downwards momentum. So let's see if 140 holds up. I know we were talking about 145. We held up at right around 147, found a bounce there, which I mean isn't horrible, but the way that it's looking, I just have a slight hunch that we might head a little bit lower, bull flag forming here on AAPL.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel that. It's starting to go flat-ish, but yeah, it doesn't feel like it's the day for the mag today, man.
No, that's why I...
even SpaceX is negative now, right? It was started positive. Have you added to that at all?
I told you I bought 170, 170, 160. I removed 150, put it down to 125.
Right. Did you see some of the price targets from some of these banks?
Yeah, 800.
900 now, man. I think Citi threw 900. Somebody threw 900 yesterday. Sorry, Adara?
I want to clarify, the 900 is their longer-term target. Their shorter-term target is in that 200 to 300.
Got it. Okay.
I mean, I'll take $200 any day of the week, man.
Yeah, who wouldn't, bro? I mean, like, it's quite bullish, right? That is a long-term target, though, so not a bad look. All right, here we go. BIYA into 62 now. 62.69, apparently, Joe, is the high of the day. We're wetting the beak here. Here comes 63. There is 63. We've got 59s on now. We're looking for more. I'm looking for 66-ish. Not random. I'm looking for 2/3, okay? So let's see what we get. And there it goes again into another area high, 63.54. Got shares on this one. Looking for a bigger move into 64. Let's go ahead and post here at 64 as a liquidity tester. I'm also going to post at 65 just to see what kind of selling we get. At around that area. Holding up here at 61 and change. Let's see if we fail, right? I don't know, Joey. I don't know. Let's see if we get, we're back above 61 here. Let's see if we can get back above 62. Need this, it's turning into a doji candle, this current one here on BIYA on the 5-minute chart with equidistant upper and lower wicks. That's not why I'm in this for. Wow. TRVD is ripping. Crap. TVRD just ripped up. Shout out to TT Mass, man. You called that, TT Mass. Timothy's calling it out. Grunfeld is calling it out. Here I am trying to schlep into this stupid trade when TVRD is giving me dollars at a time. This one's giving me pennies. All right, I have to let this trade resolve, obviously.
Is Ram here today?
Yeah, she is. Why?
I got to ask her a question.
Oh.
Do me a favor.
Have you noticed that the water is running low in the cooler there? You haven't noticed? They started putting water in the fridge because
I seen that. I'm like, who's stockpiling that?
Well,
Smart.
I figured it was probably one of our.
I thought it was Sia.
Yeah, well, who knows, right? But the point is, the construction people are drinking our water.
Are they?
And I'm not happy about it.
Oh man. Is it going to be the midday versus the construction?
I don't know, but they're drinking our water, Joey.
That's
like
crazy.
I keep going over there to get some water and it's empty. You know what I mean? Like I'm
snap.
not going to accept that kind
Madness.
of stuff, man. Bring your own water, man.
It's crazy.
We're having a good time, guys. All right, let's head it up to Sia. She's got happening now. Then Neil's got it. Lesson of the day.
Let's take a look at the major averages. The SPY currently down very close to 1%. The triple Q is down very close to 1%. The Dow is down with the IWM down sliding closer to 2%. So all major averages, safe to say, are in the red today. We're going to just take a look at what's happening here. So U.S. President Donald Trump, as we saw it today, has threatened to bomb Iran again after the United States has conducted a series of powerful strikes, quote unquote, powerful strikes against the country yesterday. U.S. President Donald Trump also said during a meeting with the Ukrainian President Zelensky at the NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey, that we hit them very hard last night. We'll probably hit them hard again tonight. I'll give them a little warning. We're going to hit them hard tonight. Earlier today, we also saw Trump remark in a joint news conference with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte that he thinks the ceasefire between the two sides is quote unquote over. He has also said that I don't want to deal with them anymore. As far as I'm concerned, it's over, he has said. And with that, oil is soaring today, and that sector, energy, proving to be one of the strongest sectors performing, not one of the strongest sector that's performing on the S&P 500 today. Sending it to Neil for his lesson of the day.
Thank you, Sia. Before we get to the lesson of the day, you guys all know Sharif was just playing around. Like what is going on in the chat? Obviously, come on, the Renault's going on the other side here in the back office. They're working. You walk up to they've kind of cordoned off the area where they're doing all the renovation. You just go next to, just next to where they have the opening, and you can feel the 10-degree heat jump. It must be over 30. 35 in there. So, that's why we're just sort of joking around about it. Of course, man, they got to stay hydrated. Good peeps, for sure. And, sometimes we'll have Russell and the boys walk past and say what's up, or might mention them on the show. But yeah, you got to stay hydrated, son. One of the things that I actually heard just now, maybe 20, 30 minutes ago, you guys were talking about, I didn't hear the context of copy trading and why that's something that doesn't really work out. But I want to get into the reasons why. Execution is everything when it comes to trading. I talk about this all the time, where you get in, where you get out, risk to reward, the precision of all of those entries. And it's not just about I like a stock long, therefore if it goes up, it's a win, and if it goes down, it's a loss. Trading isn't really that simple, and that's why simply saying, oh, I think this stock is going up or down isn't going to be the be all end all. And if you just try to copy trade, you can get yourself into some trouble. I'll give you a couple of examples to the best of my abilities using stuff that we're looking at today. If you were looking at Battle Long, would you think that this was a good up stock today? I don't think there's anybody that's going to tell you this stock was a long. If you were up because you had a long in Battle, it's because you were looking for something very specific. I wish I could tell you that I liked this trend break on Battle in the pre-market. There was a double, triple bottom. It's a heck of a lot better than the entry I took. And then you could have had maybe this long at 215, and there's your stop. You're risking 10 cents. Bingo, bango, bongo. It goes up 25 pennies. That's, even if you get half that move, that's better than a 1-to-1. There's a good trade setup, which requires you to be in here and getting out somewhere in there. Myself, I was looking for it to kind of hold on to this level, make this bottom wick break, hold some through VWAP. But here's where copy trading runs you afoul. You would have heard me say, I want to take profit into the prior low in VWAP, but I'm looking to hold the last for the dream of the highs, the breakout of that top. But what happens once I see us reject the volume weighted average price? That changes the nature of the trade for me. Because we got to VWAP, and remember what was happening in USO. USO was continuing to go higher, and this would not break the volume weighted average price. So I made a judgment call for myself that the last bit, instead of risking to the low or reloading the trade, I altered the plan and put a break-even stop on it so that I could be slightly up instead of down on Battle. Despite the fact that USO was still trending higher, so I could have just held that one to the low all the way back in and maybe got rinsed on some slippage. So if you were just listening to what I was saying earlier and copy trading, you probably lose more on the back end of the last piece of that trade. Because I looked at what was happening at USO and what was not happening in Battle and needed to make a pivot. Well, see, that's sort of the thing about copy trading. The why matters. if the part of it that you missed is, no, you just like the long in the stock, but we're going to closely follow USO, and you've got to be able to make a judgment call like that every now and then. Sometimes you don't care. You don't have a leading indicator, but come on. If I'm trading some small cap energy name in sympathy to oil futures, and we're just grinding higher on USO, and my stock isn't doing what I'm doing, well, I'm going to listen to that to a certain extent. And you've got to be able to do this. And then another thing, just to give you one more example before it's a headline. So the president's holding a press conference. We'll probably end up going back to Adara to see what he says. There was a question about why I liked SMCI short after that NVIDIA news. And again, it comes down to a similar thing. I was already in the short for other reasons. I talked about the double closes. It rejected that level. Looks great on a 15-minute, then the lower high. So I'm looking to short to close in the gap. Well, when the NVIDIA news hit, you could see that as potentially good for SMCI. Like, there's the spike of NVIDIA. But remember what I said. You have to be able to reassess, okay, does this scare us that move up? This is 1051. And I said, if we don't press through 200 and don't make a fresh high, then I think we're still okay. So at 1051, like we are pressing higher into VWAP. NVIDIA doesn't make a fresh high. We end up just continuing back on the short. So it was a higher time frame short that ended up continuing for me. But I did make a pivot. If NVIDIA had broken out 200, I don't just sit here holding for it to continue to go down the lows and close our gap. I would have just punched out of it. So one of the things that you've got to understand about trading is, yes, you can have your original thesis, you can explain everything, but sometimes there are going to be situations, events, maybe a trend line, maybe a leading indicator, a news story that hits that causes you to reassess your risk. And in the case of Battle, it would have saved me money. But if you're just sitting there, like because someone wrote down they like this level, it bounced off the level and they go long, this is the target, you want to end up holding that one against you forever. Everyone's going to have different risk parameters or reasons for being in a trade. I was following USO, so that ends up being important. Ended up saving some money today. It didn't end up mattering on SMCI. That just continued to go down and ended up working, but I can show you both ends of it. And just one last point, if you're copy trading, let's say you you could have been in Battle long, for that same breakout, and wanting only a break of a high. You only want a parabolic move. You could be thinking, I'm long here, give it to that, and I'm looking for only a break of 250. So you're home run or nothing as a concept. Everybody is going to have a different risk tolerance or a different trading plan, even around I like the stock long. So you have to understand your own why. And if you're looking at trying to understand someone else's strategy or learn something from it, always pay attention to why they like the entry at that level, what it means to be wrong for them, what could possibly change their sentiment on it. Are they using a leading indicator? Is there an ETF that they're following along? Is there a trend line or a moving average? Just so you can get a sense of what the overall strategy is, so you can try to learn from it. Not just there is a green mark, that's where you should buy, this is where the stop is, and I just leave it in because that's going to be good. That's not really how trading ever works out for anybody. It's a little bit more fluid than that. So I think asking questions is great. I think that the chat is fantastic. I saw a great point. Treves trading the small cap gappers. Someone's like, well, if I'm looking to go short, the reasons for why he gets out of a long could be a reason to jump short. He'll take the break, there it goes. Sometimes that could be a little bit of a turn. I don't know, but that's not a bad idea to just say, hey, well, you had that nice long in there, Sharif. What made you get out of all of it? Because I was looking for a short entry. Those are all great questions. The why matters. So I love the conversation in the chat. I always want to make sure that everyone here is, just trying to get better and trying to learn. But you have to keep in mind, somebody saying, I just think the stock is a long today, is not a reason to buy, or a single price. Someone says, yeah, this is a long from this price. Things can change. Understand what their targets are. Understand where the risk tolerance might be, and then figure out your own plan. It's okay to learn from somebody else. That's what it's all about in trading. Learn from other people's mistakes, a heck of a lot cheaper. But you've got to understand you are trying to apply something to your own strategy and grow, not just copy. So good luck, everybody. The market's on a really nice bounce here. I absolutely love it. We're getting back into VWAP. Oil futures are starting to come down as the president is I don't know, giving us a bounce. Seems like it's always a matter of time before he does.
Guys, VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Good luck. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under the ticker VFS. Shout out to VinFast. There goes TVRD into that $0.50 area, but there's no continuation, Joey. We got 25s. We're looking for 5. So the high of the day is 55, but before we start, looking at $5 as a possible resistance area, we got to get through that $0.50. We got to get through that $0.50 quite decisively, and we're already having trouble here with the third of a dollar, let alone the half. So we got to keep a close eye out on this one and see what we can get there. I also had a decent trade here on SkyQ for the bounce back up, got stopped out in the last remaining amount, but it did make an attempt here at the high of the day. Failed it by just, a couple of shekels. Now I got to keep my eye here on TVRD, Joey, because it's coming back down into my $0.25 entry, and more displeased I could not be. So I'm out. I'm going to lose this one. Here comes 22s. I'm out of this one. What's the support on this? I see support, guys, between 4 to 410. That could be a reload area. The 10 EMA is actually in between 4 and... No, it's looking more like 410, 409. So we'll see what we can get on this one. If it holds the $0.25, I'll get back in for that move up. Otherwise, I'm looking for that 4 to 410 area. And while I want to tell you about this one as well, guys, CAN. And sorry to the individual in the chat because I didn't put the $sign on there. So he thought maybe I was just talking about something random. But CAN, what a flat top break. Look at this flat top break, Joey. 31 pennies rips up into 34 and a half, showing 33.12 right now. So not a bad look, not a bad look. So that's what we're going to keep a close eye on here, guys. We're going to keep a close eye, Assassino, on NWVE, BIYA, SKYQ, and last but not least, TVRD. And we're going to send you to Adair with news.
Yeah, comments here coming from President Trump. I believe I just heard him mention Lockheed Martin here in terms of, I guess, some contracts or deals there. No move on LMT. I could have also heard it wrong. Just be aware, guys. Potentially keep an eye here on LMT. He's also still talking here currently. Again, this is his press conference at the end of the NATO summit. He talked a little bit while earlier about oil, saying, quote, we'll see whether we keep the oil down, but we should keep the oil down. As we know, oil actually pretty strong today. But if I get any other comments of note, I will keep you posted. He's making some comments. He's talking right now again about military budget, etc. So military spending and USO in focus. Back to you.
Guys, I want to bring your attention to the Brent crude chart here because this is important. I was reading a really interesting article in the morning. The thesis of the article is that this move up right now on Brent is short coverings, with the majority, if not the great majority, of the short positions positioned around $80. I don't know if you guys can see the price levels on the right on this chart all that well, but we are dancing around this $80 area pretty aggressively, and this is the area high. I think the high of the day is 80.60. We're below 80 again, 79.66, but keep your eye on this $80 area, and especially a bigger move up above $80 could trigger a lot of short covering. So you could have a big move up on oil, not because of the geopolitical headlines that are, obviously bearish for the market, bullish for oil, but because of the short coverings. Now, you're getting that short defend right now, as I've been making the point, basically since the morning, that $80 area is going to be critical. Right now, we're not clearing all the shorts at that $80 area, but it should be interesting to see whether or not that ends up happening by the end of the day, Joe.
All right, man, good stuff. Yeah, Neil, I like that one. That was a nice trend break on that one on Alibaba. Yeah, and I see this bull flag that we got forming here, eccentric passions. Yeah, this is a nice little move. We're already up 11% on this bad boy here today. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a nice little uptick north of some of these zones. So that's a pretty good one. Here's the trend line break that Neil was referring to. It's pretty textbook if you ask me. So yeah, that's a nice move, consistent lower highs right there, and then eventually it breaks. You have a 5-minute candle sitting on the back side of it, and then you get a couple strong 5-minute prints after that. Now, Alibaba, we've gone over that one. There's a name that was on my mind that I wanted to bring up, but now it's slipped it. But so what we will do as default, we'll head over to Walmart here, Sharif.
Okay.
Listen, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, we are, like, you know how many times I've been wrong? But there's just a couple of things correlating for me to say, hey, maybe Walmart's a little bit overdone to the downside. It's this simple, right? Like, I'm not going to call it rocket science or anything along those lines. It's just that indecision print with an outstanding volume print after a big gap down. I just like putting our chances where, hey, we might find a bounce off of that level. And sure enough, where we closed on this day specifically on last Wednesday was 108. Now we're trading at 113. Now it seems relatively weak, not too much buying pressure all the way up here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen, to this IBIT trade right at VWAP. Now I am fighting a trend as well. So again, just considering I started so small, I'm okay with adding some more at VWAP. We did reject, but there's a trend line here. And Ben Affleck in the chat was telling me, hey man, watch out, Donald Trump now speaking, getting prepared to destroy all your puts. So, I mean, it could potentially have it. But I don't have very many shares on right here, guys. And if it decides that it wants to go parabolic and that's all the selling for the rest of the day, then so be it. Lost Boys, bro, you see the head inverse on BTC tomorrow?
Man,
it could
show them that one I
fly.
showed you on Netflix.
Yeah, Netflix is ugly, man.
Hold on, can I show
Don't
this
let Joey go over Netflix. Too yikes. Why we started talking about Netflix all of a sudden?
I don't know, but they need to know about this head and shoulders that's forming on the
check it
weekly
out.
here.
Let's see. Yeah.
Now this is what I sent you
it's
yesterday, man. I
disastrous,
sent it
dude.
to you because like it just, I was salivating looking at it, but I've never been short anything
in your long tee
or
in the swing. Yeah.
Like I just haven't done it, right? Look at this, guys. This is the weekly on the flakes.
On the flakes, man.
Yeah, this is post split, right? Got a weird looking left shoulder. Maybe he only works out as the right side. Joey. But then you got the right shoulder there with a bulbous big ass head, right?
God.
Through that 133 area, and now you're talking neckline here, man, around $70, $75. Not saying that this is going to manifest.
Considering we're talking about head and shoulders, Los Pollos is stating that Bitcoin has an inverse. Let's pull this up and see.
Inverse head and shoulders?
Yeah, let's see.
On the weekly?
I think the daily.
This looks like a head and shoulders to me.
Yeah, man, that's pure head and shoulders.
Yeah, it's ugly.
Even
it's
go
ugly
over to NVDA now. If we're going head and shoulders, we may as well just go through the ringer and see what we see.
I don't see head and shoulders here.
Are you at the very end of things?
This is the weekly.
Go to the
daily.
Yeah, you're in the daily, right?
I'm on the weekly right now.
Okay, go to the daily and see what we got going on.
Yeah, but then we can't view it in isolation. We have to view this area here as an obvious area of support, bro. And it's been still holding up. Like this top end of the range, I'm drawing right from right there. Right.
So go to the end of that consolidation.
This area.
No, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you don't see shoulder one, head, shoulder
I do,
two?
but I see a lot of zig and zag.
Yeah.
And this is important though, man. It's
very much so important. I agree.
Anyway, let's go to Sia. She's got news. Oh, my bad.
Thank you so much. The IWM currently down on the day 1.7%. Let's take a look at two individual tickers that I have picked for you today. VTAK up almost 96.5% on the day. Catheter Precision, which is a US-based medical device company that's focused on developing technology advanced products for cardiac electrophysiology market, has announced that it has reviewed a notification and received one that was yesterday, 2 patents covering separate technologies that is owned by the company. So the stock is reacting up 96.5% on that. IOTR is up 35% on the day. That's IO3 Limited, which has announced a successful first year earnings as their revenue has risen and the CEO of the company is seeing a strong demand that will continue throughout upcoming. That's all.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah, guys. So there it is, right? Like we're just sitting here waiting for this curl over to happen. I don't know if it's going to. It may be the end of the downtrend. It may take some time for things to roll over, but we'll just sit on here again. I don't have any issues holding it. At some point, I have to get out of the position and just bail on it. So if it's not going to work, that's not necessarily what we want to see. Head over to small cap land or something along those lines. Joe, this is where you find the big moves, entry points. Yeah, I mean, the market's on full-on recovery mode. You know what? I'm thinking 35.10s, we just bail on this. I'm okay with that, right? This is a paper cut. We made way more on that small cap trade than what we're going to lose here. Not even a third of it anyway. So let's head over to some of the large cap names. Whole lot of red here today, guys. So yeah, 35.10s, we're at a dodge on this IBIT trade. And think about it. I haven't traded this in quite some time. To be honest with you, I just don't feel like it's overly in play at the moment. So let's head back up to our top of our watch list, up 1.5%. Very rarely do we see this. Ozan. Yes, Ozan. We're heading towards that $200 marker, brother. And Los Polios, this is looking really, really good here. 199.92, 92 the best year potentially ever. Let's send things off to Adara.
Trump is name-dropping defense companies. He's mentioned Lockheed Martin at least 4 or 5 times now, mostly kind of in the same context. But basically, he's talking about how he believes the U.S. can, quote, quadruple the output of munitions. We know he wants defense companies to be building more. He's praised Lockheed Martin for some of the projects they're supposed to be doing. He mentioned Northrop Grumman as well, so NOC. NOC, a lot less of a move here, but LMT to the upside. Most recently, Trump saying that Lockheed will be establishing a sustainment facility in Europe. Back to you.
All right, so here's Northrop, guys, and here's Lockheed Martin. They're not really doing anything. So the name dropping maybe not working to Donald Trump's intentions here. But yeah, I mean, there it is. He's name dropping a couple of things here. LMT, Northrop here. They're not moving like the Palantirs or anything. They typically don't have the liquidity. Look at it from a volume standpoint. We have 350,000 shares, 360,000 shares there. So I'm not going to call it e-liquid because there's obviously volume stepping in, but nothing from a million standpoint. What's going on? Oracle down another 2.4% here today. But look at all the red. Look at all the red here. I mean, a space that was hot for a couple of days. Delta Airlines, Boeing, UAL, AAL. When everything was selling off, you found some strength in some of the airlines when the price of oil was continuously bleeding. Now, how is Burry short on Caterpillar looking right now? Might be a bounce. Watch out, might be a bounce. But if this does fail, that 906 level, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more downside. Applied Materials, let's see how you're performing. Nice little bounce here, but I'm sure he's short from all the way. This guy caught some nice tops. I'll give him credit for that. But apparently he's long Lululemon. I don't know if he's still long Lululemon. That is not working out. But the winners, a little bit bigger than the losers, hopefully. And look at that, it's just a perpetual downtrend in the Canadian athleisure wear company.
Yeah, did you see President Trump and his comments yesterday on Spain?
No.
It's going to end. He wants to stop doing all trade with Spain.
Because they're not allowing Palantir there?
I don't know. I think there's, possibly, but there's probably bigger issues with President Trump and the leader of Spain. Obviously, some interesting comments. Shrimpy, $4.99 super chat. Appreciate the tips. Taught me a lot so far. Just learning by trial and error, I guess. Figured you guys have better leads than me until I learned. Well, we had to start somewhere as well, brother. So shout out to you and thank you for the super chat. Stick with us always. We're always going to give you exactly what we're thinking, honestly, and what we're doing. You'll be able to see exactly our trades and everything there. Where's my man Eduardo in the chat? I want my man Eduardo chiming in here. Eddie, where you at, man? I want to hear your take on President Trump's statement yesterday regarding your country. I'm going to ask Luis about it as well. So let me know if you're there, Eddie. Shout out to you, brother. Hope you're doing well. All right, guys, we got a couple of runners here. OPTU. This wasn't much of a runner. In fact, the volume was a little sporadic on this one. Into the high of the day, 135. It's only up 14.4%, but a good look. Nonetheless, CAN coming back down a little bit here after making a 34.50 high. I'm talking pennies, not dollars. 32.25 is the 10 EMA, but the breakout level is anywhere between about 31 pennies to about 31.5. That's a flat top. So you could see that level tested again. Keep your eye out on that. SkyQ, disappointing. Quite disappointing. I figured we were at least get to the $0.50, and then we failed to even get to the high of the day on the latest attempt. So I was involved in that, had to stop out, break even on the rest. What else is moving, man? TVRD, pullback, lower highs, unbroken lower highs. I'm still very alive to this one. Should it change trend and breach prior bar high, we can get involved. Now, it did with this candle. I need another one here so I don't get lured in into a downtrend. But I've got TVRD ready to go here on the trading screen, showing me 4 1/3. So prior bar high on the 5-minute, 436. Current bar high, 436. So now we know for a fact the 36 seller has shown their hand. And here we are at 34s. Let's see if we can mosey on up, take out that 36 seller and see what's good. 37 just showed up, but it didn't show up on the bid. So let's see if the bid and the ask can both move above that key level. It's up 40%. It's not up big, but it does have a good amount of volume, about 15.25 million shares traded. I want to also mention NVVE seems to be returning here from below volume weighted average price. Let's put that up quickly. We were involved in that one all sorts earlier. And here's $9 again, trying to take out that level. It's a 1035 high on NVVE and it's back above 9, but I'm not going to be quick to jump into that in the same way that I'm not quick to jump into TVRD. It's going to have to show me a little bit more. So really nothing really at highs at the moment unless you're looking at OPTU and OTLK. Now OTLK we didn't say much about. $1.68 high, good hold off the volume weighted average price, and it's trading at the high as we speak. But not really my cup of tea, I got to tell you the truth. So I'll steer clear of that. Volume's a little light on OTLK. Yeah, so that's it. TVRD, continuing to see if we can kind of get above that 436 area decisively, and then NVVE. We'll get back into that one if it's warranted. See, this one is a little tricky for me, though. Look at it rip into that 9 1/5 now, off 9, right? But we have so much resistance at 9 1/2, right? So I could take the move here into 9 1/2, fine. Yeah, that's completely workable, but something tells me the shorts are going to step in a little bit earlier than that 9 1/2. And it's already back down into 9 here, Joey. So I don't know. I'm debating here. I'm not really liking anything at the moment, but should something show up, obviously we'll jump in. As always, guys, if there's anything new and exciting in the world of small cap gappers, I'd love to hear about it. Did you see AMC's up today?
No.
AMC. It's back, baby.
See what it's up to. Show
It's
me
up
what
like
it's up
4
to.
and change.
I got a couple of things that we need
6
to...
and change here, man. It just got to the
6%?
high of day, almost 7. $1.84 on AMC. Macquarie giving them the nod today. It looks like maintains the neutral. Did they raise the price target? I think they did. To an entire $2, up from 150 to 2, Joseph Wilson.
Dang, watch out for a big time move there. And
you know, there were times on this show where we really couldn't, you know, crap on AMC without somebody in the chat calling you a suit. You know, and now I feel like that it's kind of faded away. You know, all the AMC bulls are not there as much as they were before.
I wonder why, Sharif. All right, guys, this is huge. Ozan, I tried tagging you in the chat. Look at this, $200.13. All right, a big volume spike. This is going to be probably our 4th volume spike right there. Inverted, I've lost players. I've seen you in the chat. I haven't seen Goref. There goes NVVE, Sharif.
I'm watching it, man.
Yeah, so that's a nice little optic. I got my eyes on this one. Dude, I might just have to step away from some of these large caps right now and just focus on some of these small cap momentum styles. Ooh. But I think there might be a potential short. I got to put the money where the mouth is, right, ladies and gentlemen? So if I believe something, if it breaks the high of the day, there it goes to the downside via NVDL. That's how we're going to look to play this one. 29.80, so I have to give this more than 30 cents. We'll start really small on that. On this here, which I have no issues with, as long as we don't breach the high of the day, I think we might be able to get a move back in towards VWAP. I could be totally wrong, the fact that there's a couple positive catalysts for this. Perfect, thank you. We're gonna go over that right now. So we're short NVDA via NVDL. Let's see if that move works out for us. But we got Dave. What's up, brother? Much appreciated. One of the kindest souls out there. Everyone gets a super chat. 10, I'm sorry, not everyone, but 10 people here. Who do we got? Danielle gets one. Ooh, okay, my criminal channel. Okay, I am the real Tony, Ilkin, Javi, Rish, Stoke, Kenny, Twist, Trading, E-Shorts, Steve.
Steve?
Oh, Steve.
Not
yes,
Steve.
Yeah, why is not Steve?
I don't know.
Steve gets one. Everyone gets one. I just named out. So thank you very much,
rigged.
Dave, for that.
People are yelling rigged. I love it.
That's crazy. But yeah, no, aside from that, guys, I'll pull up my short thesis here. We got it all out of this. We're talking about 10s. I wouldn't be surprised if it curls over at this point, but that's okay. Small entries on that one. We lost half of what we made on NVVE. So we're not worried about that at all. But now we want to keep our focus on this trade, just in case if it does break through this level, right? I believe we have a good risk to reward right here. Past this level, we're at a dodge on this one, and then we most definitely have to reassess the situation. Now, if I didn't have to order shorts for SpaceX and DRAM, there could have been an opportunity there. But the market,
hey man, there's leverage ETFs that you can take. You don't need shorts for those. So many.
Yeah, SPCE.
Right? So if you want to get into the short without
and RAM,
right?
What am I even talking about?
Yeah,
You
brother.
have RAM as well too for DRAM. That's 2x leverage, I believe.
And you don't need locates?
That I'm not sure of, brother. And then here's SPY. The SPY, the S&P 500, heading right back towards the high of the day. And it looks like at this trajectory, the NASDAQ is too, guys. So a nice recovery, about a half an hour of straight buy program so far. So this short on NVDA, not looking too bright, but hey, we're not going to count ourselves out until this level is broken.
Well said, man. And I just got to shout out everybody here who got the free membership. I got to tell you guys where you can find my morning note because it is a little difficult to find. You're going to mosey on. Yeah, I know. I saw it. I pulled it up. Just go over to the YouTube homepage. So if you're one of the persons in the chat that got the free membership, mosey on over to the YouTube homepage here for Trader TV, click posts, and then go on down. It'll have this members only little tag at the top in green. Just click read more. You'll see a link at the bottom. Click that bad boy there, and it'll give you basically the entire gauntlet of movers on the day. We don't put any small cap gappers just because they're so transient, right? So any levels that I can show you in the morning may be completely irrelevant by the midday. And so that's why I don't put that on there. But, I think that the levels here for some of these larger caps a little bit more in play. But get that every day now that you guys are subscribers. And check it out. All right, Joey, NVVE did tank a little bit after making that 9.5 touch, but ironically enough, it's still holding above 9. So we're going to get involved in this one despite the tank. Now, prior bar low takes me to a little bit below 9, so I got to give it at least 878, right? So we're going to go 7/7s. We'll go like that, and we'll stop out below that. Oh, crap, Nick.
Yeah,
W6761 Sharif, best of luck today. Like the long on TGT. Thoughts? Also looking at the higher time frames. You know what? I was just looking at that right now, SSE. That's the thing. I was looking at my value chart there, and look what I noticed, Joey.
What'd you notice?
Look at the consumer defensives. You got your Target, your Costco's, your Walmart. They're all green on the day.
That's what I'm saying, my boy.
Even your boy Dollar General. TGT, though, leading the way here, far and away, up 4 1/3, 133.50. I'd be looking for a deeper retracement, possibly, brother, into 132 3/4 off the 20, because you did get a nice clean hold here off the 20 moving average on the 5, and then it rocketed back up into 133.50. Let me just look quickly here to see where local area resistance could be. So if you do catch a bid, I'd be definitely looking out for that 136 level as a local area of resistance. There's also the possibility of 135. This is the 4-hour chart on target. You have a triple top there that got cleared eventually back on the 24th of June. So I'd be looking 135, and if it really goes, 136. But you're already up 4 1/3 right on target. So you may have to look for tomorrow. And there goes NVVE up big here, Joey. Boom. Give me my money, man. Into a third and got 911. We just took out some there. We're going to send it to Sia. She's got news at the big desk.
Absolutely.
The SPY currently down 0.57% at the moment. We're going to take a dive into what the sectors are doing today. Let's start with electric tech. We have NVIDIA leading the pack, up 1.2% at the moment. Apple trading flat. AVGO up 6%. We do have news about AVGO, so stay tuned for the news segment. MU up. Currently trading flat technically, but up 0.12%, very relatively small. AMD, INTC, GE continue to slide to the downside. Cisco up 1.6%, SNDK up 1%, and KLAC, Dell, TXN up 1%. We have tech services majorly in the red. We have the big names, Meta, Google, Microsoft, all sliding towards the downside, sliding more than 1%, Meta close to 2%, Oracle down 2.3%, Netflix trading flat at the moment. IBM and Palantir, PA&W all to the downside. PA&W down 4%. We have finance. Again, a bit of a bearish sentiment here. BRKB, JPM, Visa, MasterCard, BAC, MS, GS, all to the downside. We have JPM down close to 2%, Visa down 1.4%, MasterCard to the downside 2.3%, BAC and MS down 2 and 2.15% respectively. In retail trade, we have Amazon sliding further down towards the 2% mark. Walmart and Costco in the green, showing a bit of bullishness here. Walmart's up 1.6% on the day, with Costco up 1.18%. Home Depot, TJX, however, sliding to the downside, with Home Depot leading the bearish pack down 3.535%. Producer manufacturing was lagging behind yesterday, seems to be trying to catch up today. AMET is up 2.4%. We have LRCX up 1.8%, closer to 2. CAT, however, dragging down a little bit, inching closer to 1%, down 0.65%. GEV up 1%. Consumer non-durables, we have a bit of a mixed sentiment throughout this sector. KO is trading flat, PG down 2.3% on the day. Consumer durables, we have Tesla down 2.4% on the day. Health tech, bit of a mixed sentiment, but a lot of flat here. Lilly, J&J, and ABBV trading flat, with MRK down 2.2%. Energy minerals, like I said, is the best performing sector on the S&P 500 today, was in a bit in the morning. XOM, however, trading flat at the moment. CVX up 1.5%. Consumer services, we have McDonald's down almost 2%, and Disney trading flat at the moment. Process industries is a bit of a bear of the day, I would say, followed by transportation, where Uber's down 1.8% at the moment. Whereas distribution, health services, industrial sectors, all a bit of a mixed sentiment and a bit of flatness throughout these three sectors, with the final sector over here, commercial services, dragging down, all in the red, except ROL up 2.3% on the day.
Thank you very much for that. All right, guys, did well here on this NVVE trade, but it is having trouble again with 950, so I took out some there. We'll see how this one sets up. If it wants to come back into 9 off the 10 EMA, we'll get involved, but right now I'm just going to steer clear of this one for the moment. Mike PD Rider dropping 2 nice ones in the chat. We'll thank him for that. Joey, wow, look at NVVE drop. 11-2, my favorite part of the day, even if we got no vol. Yeah, it is kind of that's why they call it the midday, man, you know? And shout out to Mike PD Rider, man. Always a good vibe. Love that guy, dude. Great guy. Get it, Mike.
I did not say that ever. That's crazy. Yeah, Sharif, I took a scalp with you on NVVE as well. I believe that just with the trajectory that it was on, that it was going to head towards that previous pivot high. Not necessarily the case. So we'll break that down here momentarily. We obviously got something interesting coming from Donald Trump, but there was this second scalp. So we go 2 for 2 on this bad boy and just get out at the break even. Adara, what do you have for us as NVDL is starting to break down? We're going to head over and take a look at the options chain on this name momentarily. I know someone mentioned something. I'll explain to you momentarily in just a minute on what my thesis was behind this trade. Adara.
More comments here coming from both Trump and Iran on oil. President Trump still speaking here during this press conference, saying that a couple minutes ago that, quote, he's not sure he wants a deal with Iran. Let's finish the job. He's really continuing to have it on this claim that he does not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Now we've got Iran's deputy foreign minister reportedly coming out and saying that Iran needs to communicate with Trump using a language of strength or force because they believe that Trump understands that better. So, again, more indications that we're going to get some more strikes heating back up, unfortunately, in the Middle East with U.S. and Iran. Back to you.
Very valid point, RJ.
You want to add some context here? Because I have no idea what you're talking about.
I said RJ. Very valid point.
Okay, RJ. Look at RJ. What did he say, Joey? Because I can't find
He said
it.
all Iran has to do is just wait it out until the next administration.
Yeah? It's that simple, huh?
Well, I mean, it's obviously much easier said than done.
I don't think I think their plan here is to try to influence the midterms so that an impeachment process can ensue. Because if they do get both houses, we may see him be impeached.
Yeah?
Yeah, not just impeached, but lose the trial in the Senate. That was how he stayed in power last time, right? He lost the House, and it's super easy to impeach a president because it's a simple vote of majority in the House.
Okay.
But the Senate is kind of like the blocking stop, where there's a trial in the Senate on the merits, and then really depending on if you have a majority in there or not, right? And that's kind of, I think that probably is their strategy. It's a much shorter term strategy. I don't think they can wait another couple of years. shares. I think that changes things fundamentally, man. So we'll have to, brother, hearing colors, I'm not saying that there is grounds to impeach. I'm saying that's probably what the tactic that they're going to use. And again, there doesn't really have to be anything on the merits. It's a simple vote, right? And that's the issue. I don't really like the process either. But let's go up to Idara. I think she's got news.
So many comments being made by Trump. Once again, he just said he doesn't think the Iran war will start again, but then also said when they hit, we hit them 10 times harder. We could do this again tonight. So kind of, I guess, continuing to suggest that they're going to be getting very likely to strike Iran tonight. He wants to settle the situation. Seems like by force is the way that this is going to be settling out based on some comments that he's made. Quote, anything that happens will be over quickly. Just be aware, again, more tensions. USO actually dropping a little bit in this most recent set of comments, but keep an eye on it.
PTU is taking out highs, guys. This one is looking quite good here. It is about to take out the high that we put in yesterday, I believe, right at the open. Yeah, so this is the implied balance open high. It's up 17% today. It was up big yesterday, and then it ended up selling off with the entire market recovering today. OPTU, the intraday high yesterday was 140. We just got to 139. So be on the lookout here. It could reject. Is that 140? I think it's a little bit higher, man. No, it's 140. 140 level from yesterday on OPTU. Be alive to this one. If it takes it out, we could see 50 pretty quickly, Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff. So uptick there. Levin's family know it's Tim Hortons, man. I don't know if you're aware of that one there. Art of the deal. Anyways, aside from that, listen, it's just back and forth. The same thing with NVDA chips. It's one thing 1 minute, and then it's the following. So anyways, NVDL, let's see if we're going to get this breakdown. Someone asked if we could take a look at the options chain here on this bad boy. Absolutely. Of course we can. We can do anything at any given moment as long as you ask nicely. And I know we've gone through it already today, but nothing wrong with going over it again. Now, you can see that we're continuously struggling at this $200 mark. I mean, it can break, but that means a lot of these contracts are going to be underwater. And I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case on today's session, even though the momentum is to the top side, right? Like we're up 1 1/4 here at this point. So, hey, it is what it is. We got that nice breakdown into 29.50s. Looking for a little bit more to around 29.20s. That'd be ideal. But as soon as we breach that high, then it's see you later. There goes NVVE again. I got my eyes on it. May as well take another scalp because the mega cap over the past couple of days, as soon as this oil stuff comes into play, hasn't been my best trading. Small cap has, and I like the fact that I can just go from one to another, one not working, the other working. So let's keep our eyes on this just in case we break this key pivot. A seller, it seems to be the case at 950 on NVVE. If it breaks, what we want to see is the tape really start to pick up its momentum. We'll keep an eye out on this one, but past couple of sessions, not the best trading for me on large caps, much better trading in the world of small caps.
Nice, man. Like to hear it, obviously. There goes SDOT. We're over $1 in the money on this one. Give me my money, man. There we go. We're looking for a little bit more. We got 22.79. It's showing me 23.80. This one can flip the script on you quicker than you can even think. 24 showing up now. Seller at 24. Let's wet the beak here. Big move up here for me. Limit up is 24.82. Limit up 24.82. Looking for a breach at 24. Not getting it. So there's a seller here locally at 24. Let's wet the beak here on some profits. We'll make some back. Looking for a bigger move up. Pardon me. To fix that. Looking for a bigger move up here through 24. We're not getting anything through 24 though, so I'm a little concerned that we do drop. So we'll take it out here. We'll end that trade. But good move up here on the dot. 25.10 now, limit up. So what I'll be looking for here is a decided clearing of 24. And if we get that, then I could possibly weasel back in. But thank you guys for pointing SDOT out. Not typically a trade I engage in because it is heavily negative on the day, but I'm completely alive to the short coverings here and how we could kind of, great call out, Timothy, because I don't, brother. Timothy picked up on it immediately. I don't typically trade names that are red, right? My strategy is just to go with the momentum.
There it goes, wow.
Pardon me, Joe?
Big breakdown on
NVVE, yeah. It's a bamboozler in chief.
It's really choppy.
Can I say something to you, though?
Yeah, for
Have
sure.
a quick look over here. Look at this. A lot of support here at the...
It's hard for me to look at.
Oh, are you in a position?
Yeah.
Don't worry about that then, man. Do your thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's finding support generally at the 10 EMA on NVVE, but it's also putting in lower highs. So that topping tail candle 1235, 975 high, Joe. Just keep looking and I'll read you the levels.
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
964 high, and this current candle has a 944 high. So it's lower high, lower high, lower high. Be on the lookout for that.
Absolutely, man.
But yeah, watching here, S dot accumulate at 24. I'm interested here at the dot, on the dot, looking for that to clear. Now, the thing is about this one, if this clears 24 decisively, I could find it at 24.50 in a second, just like that. 24.35, 24.50, 24.70. That's the problem with this one. So it gives me like no time to actually get ready for this. 25.36 limit up on S dot. We're showing 24.91.95. So it's at $1 in a matter of moments here on SDOT. Wow, what a move up. 25 now showing up. Recall, 25.36. You'll always know if you're looking at my screen what limit up is because it'll be in the red rectangle right there. And now we're very close to limit up. 25.36, 25.89 now. Limit up. Wow, I shouldn't have got out of that, man. Sucks. Oh, wow, that would have been a nice move up there, Joey. That would have put us up big on the day. 25.89 now. It's showing me 25.80, 25.89 limit up. So SDOT should be in focus here for the small cap gap or inclined because it does look like a big short cover. And I have to show you guys what I mean by that because we're decidedly negative on the day, right? So let's put this all in perspective. All right, let me move up here, go to the 15 so it shows up a little bit clearer. Yeah, all right, here's where we closed out, guys. So we closed out yesterday at 40 bucks, all right? When all was said and done, we got to $11 today. So this is a little bit of a short cover, obviously, right? I think that we can all agree there. And look at this. We halted down at 28 bucks, give or take, and then we opened up at 11 and change like that. Oh man, imagine being caught short at that, right? Like that would be great. So SDOT definitely in focus for you guys, and I'd be looking at this one until it rejects a key level here. I would be looking though for that halt level, which I mentioned is about 28 bucks. So we could get a nice move up here. Now it might not be in a straight line on S dot from 25 to 28. Right? Because 28 is that intraday halt level. So look out for that for resistance. Shout out to my man Bovin. Bovin says, Sharif, ELTX, can you look at it? Chart looking good on the 5-minute, but need volume, I think. We're going to look at that one super quick, Bovin, and then we'll send it up to CF for Money Talks. But let's look at ELTX. ELTX. All right, that's the daily on that. If anybody wondering, let's throw in the 5. Shout out to my man Bovin. Yes, okay, I do like this. I don't like the price spikes up, Bovin, and then the immediate moves down. That tells me right away that, you know, when the big price move comes to the high side, there is somebody right there to either take profits and short it and move it back down. But can't argue with you on this, Bovin. The higher lows here, definitely in play. I'd be looking for something off maybe 343, 340. And then if it loses 330, which is an area of support here, I'd be getting out of that. But ELTX, good look there. Shout out to the OG Bovin. Unreal. S dot 2550. We got to go up to see ya.
The euro currently up against the dollar, 0.06%. Not that big a difference, but something to look out for. So Spanish stocks and bonds have also come under fire today after U.S. President Donald Trump has demanded that the United States would and should cut trade ties with the country, escalating tensions over defense spending as well as Iran war during the NATO summit today. So also, on the other hand, we have the pound up against the dollar as well, 0.24%. Today, the pound holding steady after U.S. President Donald Trump has said that the interim agreement to end the war with Iran has quote unquote, over after Tehran has carried out new attacks on U.S. bases in the Gulf. I'm also going to check how the dollar is doing at the moment. Sorry, take a look at that. The dollar currently sliding a bit down on the day, 0.03%. It's trading around the 101 mark right now, but I would say it's pulling back a little bit.
All right, so here we go. Thank you very much for that, Sia. Someone's saying NVDA looking strong. That's why we're going long for the high of the day break. Was it going to break down for us? So we just flip it up here. Gamma exposure, $200 incoming. We might get a little squeeze here, guys, which we're currently experiencing right now. So not too bad of a look. Let's go, Ozan. Let's go, Los Pollos. Now trying long NVIDIA 215. All right, beautiful stuff, brother. That's what I'm long around here. So see, we get any form of continuation, and we know how this name typically moves, right? It takes a lot of cash in order to move it. So these pullbacks can be pretty hefty. What I'm thinking is that we have this move breaking the high of the day, momentum style. We take some off, and then we reload just in case that pullback holds. What we do is we move half right there, and then we're going to leave the rest for a runner. If it continues to move, then so be it. $30 is going to be our next target. But if it comes back and retests this zone, I think that's going to be a high-quality opportunity for us to reload and just add substantially more size. I keep forgetting that this is 20, even though it's right in front of me. What you have to do with this leverage play now, because it's done its split, you have to add significantly more shares. So with that strong uptick, we could have done a little bit better if I put on some more size, but that's why calculating your risk is key for every single trade. We're sending it off to Adira.
Really interesting update here for NFLX. Keep an eye on Netflix. Not much of a move in the stock, but the company just announced that they're basically going to be making some internet videos available on Netflix. So I read through this press release because I was quite curious. And basically what it means that a lot of content you can find on YouTube from brands like BuzzFeed, Condé Nast, that includes the Architectural Digest home tours. You're not going to have to go to YouTube to find them anymore. You'll be able to find them on NFLX. Interesting look here for Netflix. That'll start here for you viewers with any level of subscription in the US, Canada, UK, Ireland, Australia, and New Zealand on August 3rd. Keep an eye on BuzzFeed BZFD with this catalyst as well, because again, BuzzFeed will be one of the groups whose videos you'll be able to view now on Netflix as opposed to a competitive site like YouTube. Back to you.
That's a really nice break.
There goes TVRD, Bovin into Ozan. $4.69 is the current high of the day. My man Bovin calling out PENG as well. Shout out to my man Bovin. But I'm definitely keeping an eye here on TVRD. Now, this could be a big boy move back, right? It straddled the 10 EMA on the 5 and found support here at, looks like the fifth of a dollar, give or take. And then it just ripped up in 1 minute candle, let alone 5-minute candle, man. It was one move, one swift move off the $0.25 into the high at 69. So great look here for TVRD. But it does have a tendency to retrace when it does make intraday highs, or at least consolidate for a little bit. So be on the lookout for that.
There it goes. We're
Get
involved.
it, Joey.
We'll see.
My man Joey Ops.
Yeah.
Get it, Joey.
I like it. See, man, we want the continuation to be pretty quick here, and if it's not, then we have to be prepared just in case it doesn't want to break on this ABCD style pattern.
Oh, I like how you called that, Joey.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like, right? So that's why we're gonna get involved with it. There it goes, Sharif.
That's my man.
I'm sorry, guys. We'll pull it up here. I only care about the tape at this point. I can do all my transactions. So there it is. We're 64s. Taps into 75s, which isn't bad whatsoever. Looking for a little bit more, but we don't want to get too greedy. This isn't the tape, guys. This is NVDA tape. All right. So we'll get all out of this bad boy, and we'll focus on TVRD for the time being, as we're now pumping into 73s. I want to head over to the tape on this one, TVRD. But the thing is, it takes so much time at times. So we'll focus on what we have, breaking that level. This is the ABCD pattern that I was talking about. Now we just need some form of continuation, and I have to be prepared to take some off. What is my first exit going to be? About 1/3 of the total position. But what we're going to try to do right now is diamond hands the scalp in this momentum. Did I take everything out of it? Yeah, I did take everything out of NVDA. So now we're just on this bad boy streak.
All right, man. I'm in it with you here. Yeah, we'll watch. We got 68. Ozan, I was trying to get 69, man. I used my hotkeys and it didn't give it to me. So we got 68s there, but that's all right. We're looking for a bigger move up, man. I mean, if it loses 60, we got some room here. We had a great trade there on the dot. So that buys us a lot of room with which to work. Obviously, I don't want to gamble, but I like the strength on this one into that $0.75 area. In fact, $0.75 is the resistance currently. It is 75 pennies on the dot. I've only got one profit taker on this so far. The tape's getting a little bit heavy here. You can kind of see the book getting a little bit thick. Not too much in the way of posted size. So most of the orders are coming in instantly or they're icebergs. So be on the lookout for that. But I think a loss of 60 gets me out. Now, if it holds 50 and moseys on back, we can get involved. There's another move up to 75. There's 76 Joseph options. There's good look. But the seller coming in at oh,
yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about,
they killed him, Joey.
He's dead.
Well, he's
Whoa,
into 68. It's the world of small cap gappers that I'm out right there.
Yeah,
there we go.
We'll take it.
I took that out, break even. Not bad. Let's see if it comes back into 50. I don't mind buying it at 50. There's probably going to be. Yeah, that's just the way they are, bro. They're
crazy,
animals,
like,
man. You know, you think you're in the money there.
There's no point in even, like, sorry to interrupt you on this.
Go ahead, brother.
But I'm honestly thinking it's like if you get the pop, take out the whole, for me, like take this whole position out. For what I had, I take a third out. But I would have been significantly more profitable if I just offloaded the whole thing right up here instead of allowing it to come back to break even. Obviously,
there you go.
Each their own. We'll see what's happening on this one, man. But yeah, that movement is crazy.
A lot of people, okay, so this is a really good point. So a lot of people, what they do is they'll go full position out, right? Full position, dip, add, full position, out, full position.
Man. Yeah, man.
You know who does that, obviously, right? That's kind of his move there. Yeah, exactly. TVRD, oh no, held from close and sold at the last high. Wow, this thing is strong, says Jackie. Yeah, it is, man. But, you know, it does go through these long periods of consolidation. Case in point right there, Assassino. Look how long we moved sideways here. I was initially involved with this one at 4 1/4. It basically held 4 1/5, but it made me wait a long time, man. So that's kind of what we're doing there. But yeah, man, OPTU continues to go, guys. 143. I've done nothing on this one, but that one is remaining to be strong. Apple. Oh boy, 313 in a fifth here, eh, Joey? So not bad.
Apple's really nice, man.
Yeah, Apple and NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the strongest of the Mag 7 today. Broadcom having itself a day over here, my boy. 6 1/3. Good look there with Apple today. Good tie up there. I think we'll probably get to it on the new segment. Kilgo, Adira, Sharif, Joe. I don't think my president understands what oil glut means. What's up, my favorite time of the day? What's going on, brother? Yeah. RXT daily pop and drop is wild. Expect more above 10. I actually had RXT up, man, and then I took it off because I put it on a different one. But let's look up RXT over here. Yeah, that's a bit of a tough one. Look, it had a really good couple of days. We talked about RXT being a multi-day runner. It had a fantastic move up at 9:30. It looks like somebody had a market on open order that bought up a whole lot of shares, and about 703,000 shares took exchange hands right at that 9:30 candle. But like you said, man, it was a lot of topping tails. I guess that's probably what did it there. And then the loss of 7 1/3 brought this one coming down aggressively. Now we're holding 6 1/4. But like, let's not be myopic, right? Let's look here at the 15. Because generally, we're still consolidative. Like, look at this sideways price action here on RXT. Let's go even wider. Let's go hourly on this bad boy. What do we got on the hourly? Well, we certainly have a support area here at 575, which used to be a resistance area. Resistance, though, looks to be more or less $8, give or take. There are times it doesn't quite make it up there, and there are other times where it breaches it. Case in point, the price action on the 17th of June. What are you doing over there?
Yeah, I got a mad shoulder pain, man.
Bro, at least you didn't hurt your shoulder doing leg press.
I know, man. But I was trying to fist pump, and I'm like, man, this hurts.
I had to be careful there for a few days with my training.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like, I had to drop the weight substantially, 75% of what I typically do.
Really?
Just making sure that I could actually do the motions
without hurting yourself.
Exactly. And what I'm finding, the only restriction that I have right now in my range of motion are bicep curls.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, not even anything to do with shoulders. Funny how I did side raises, lateral raises, front raises, reverse flies, everything shoulder related. Fantastic. Come to do biceps, it starts clicking.
Oh, maybe you got a little tendonitis up in there, man.
I think it's rotator cuff.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Isn't the rotator? The rotator's in the back,
it's
though.
in the middle part, isn't it? Isn't it under the medial deltoid? That was what my understanding.
Well, you would know a lot. But I got some shoulder pain going on. Yeah, Ozan's really pumped right now. I'm pumped as well too. We might have got out of that one too early, messing around with these small caps. But it is what it is, and we'll take it for what it is. So there it is, 201. We'll head back over to the options chain and see what we have there. These are underwater now, folks, right? Officially ITM on this $200 strike price. which we're currently trading at 201 roughly. I believe we're going to top into 201, 201.03 as we continue to climb. The rumor might be true, Sharif, but what is true is that I might hop right back into this TVRD trade to see if it's going to make another leg higher. Would prefer to get the, oh, yes.
Nice.
All right, Luis is here. Hey, man, TVRD. We're going to be talking about this one. I'm in it once again. We are trading another small name, NVVE. Are we ready for him? Are you ready for him? I'm ready. Hopefully, I would like to say I was born ready. But as soon as this level is broken, which isn't necessarily the truth, but 458, I'm at a dodge on this bad boy, Sharif. And you know what? I'm just going to wait for that scalp. We get that pop into $4.80 again. I'm at a dodge. I'm taking full position out, brother.
470 there. Good look. Let's bring in Luis, man. What a day to have Luis join us. Hey, there he is.
Hello.
Luis Barbados. First of all, Luis, we, you don't have to thank us, right? But Arsenal, of course, made Mikel Mourinho available to the great team of Spain. And he was the one that got you over the border there. So go Arsenal! What's going on, Luis? How'd you like yesterday's game, man?
He already gave us the Euro Cup.
He did? Remember that?
Yes.
Remember the header? And that's what I remember him by, like that crazy header where he like contorted his body in the air and put it in. But he's good like that.
He's good at arriving to the box. We needed at that moment a midfielder who could arrive to the area because we were playing good and was there to make a goal. So it was a very nice change actually.
It was very good. I like your chances in the next round as well. Not too many goals from Spain this World Cup, but very, very sound defensively and technically. That's typically how Spain is, though. They're always excellent technically.
The goalkeeper has the world record and the World Cup.
Clean
sheets.
sheets.
Goals for, 8 matches, something like that.
Something like that. Something like, yeah. Shout out to Unai Simon. You and I were talking about Unai Simon as maybe he shouldn't have been the #1 guy, but clearly, he's earned his spot there. So tell me what you thought about yesterday's game just before we get into the actual small caps.
Oh, first of all, I'm so sorry for you.
That's okay.
It was a very, very tough match. But, everything can happen. That's why we like football so much because, it's so, I'm not going to say it's random, but it's not so much like in basketball, more you can forecast, because the events are so common in other sports that it's very easier to forecast, and that's why professional bettors, they don't bet in football because the event, it's not that common. So
yeah, I was actually reading an interesting article about the prediction markets. They've seen a huge uptick in soccer. Let's just call them predictions. Let's not call them bets. But yeah, it's interesting. I think Americans really, they weren't really used to trade or betting on soccer now because of the World Cup. They're kind of focusing on it there. But I want to mention one thing. What I saw from Argentina was more of a defensive posture initially in the game, and then when they went behind, they threw everybody forward. And so kind of had me wondering why they weren't more aggressive initially, because they were able to break down Egypt when they became so aggressive moving forward. So I wonder if they got it tactically wrong in the beginning to, be more laid back like that, because once they started going forward, they just was no stopping. That's what I felt.
Well, first of all, I think that the start of the game was more about measuring each other, and also they know that they cannot play like 100% the 90 minutes because they depend a lot from Messi.
Yep.
And Messi is a 30-minute player right now at the age. So
well said.
They set the rhythm slow to, control the match and control the rhythm. It didn't work out.
No.
And then the rest of the score made them push a little bit more for the last 10 minutes. So it happened the same with Cabo Verde. So
yeah,
I never know what's going to happen in the next round.
All right, Luis, let's get down to work. Should we see what he's trading today?
Yeah, let's see. What do you got on the list here today, Luis?
Well, first of all, I think it's good if we review what we talked pre-market with Adara, because it worked pretty nice, and I can only blame myself that I didn't take some of these trades. First of all was CLRO. We talked about shorting here in the 14 level against this 1450. And first goal was around 1250, and next goal was breaking of the closing VWAP of day before this 12. And then I say could go to 10, 9, 8, 7, and there went pretty nice, very, very nice trade. Now it's bouncing, and it could be a nice short around here with a tight stop again, 1250 for as a stop. So you're risking 40, 50 cents to make a couple of dollars again. But this one was very, very nice pre-market. I didn't take it. It was a little bit thinner there, you know, level 2 was very, very, very thin with 10, 15 cents spread and only a few hundred on the bid, few hundred shares on the bid and few hundred on the offer. So I thought, look, if I'm wrong here, it's going to be tough to get out. Slippage and a spread is going to cost me part of the day. So I didn't take the trade, my bad. And the second one was IOTR. It was this one. Yeah. We were talking about this 375, 380 for a short against this VWAP. Look at that. Amazing. Eh? It went there and just reject very, very strong. 70 cents profit with a very, very tight stop. Was another one very nice that we spoke pre-market. And then during the day, mainly I traded MVVE. This one, I was very, very patient for a short. First of all, because locates were kind of expensive. So I was thinking about it. I didn't buy locates here and I missed this movement down. But when it went to $10, I thought, okay, I'm going to take this chance here on the $10 break for a false break. And then I'm holding, I think I have it here. There you go. I was short there and I am getting out here still 20% in, and I'm adding more here with a very, very tight stop. And I think if it doesn't go over these relative highs, I'm going to hold till the end of the day. It's a small position, but if it breaks VWAP, it's going to be a nice trade. If not, I'm risking only I'm average now 9.85, so I'm risking 10, 15 cents only for a nice profit. So that was another nice one. And the last one was TVRD. I think you traded as well. Yep. It was a little bit more difficult, both sides, I think, right? Probably, sorry, TVRD, why didn't load? Right again, there you go. This was a little bit more difficult. I took some shorts here, took a small loss, went long on this consolidation, took a profit, and right now I'm short here, expecting this $4.85 to hold and try to go to the VWAP again for 10s, for 20s.
So you're looking for VWAP on that one. Okay, so TVRD, because we're looking at this one long, you're looking short. What are you seeing, Luis, if you don't mind my asking, at this level that's making you feel like perhaps we should be short here at 480s? Like, do you feel, is there a wider time frame of resistance in and around there?
Well, right now I think it's more a 50% of going higher or lower, but I have a very tight stop here and you don't. I mean, if you go short here, at least you're risking like 30 or 40 cents. And I'm risking 10 cents, 15 right now. So my risk reward is better. Winning ratio, I don't think it's a 50-50 for me right now. But I have to say that it rejects very strong here, and we have seen like 3 or 4 legs already. So by the time we are now on volume is getting lower. So, you know, it might work the short side, but first of all, it's a risk reward trade, not a winning ratio trade.
I like that. That actually makes a lot of sense. But I want to ask you, just before we get Joe in, S-Dot. So this one, it was all sorts of weak. This one closed out at $40 yesterday, Luis. It ended up making a move all the way down to $11. And it recovered somewhat here, almost 50% of the move, back from 11 into about 20, let's just say 26 and change. This is something that I wouldn't typically look at because it wouldn't show up on my gap scanner. I'd have to look at my gap down scanner. But is there anything you can tell us here about the price action on S-Dot? Do you think this is some short coverings, or is this an aggressive, buy area off the bottom?
I just say stay safe, run away from this. It's too risky.
Right.
One single trade can blow up your account in this kind of ticker. Look, it went from to $100, and then one day from $100 to $60, and today it's just halted on 28, right?
Yep.
And it opened in 11. So look, what if you go long here? It's halt and it opened in $1. It can happen because this is really manipulation, and the volatility and the halt risk is so high that it's not worth it to take one big mistake here and lose 50% of your month in one single trade. So it's a totally avoid for me because the halt risk, because of the volatility, and it's very difficult to forecast what's going to happen here, and very difficult to manage the risk.
All right. Just before we get to Joe, because there's a super.
I seen that.
Yeah. You want to cover it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Before we get into our, there it goes. I mean, TVRD.
Watch out,
be cautious of this one. I want to get into a little bit more conversation about this here, Luis. We took a couple of scalps on it today, but first and most importantly is we have a super chat directed specifically for you, Mr. Barbado. Thoughts on VTAK short TVRD, which we're in right now. Thank you very much. What are your thoughts on the short in VTAK?
I liked it, but the locates were very expensive. So we couldn't take this short. It's only because of price of the locate that we didn't take this short. But I really liked it. Pre-market, I said it's breaking day before highs here, so I'm gonna avoid this until 180, 190. If it gets there, I might try the short. But locates were very expensive. Look, today my colleague here explained me something. We have a very good trader, a very talented trader who programmed a system to short these small caps. He's making amazing money. And one of the analysis that he explained to me today was that he measured all hundreds of trades he did for the last couple of years. And you know what? Check this. When the locates were free or very cheap, the system, the algorithms lost money. When the locates were like,
makes sense.
medium price, the system made a lot of money.
That's
and
amazing.
when the locates were very expensive, the system made money, but 50-60% of it goes to the locate, so it's not worth to take that risk. So very important, because that when locates are cheap or very free or very cheap, the amount of people who go short is very high. So it is also that we see some selling pressure, but it's also that when it breaks, because of the short position are so big because it's free to locate, so the amount of traders going short and the position size is much bigger. The short squeeze is higher. So, it's very important that you also take into account the price of the locate, if it's worth it to pay it or not. Because look, on MVVE, I pay the locates. We're not cheap, but I'm looking for $1 movement at least, but on VTAK, I think it was Amex, right? The price of the locates were like 15 cents. So you have to make 15 cents movement to scratch the trade. It's not worth it, right?
Yeah, fantastic explanation. And both Sharif and I were nodding. It makes complete sense.
Agree.
The fact that, hey, these free locates, you don't get as strong as of a move that you're looking for. But when you pay for that expensive stuff, like, for example, remember CAR, when we were all obsessed about CAR and how expensive those locates were at one point, to the tune where the stock actually dropped. So it does turn out, I can get behind that thesis and that data set. But yeah, it makes complete sense. Now, I want to go back
going just to end this, the price of the locates are because demand and supply, and also because the brokers are not stupid and they see the probability for the trade to work and the volatility. So in CAR, they see, look, if you take this trade, you might make like $300 per share. So they're going to charge you a lot, right? So it's all about supply and demand and the volatility and the probability of the trade to work.
Yeah, perfect
Great
stuff.
Information.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It makes a lot of sense, and when it does, maybe we have to look a little bit more into that. But bring our attention back towards this TVRD. I believe, and I want to know if you think the exact same thing, Luis, and I want to know what your process is once the trade actually starts working, and if it starts working, is what we're starting to see here is a shelf. So I took a couple of long scalps here throughout this, but I'm starting to see a shelf formed and a key support level of $4.60. Now, I have the hunch that you would agree with me. If that support level breaks, you might get some more downside, and there it goes, a clean flush. Maybe it could be a liquidity grab. But throughout this process, are you going to be adding to this position if it really starts to work out for you? I know your price target's going to be the volume-weighted average price. Now, if we break down aggressively and hold below $4.60, are you going to exponentially bet size? Are you adding into this position?
Great question.
Or are you happy with the size that you've put on with that tight risk to reward that you've mentioned?
Well, right now I'm not happy with the size I have. I would like to pyramid this position and add in. It's very difficult to add in the perfect timing and price. Most of the time is more, I'm gonna load it here. It's more about the timing and not the price. So it's better being short right now at a worse price, but at a better timing. So I could be short on 475, but maybe it's better to go bigger on 450 when it's confirmed the trade. But you know, that's difficult. What I try to explain here when we teach people to trade is that you have to try to understand what is the feeling of the people who is long and the people who is short. Who is more comfortable? Are the longs being nervous now because it's breaking the support that they want to close, or or are the shorts more comfortable now? So that's what you have to think, and you have to go against the people who is not comfortable. Longs here shouldn't be very calm with the position because it's breaking this self, as you say. They have a not very good risk reward, so they are looking for some places, some liquidity pools to close the trade. The level 2 is very thin, so imagine if you're a long trader here getting a stack with 10,000 shares, which is not a lot. You cannot get out that easily with 10, 20,000. So
No.
try to find out where are the points, the prices where the longs are more uncomfortable and when the shorts are more, calm with the position. So that's where you should add position to your trade.
Perfect stuff.
Great
Thank you very
stuff,
much.
Luis.
Yes.
Thank you so much. All right, let's talk a little soccer here, Luis. We gotta get the predictions in. So we're down to the final 8. Got a big game tomorrow. France versus Morocco. I know this one might seem like it's an easy one to choose on paper, but is it though, Luis?
It is not. I mean, France is so strong. They have the probably 2 best defenders of the World Cup, and they have the 3 best probably forwards there. That is true, but Morocco has something tactically. They're very strong and physically as well. So,
and very good on the counter. I saw them with my own eyes. They exposed Canada on every counterattack that they had, Luis, and they were clinical in front of the net, and they're fast as hell, too. I'm not saying the French aren't fast. The French are very fast, obviously, but
they're fast running forward, not running back, running to defense.
So give me your pick there. France or Morocco?
I go with France.
You go with France. All right.
It's going to be a tough match.
It's going to be a good one, right? I'm excited for that. Then we got Spain and Belgium. I already know your answer there, so we'll skip that one.
Spain, I mean, if it would be another like Argentina or Morocco or France, I would have more doubts. But I think Belgium is a step lower than
I love
Spain,
it.
France.
And then I really like this game. I think this game is going to be a toss-up. Norway versus England. Obviously, I want England to win. I don't like Erling Haaland. I like Martin Odegaard, of course, but I think that, well, of course, I have to hate him. Luis, he's a city. Of course,
man,
it's by default.
You're going to love that guy. You're going to love that guy. He's so funny. Come on, the way he runs,
he's great.
The way he eats, the way he moves, everything about him is so funny. I go with Norway there.
You go with Norway? Oh, my days. Okay. I would have, like last week, I would have said, that's a crazy pick, but after the game I saw last time, I'm not going to take Norway, but I can completely see why.
The motivation there is amazing.
It is, yeah, and they haven't even been in the World Cup in a long time, so this is very good for them. And then last but not least, Argentina versus Switzerland. What are your thoughts on that one?
Argentina, of course.
Argentina, easy work, huh? I don't know, man.
Not
Let's
easy,
see.
but if Messi play like 10 minutes, that's enough to win a World Cup.
I love it.
39 years old. Oh my God, man.
And then we have an individual in the chat, Luis, who is a very big fan of yours. His name is Ozan.
Oh.
He happens to love the country of Spain, and he wants me to ask you, can you adopt him? Or if you can't adopt him, can you employ him so that he can move to Spain? All right, you don't actually have to answer
Wait,
that.
you didn't know he has
He's
to
a good guy.
answer.
We chat sometimes.
You chat with Ozan? Awesome, man. Good. All right, man.
Good guy.
Willis Addison, you mean the Africans playing for France? Yes, there's a lot of Africans in France, of course. They are immigrants.
There goes TVRD. How come I can hear myself there? TVRD breaking down that through that 460.
Nice trade, Luis.
That's what we were talking about,
Yeah.
the shelf break here of that level, and then now you're getting a little bit more downside momentum. So
Probably is one of the points. I'm not very good on this, but this is one of the points you should pyramid and add to the position with a 460, 465. Very, very tight stop. You can go very, very big here with a 10 cents stop, but not the best setup for me. I mean, not an expert in this kind of trades, but it's the moment you should add to the position on the backside. Very tight stop and 50 cents profit if it works.
All right.
Stuff, man.
Great to see you again, Luis. Barbado, man.
I got a hot take, though.
You got a hot take.
Are you ready for this?
Of course I am.
France-Argentina final?
Again?
Yeah.
Come on, bro. We had that final already, man.
I think Spain-Argentina is the
Hey, I'd rather that. I'd rather
Spain-Argentina.
Spain-Argentina. Yeah, I don't want to see the same thing we saw in Qatar, man. I mean, we've already seen that matchup, right?
Seen it, man.
I don't want to see it again, but hey, it
was a great match, probably the best match in the World Cup history.
Easily.
We don't want to see it. We don't want to see it again.
Very exciting. All right, thank you for coming on, Luis. We're going to talk next week, and we're going to know, of course, the results of all 4 of those matches. So we'll be talking about that then. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you very much, guys.
Take care.
We have to talk about Bloom Energy. I put this headline on the screen when it came out, probably around 20 minutes or so now. But we've had a massive move in this stock, like dropping $15, back up $15, down $10. Let's talk BE. Basically, 100 Book Research released a short report on BE called Bloom's Big Lie. Now, I read through the intro of this report to get a sense of what the argument was. Basically, the lie that they're saying occurred here is that the CEO of Bloom Energy, K.R. Sridhar, has said at least 5 times over the past year that the company does not rely on a China supply chain, and specifically that they don't use scandium from China. That's a rare earth. Well, apparently, through filings and through Chinese corporate data, this short firm here, 100 Book Research, was able to find hard evidence that BE is, in fact, using C5 scandium from China. So whether or not that's true, they're making this case. They're accusing BE of lying, and especially given the political situation here with rare earths and with U.S. manufacturing and, anti-China supply chains. Not a great look here for BE on this short report. We're going to send it over to Sia to start the news segment.
Thank you so much, Adara. Great news as always. Let's talk. BE is always a great stock to talk about. I love BE as well. Thank you so much for that information. Let's move on to the news segment. So we'll start with Apple. Apple's committed $30 billion to push U.S. chip making. So now it's said that it's expanding its partnership with Broadcom in a multi-year deal that's expected to exceed the value of $30 billion. So this marks Apple's largest U.S. manufacturing commitment to date, and this agreement will basically lead the production of more than 15 billion U.S.-made chips and includes a $1.5 billion expansion of Broadcom's facility in Fort Collins in Colorado. So Apple hasn't provided a timeline for this new capacity, but it will be coming soon. It's coming from reports. Broadcom has also supplied Apple with connectivity components for a very long time, but this new particular agreement will deepen that relationship more so around its US-made custom silicon. So Apple has said that Broadcom will actually be making these wireless components used to help devices connect to cellular, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth networks. Broadcom has disclosed in its filings with the Securities and Exchange Commissions on Monday that it had entered into a new long-term agreements with Apple to develop and supply custom ASIC silicon products for multiple generations of Apple products that will continue to happen through the year 2031. So ASICs are application-specific integrated circuits that are increasingly being used for these large AI workloads. And with that, Apple is trading up almost 2%.
Yeah, TVRD's moving as well here. I don't know if you saw that, Joe. Yeah, let's talk about this because this is Apple's biggest push under their newly minted American manufacturing program, which of course was instituted as a result of the pressure by President Trump to reshore specifically the semiconductor supply chain. So they're tying the knot here with Broadcom, and Broadcom has this Fort Collins, Colorado plant that they're going to start making these chips at. Two important points I want to make about this specific plant. Firstly, Broadcom didn't build it. It's actually was built by HP. It's a legacy factory that they took over. So they never actually had a footprint for manufacturing in North America because they don't make their own chips. They design them. They're what we call a fabless chip designer, right? And they rely almost entirely on Taiwan Semi for their production. Now, the problem with relying on Taiwan Semi is their production capacity is almost maxed out. So nice to see that they're going to be able to make this on their own. 15 billion chips, Tia mentioned. She's absolutely right about that. But guess what? The cost per chip is going to be $2. So margins are going to be at a premium here for Broadcom. Very top line raising is this number, but does it move the needle on the bottom line? Profitability is what I care about, right? This is not a new company that's just in a growth phase. This is a $1 trillion, $2 trillion company, give or take, right? So I want to see bottom line as much as I want to see top line movement. I don't think that moves the needle with the $2 per chip. But I also want to say that this, despite Apple being up 1% on the day, this is an implicit, a tacit admission of failure by Apple that they were not able to make these chips in-house. We've seen them bring everything in-house, whether it's the C-series chips, the A-series chips, the M-series chips. They're all doing and designing it in-house. They couldn't do it here. That should say something to you as well. Last but not least, we're talking about Broadcom's valuation here, you know, having a bit of a discount relative to some others. And the reason for that is because 20%, Joseph Options, of Broadcom's revenue comes from one single source, and that is the dead one, Apple.
Yeah.
So when you have such a huge single source concentration, you add a bit of a risk premium on top of that. I don't think this chip deal helps any with that risk premium, but we're relying more on that single source. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, let's give credit where credit is due. If you want any form of customer, it's probably going to be this company right now, right? So heavily reliable. We're looking at around over 15 billion chips made on this specific deal. But Sharif, just to add to your point, and to build on it, look how difficult it is to make your own in-house chips. Like, I mean, I don't think it's the end of the world, but what does that make you more heavily reliant on? Other companies, Marvell's, Broadcom, NVIDIA. Now, they had trouble creating in-house series, that upgrade, the Apple Intelligence that they had to outsource to Google as well, too. But I don't think that's the be-all of end-all of I just stated, right? They have the cash. They've spent the least out of all of the hyperscalers and the top names to the point that they can deploy it, and they wouldn't do it if it didn't make sense, in my opinion. So I'm not overly worried about it. It's best to get the best possible product than to put something out half. You know what I mean? That it isn't very good.
Yeah, let's just call it what it is. Half-assed.
Half-assed, exactly. Yeah. I didn't want to swear. But that's why Apple remains where it is, because we said it before, they didn't release Apple Intelligence. Why? Because it was hot garbage.
Exactly.
So they're willing to spend and partner with other companies in order to deliver that high-quality product. And that's exactly why they're sitting where they are right now.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. But this is the first time I've seen anyway, Apple not get the chip design right.
Dude, Meta didn't get it right. Meta
I don't care what Meta does. You know what I mean? Like, with all due respect,
it just shows you what I'm getting at. It just shows how difficult it is to actually get it get it right.
Fair enough.
You know what I mean? NVIDIA is, speaking of the king of the chips right now, 202. We're gonna tap into 203, 203 momentarily. So yeah, I mean, it's a tough space. Meta spent a boatload of cash trying to do theirs. And some of the names that have been, and it's been admitted that the Amazon's Trainium processing unit, NVIDIA's is still worlds ahead, not worlds, but significantly better.
Because they're GPUs.
Yeah, exactly. Because they're GPUs. But the custom chips still haven't really lived up to what NVIDIA has had the ability to produce.
Because I think they're definitely not as flexible, but they're better at running specific programs.
Well, they're made specifically for something, right? But at the end of the day, I think it's it's not the end of the world for Apple to outsource these things. I know we were giving them quite a bit of heat with Apple Intelligence, but it's because they were promoting it before it was actually ready.
Fair enough. Trade K20. Great question. Sharif, your daily note appears as a single page in the post section. I haven't come across multiple pages or a link to the complete note. Is there another place I be looking for full access? Yes, brother. So right here, this is the post section right here, Assassino. So right there, you'll see the headline and the page there. You just click read more. Read more, mosey on down to the link right there. Read full PDF here, it says. Just click that link and there you go. Multiple pages, if it'll load, there you go, brother, okay? So let me know if that helps solve the issue or you're still having trouble. So thank you for that question because I'm sure a lot of other people had it as well. Let's send it back to Sia for the next story.
Thank you so much. Let's take a look at Delta. So DAL has launched a new basic business fare. So DAL is dividing up the front of the plane into even smaller grips now. I wonder who's done this before. It's offering new basic fare for business and first class that comes without the perks of free seat selection or even airport lounge access. So it's following, like I speculated, I just asked you that question, it's following United Airlines as they had made a similar change earlier this year to their Polaris long-haul business class and also their other higher tier cabins. So as per reports from the company today, this basic tickets in the Delta One Light Flat long-haul cabin will go live by the name new basic business. There's similar basic product also for first class, which is more common on the shorter haul routes and in premium economy. So what it entails is this means that customers on those tickets will get seats assigned at checked-in. They will not have any kind of lounge access, earn fewer miles also than more of these expensive options that are allowed, and only be allowed to make these cancellations for a certain fee. So there won't be any free or any half refunds or anything, and they don't have any option to change the same day standby or confirm flight changes. So a thing to keep in mind for this is also is DAL is reporting pre-market on Friday. So stocks up 25% year to date, almost triple the return of the S&P 500 if you do look at it that way. And options traders are expecting a 6% swing in Delta shares after earnings. Adara, what is your opinion on DAL?
Yeah, to me, I think honestly, like this story is kind of a drop in the bucket. As you mentioned, all the airlines are doing it. I don't have anything to say on that. What I do want to say as well here, so yeah, with the options move, I always find with these expected moves, check right before the report because they'll change a lot. I want to talk about what to expect from earnings. I have not posted this yet, so it'll be posted on X at TTV Research tomorrow. But yeah, so last quarter, massive sales beat. They had pretty strong growth in a lot of their different sales segments. Passenger revenue up 7% year over year. Premium products up 14% year over year. But guys, their guidance for this quarter, yuck. Specifically for Q2 2026, which is a quarter we're going on coming up here, their EPS. They guided EPS for this quarter between $1 and $1.50 per share. That is going to be well below estimates of $2.28. So we're going to have to wait and see how that shakes up. But I found that guidance to be really, really noteworthy of all of the research you did into that last report. That's the thing I noticed the most. We'll have to see if they fare a little better here and if their guidance is a little better with this report. And UAL, which we mentioned here, they're also reporting earnings next week, I believe Wednesday after the bell. So a little bit of a mini airline earnings wave here to watch out for.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Sending it to the guys.
Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. I think Delta is a premium airline to begin with. My understanding, it's the best of the bunch in the United States. They're looking to build on top of that, but they also want to win new customers. So how does this change help anything? Because when the search algorithms look for that headline price number, it's going to come in a little bit lower, only, of course, to be added on, whatever, seating charges, baggage charges, whatever that there's going to be. So it allows them to get you in, lure you in with a cheaper headline price, but then upsell you along the way and increase margins. I don't necessarily hate that. But it's also being done, as Adara and Sia mentioned, it's already being done by United under their Polaris cabins, right? We've seen this already from airlines where they're looking to expand their business and their first to either half or a third of the plane because they don't make really any money on economy. But the last thing that I want to say is that their forward contingent liability will also be reduced. Why? Because this basic business package you're not going to earn any or very little in the way of frequent flyer miles. So frequent flyer miles, when you look at it from an accounting perspective from these airlines, it's a contingent forward future liability that they have to be able to meet should it be claimed by the holder, right? So this actually reduces some forward, contingent liability, and it could be good for margins. I happen to like Delta. I don't know how you feel. Have you flown Delta?
I think I've flown it once, to be honest with you, at one point. But American Airlines gets the big double thumbs down for me.
I just flew American. I liked it.
Yeah, Bro, I couldn't even get a drink, man. They were giving me a hard time.
You have that issue there. No, I didn't drink on the airplane, but the drink on the airplane, it's worse because you're at altitude. Did you hear about this?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm a paying customer. I don't care.
Of course.
I'm not here to have a conversation about the altitude and how it affects me at the end of the day. But no, in all seriousness, I don't have really much to say about this other than the fact that we know that premium is where business class is where the majority of the money is made. They lose money when it comes to the economy aspect of things. I think this is good for the company. Oh, there goes TVRD. Other than that, I don't have much to say.
Okay.
Right movements. Q2, I will actually add on Adara's point. Well, the cost of oil just went through the absolute roof. Even though it wasn't heavily reflected on the price, you're going to see that definitely run into margins.
You know that they have their own refinery, right?
Delta does.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they hedge a lot through options contracts. There you go. Yeah. There, Luis probably got stopped out there. Hope he's good. Let's send it back to see you for the next story.
We're talking about Waymo next. So Waymo's launched more driverless rides across the United States, 4 more of them. So it's beginning rolling out its driverless vehicles in 4 new cities in the coming weeks, furthering its U.S. expansion and also building on its lead over domestic rivals. You don't know it, Tesla and Zoox, that's owned by Amazon. So Alphabet, in an announcement today, has said that the robotaxi division will soon start offering fully autonomous rides in San Diego, Las Vegas, Tampa, Florida, and Denver. So the launch will initially be for employees, and the rollout would later be expanded to the public and available to the public. Waymo currently operates driverless cars in more than 10 cities. Waymo has a big head start in the market ahead of Tesla and Zoox, which are both also slowly pushing into new cities. So Zoox is preparing to launch its robotaxi service to some members of the public in Austin, Texas, and Miami. That is later this year. So I would say that Tesla is also going beyond Austin into also some parts of Texas as well as Miami. But according to filings with the U.S. auto safety regulators as of May, Waymo's domestic fleet has had roughly 4,000 robo-taxis equipped with the company's 5th as well as 6th generation automated driving systems. And with that, Google is down on the day of very close to 2% right now.
Key issue there. Great points. Yeah, they're running the 4th and 5th generation. That creates an operational kind of problem as you're having to maintain 2 different gens of these vehicles. Separate story. I saw Waymo when I was in Dallas, but it was being driven by a driver. I was like so pumped. I got my phone out. I'm like, I'm going to see my first Waymo. And then there's a dude sitting in the driver's seat. So I wasn't very pumped about that. But look, guys, the new launch here, Sia mentioned it, San Diego, Las Vegas, Tampa, and Denver. The deployment will be strictly limited to internal employees first. Kind of highlights that they're still navigating these kind of local edge cases. So that's point number 1. Point number 2, they're trying to eat your boy's lunch. Zoox, they're coming after Zoox specifically here.
Why?
So the 4 chosen expansion markets represent an intentional, and I'll submit to you, an aggressive geography grab. By anchoring itself to Florida and Denver, Alphabet's kind of box cutting Zoox, which is targeting Miami and Austin as well, of course, as well as Tesla before they can also establish their own public networks in those cities, right? And then Sia mentioned that they've got 4,000 active vehicles right now. But that's going to be spread across 14 different cities. That's pretty thin, right? So I don't think they have the requisite density right now to compete with Uber, right, on a car-for-car basis. But I do like this headline. I like where they're going.
Yeah.
And I like that I saw one in the wild.
Yeah, there you go. But that's what it is, though.
Yeah.
As you continuously see some, we've yet to see any, but I'm pretty sure Waymo's contract, as Brando was telling me, starts in early 2027 here in the city, right?
What a crazy bunch of weirdos. They're going to start in the winter? What the helly?
But what other time, like, because I feel like this is one of the major questions looming around this
Bless you, Ram Ram.
technology is the colder regions, right? Like
That's a great point, bro.
right? I think that's really what's the overhang amongst this massive technology. It's nice when it's all sunshine and rainbows with a little bit of rain. That's easy to deal with.
But you don't also think it's really good in cities with bad public transportation? Like, I found myself taking Ubers everywhere I went in Texas because their public transportation is hot garbage.
No, and I don't mean it by that, Sharif. From a technology standpoint, it's great, obviously, when there's less public transportation, but I'm talking about from an environmental standpoint.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? It's going to make, like, if we have hefty snowfalls, what's going to happen to all the cameras? Who's cleaning those cameras? And I believe that's a legit question here. Like, that is a legit question. And how are you going to navigate that stuff as you're driving? You know how the slush stockpiles and cakes onto
cameras getting dirty,
exactly,
sensors.
Right? So what does that mean for the LiDAR? And what does that mean? And what does that mean for Elon Musk's camera system? Now, someone said you could just easily clean it up. Well, are you going to? And I like the point that Sean brought up as well. It won't allow you to go into full self-drive mode. But what happens when the cybercab is here and there's no steering wheel to the point where you literally can't take control of the vehicle?
My understanding is there's going to be automated cleaning systems for the cameras. There has to be.
But how powerful could those be?
They have to be consistent and constant.
Right? Like you have to put it through some extreme weather because when the ice and the slush forms up, it gets very, very difficult.
Completely agree with you.
Right?
These are like the practical applications that we have to
exactly
get to,
right, and I think that's a good spot to start. But anyways, Zoox is dominating Vegas. Now you have Waymo starting to roll into there. But bit by bit, Sharif, we're starting to see these autonomous vehicles gain more popularity. I am going to stay within the camp. In the next couple of years, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, in the next decade, people are going to be like, what am I even taking control of a steering wheel for?
Well,
put me in the autonomous vehicle.
Man, some people talk about the whole same thing, man. You
listen,
know
I understand people like to drive, and with NASCAR, you like to go left and you like to go fast, real left and real fast, and it destroys the purpose. But for the urban individual like myself, imagine I got to wake up in the morning, go to my underground garage, hit the button, drive to work, and then that's it.
I wouldn't even go to the underground garage. I'd summon it to the front door.
Yeah, there you go, right? Just right to the front door, meet me here, and then you just sit back in your kitty.
Point well
especially
taken,
for the
though.
people who have those lengthy commutes. I think it's a game-changing technology, and we're still in the infancy in it.
Reclaiming your commute time that you could actually work in or get calls done, whatever your nature
whatever
of your
you
business
needed
is.
to do, man.
You could reclaim that time. People have 45-minute an hour commutes in their city.
Yeah, man.
Standard
absolutely.
stuff. You know what I mean?
And some of those people, and think about it, as you get older as well, too, you get a little bit more anxious 100%. And scared on the road. So.
And we've made this argument about robotics really helping with our older population, the seniors, the boomers, or the baby boomers, right? Think with robotics helping them around the house. Think about, you know, my dad doesn't drive anymore because he's got macular degeneration. My mom gets super anxious when she drives.
Oh, you don't even understand.
So the point is, I completely
agree. It just makes it easier. Now, it's a totally different question on whether, because I feel like my grandmother and your mother would be in the same camp for them to adopt the technology because that's the problem. That's a big, completely different story because they wouldn't trust it. But for us, we unfortunately, Sharif, we will be that age one day, and hopefully we already have that technology integrated into our day-to-day lifestyle where we can kind of just go with the flow and allow it to be on the road a little bit longer.
Yes, sir. But having said that, I still like to have the option to drive. Yeah, because I like driving. Like it's freeing.
But are you going to like it in 20 years?
I don't know.
Yeah, right?
I don't mind it as long as traffic doesn't get as bad. You'll own nothing and love it, says OG Trader. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Rally. If they ever get safety controls in place, imagine using it to pick up my kids from school. Reclaim your time. Right? Reclaim your time. That's kind of why
Randy's commute, even though he's all about the ICE engines, he would like to maybe get some of his commute time back.
I saw a Waymo in Fort Worth, but it was being driven by an individual. So it was kind of like a tease there, Randy. But we're talking right now about the expansion of Waymo into a couple of new markets. They're strategically kind of like placing them where Zoox and or Tesla haven't been yet, so kind of get the run up on them a little bit, get into that area. We're also talking about some of their 4th and 5th gen So they've got this new platform. I don't know if you know, but they've tied the knot with Geely. Did you know about this?
I heard about it, but I don't know the details.
You want to see the new Waymo?
Absolutely.
Waymo. Let's show this.
I have a challenge.
Geely.
I have a challenge for Waymo.
What is it?
Here it is, Randy. This is what we're talking about right here. This is the new format of the Waymo. And Randy, they are paying 100% tariffs to bring these in from China. And they're doing it all while President Trump, is engaging in this sort of tariff debacle with China. This is it right here, man. This is going to be...
I gotta honestly say...
It doesn't look that bad.
That's ugly.
It is, of course, it's ugly. But this is what it is, Randy.
Oh, you know what I seen on one of my walks the other day?
Yeah, go for it. I'm just gonna keep showing this.
The EV bug.
So look at this. I want you to see this.
The big
look at
one.
this.
Yeah.
This is it. So this is the system that's going to be in place. There's going to be cleaning for all the sensors, as well as you've got to assume heating as well.
It has to, Sharif. But my question being is that looks fancy, but it better be well constructed.
It better work.
Right? Because think about it, when you're on the highway, you're flying, the slush is accumulating, the ice, it's now caked on ice. It's not the easiest material to clean off, right? It can't be no wimpy, half-assed window wiper.
Pardon me, Katina, man? The robo-taxi, they do go on highways. Yeah, they do.
What is the point of having it if you can only go on urban streets?
So I was driving my ICE vehicle home just a couple days ago, and a big old fat raccoon jumped out of me at probably about 90 kilometers an hour.
Okay.
He just went
walking, get off the road, bro.
I want to see Waymo deal with that.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. No, that's actually a good point.
No, they have to run over. You can't swerve. You can't slam your brakes.
I've seen Waymo swerve. Oh, sorry, Teslas. My mistake. Swerve out of a lane.
Yeah.
So it was going to be a rear end, and the Tesla went into the other lane.
I was coming
on its own.
Of a hill. This fella was not in any hurry whatsoever. He was having a jolly old time, just do across.
That is a problem.
So I could see those in the winter, especially with the ice and the slush, as you mentioned. Up here in Northern Ontario, we had bugs smeared all over the front of your car, and the wipers ain't taking those off. So I don't know. Yeah, there's going to be some challenges, but
I bet. Yeah.
Of course, there's going to be challenges. We're still in the infancy of the technology.
I still like driving. So
do I, man.
A lot of people are saying that, and that's totally fine. But think about it. I just believe it's going to be significantly easier to just allow the vehicle to do everything for you, so you don't lose your mind driving on the road.
See Rivian today? It's recovering, eh? It's just at the day's highs right now. Rivian's at the day high right now. All right. The bounce. We good?
We're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's send it back to Sia.
Thank you. Let's talk about oil. So oil surging yet again, as we do know, we've been seeing throughout the day. We've been hearing what's going on. They've surged after U.S. President Donald Trump has declared that the U.S.-Iran ceasefire, effectively following renewed military strikes and escalating tensions in the Strait of Hormuz. So the U.S. has also revoked a waiver that had allowed Iran to continue selling oil that has resulted in tightening global supply expectations. So the U.S. has also additionally launched strikes on more than 80 Iranian targets after commercial vessels that were transiting through the Strait of Hormuz were attacked. And reports have also come in earlier today that the United States is on standby and will launch more strikes if commanded and needed. So Iran has condemned the operation and vowed to defend its sovereignty. That is raising fears of a broader regional conflict. So with that, we have USO that's up almost close to 3% on the day, followed by Brent hovering around the $78 region, up 3.7%, and WTI up again close to 3%, hovering around the $71.5 region.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm just going to give it to you guys straight aside from the fact that U.S. crude and petroleum exports hit record levels in April. It's a back and forth with Donald Trump. I'm not going to take everything that he says literal. Obviously, you take him serious, but he says a lot of things. Do they happen? Some of them do, some of them don't. He gets ahead of himself, in my opinion, at times. And with this being said, I don't think he's going to go back to dropping bombs. Once again, could I be totally wrong? Absolutely. But it's just the ongoing back and forth to the point where it's just becoming noise. And when you're just continuously going on about certain things, it just goes in one ear and out the other for me personally in regards to this oil. If it decides to pop, then so be it. And if it sells off, then hey, congratulations to whoever's short oil. But again, it's just an ongoing thing with this conflict, and I think it's just a little bit of muscle flexing at the exact same time. That's all I have to say about the oil and the conflict going on in the Middle East, because it's just an ongoing thing. Eventually, it'll come to a conclusion, and I'll just be sitting here doing the exact same thing, whether this war goes on or it doesn't. That's how I feel.
Let's talk Apple again, but this time Apple and China. So Apple's reportedly begun testing DRAM memory chips from China's state-backed Changxin Memory Technologies, which is CXMT, for devices sold within China, while also at the same time lobbying the U.S. government to permit broader use of this particular supplier. So this reflects that Apple's effort to diversify its supply chain inside of China, but it's also reviving geopolitical concerns as well, because CXMT is viewed as a key player in Beijing's push to build a self-sufficient semiconductor industry. We've been hearing reports about that. So CXMT is expected to grow its global DRAM market share from roughly 11%, that is last year, to 15% by the year 2028. So this positions it alongside Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron as a major memory supplier. Before I send it to the guys, Adara, what's your comments on this?
Honestly, I have a feeling that this story, once it gets heated up, is going to become another NVIDIA China chip sales thing, where at first it really cares. So Apple actually just got an interesting candle here. If I see anything on that, I'll let you know. But regardless, the point I'm trying to make here with Apple is, I think, so you guys know, we had like, oh, NVIDIA is going to be able to sell chips to China. Oh, wait, never mind. No, they won't. Oh, yes, they will. Oh, no, they won't. Back and forth like that. You know what I mean? That whole cycle. So I have a feeling that this could be the same with Apple. Now, obviously, this is a bit different because, as we've discussed numerous times, including this morning, these chips are not actually banned. The military just can't use them. That being said, I don't think that's going to be, to quote Obi, distinctly different enough for it to matter for, you know, the likes of these politicians that are going to have an issue with it. Like last time I listed a whole bunch of senators for you guys off the top of my head. We already know Tom Cotton already voiced that he doesn't want Apple to do this. Josh Hawley, another anti-China, anti-big tech type guy. So I have a feeling that even if the Trump administration allows it, they might face too much pushback for them to even allow this to go through. So we're going to have to wait and see. But I have a feeling this is going to be another one of those flip-flop kind of stories until we get anything that we know for a fact that the company has addressed that this is 100% happening. And I have a feeling until the government speaks on it, probably going to be a little bit of a standstill. We'll have to wait and see.
Thank you so much for that, Adara. Let's send it to the guys and see what they have to say about this one.
Well, it might not be a flip-flop for long, Adara, because what they're going to do is they're going to actually use these pieces of RAM for the iPhones that they sell in China. That's what they're going to start first. So these are going to be China within China-specific iPhones that they're going to use these CXMT's DRAM for, with a view, of course, to possibly expanding usability of that RAM for outside of China sales. And that's what kind of is undecided at the moment. As the girls mentioned, this is a company that's blacklisted by the Pentagon, meaning that government contractors can't do business with the CXMT. But CXMT has a lot of ambition when you look at some of their history here. Currently, they have about 11% of the DRAM supply chain all over the world, and they have aspirations to grow that to 15% within 2 years by the end of 28. So this would be a great runway for them should they be able to get the Apple contract. The only thing for me is I don't personally see the Trump administration giving Apple too much leeway here. Okay, I think Apple may have to take the hit to margins, and they're going to find no sympathy from the Trump administration. The Trump administration has already shown its lack of sympathy for margins for other companies.
Yeah.
Case in point, the Walmarts. Another point, the oil, right? They want prices low. They don't care as much about, whether or not you're maintaining your margins. Yeah, they're going to care if the stock market tanks. I'm not saying that they don't care, but I don't think this is the end all and be all for the market. So just to kind of recap my point, I think we see Apple use this sooner rather than later, but on China-specific phones and China-specific phones only. Yeah. And then I don't see the Trump administration giving them the nod to use it outside of that. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think that Apple's going to have to eat the margins.
Absolutely. Yeah. I couldn't agree more, Sharif, just to add to your point.
Yeah.
It's. I think the difference here, though, is Apple's footprint in China compared to NVIDIA's footprint, which is going to allow them to use these chips. But again, I'm in the exact same camp as Adara, Sharif. I believe there's a slight chance, it's a little bit better than 0, that they're going to allow them here. It's probably closer to 0 and as close to 0 as you could possibly get that they're going to allow that to happen just due to Donald Trump's onshoring plan. And we've seen the flip-flop between is China getting them, is China not? And until you actually see CXMT's DRAM chips here, then I wouldn't even play any form of or pay any form of attention to it. So I'm in the exact same camp. I believe it's going to be allowed in China. Why not? Because if these iPhones are produced there, why not use that? But there's very, very little chance that they're going to be allowed to.
But like the comparison with the NVIDIA story, to me, while interesting, I don't think it checks out line by line because it's the Chinese regulator we know that's preventing Chinese tech companies from really buying the H200 en masse. Now, we saw a bit of an exception to that today when NVIDIA said that they were going to be able to sell some. But the Commerce Department, if you believe the reports, gave NVIDIA the nod back in January, February, or whatever it was, right, to go ahead and sell the H200. But the Chinese don't want because they want to champion their local alternative.
Huawei.
Well, exactly.
But at one point I remember, but see that this is where the flip-flop happened, Street, because I remember reading an article on the fact that some of the larger corporations applied for their permit and it was approved by the Chinese regulators at one point in order for them to order it. And then the United States was like, nah, we don't know if we want to sell them our best chips.
Well, I think that you've always had people in the States that didn't want to sell anything to NVIDIA.
Both sides.
Absolutely.
Both sides.
There's hawks on both sides. But my understanding is that it's the Chinese who are blocking the shipments to China, not the Americans blocking the export of the H200 to China.
And so what I'm adding to your point is the flip-flop in the fact that it was Alibaba and another company that applied for them. And they were approved, but then it was just like, no, okay, we don't know what we're going to give them. We don't know
what you're saying.
If like, you know what I mean? So it's just that constant flip-flop because there was headlines when you and I both went over is that, okay, Chinese regulators approving it. Next day, oh, the United States doesn't want to approve it. And then you go back, okay, yeah, never mind, we're not doing that again. So that flop comes because it's he said, she said, and then eventually it got to the point where like, all right, we're not doing it.
Yeah, that's exactly the point I was trying to make, Joe. So thank you for making it a lot better than I did. But that was exactly.
But that's what
is that accurate though? Did the Commerce Department block the sale seriously? To some of these Chinese companies.
Yeah, exactly. So it was like so China approved it, and then apparently it was denied once again. And they're like, hey, okay, yeah, what's going on over here? We'll sell you something, but not the Blackwell. And then China's like, no, we don't want anything.
Well, we knew the Blackwell wasn't going to go.
It was off the table. It was off the table, right? But it just goes to the flip-flop. It's just really hard to follow when it's like he said, she said in both sides.
All right, let's talk about this headline.
Yeah, SpaceX just dropped here to new all-time lows, the lowest level we've ever seen this trade. Not sure if this is 100% correlated, but right as I saw this drop, I also saw CNBC report that apparently JP Morgan has called the possibility of a SpaceX-Tesla merger, quote, strategically coherent. So maybe not related, could have just been a technical break, but either way, SpaceX at all-time lows. Here is TSLA not really reacting to the story. Again, a JP Morgan analyst apparently views a SpaceX-Tesla merger as, quote, strategically coherent.
Thank you so much for that, Dara. That is motivated for the next story as well. Relevant because that is SpaceX sliding to the downside, down 2.2% at the moment. We're going to take a look at also the lunar expansion story that we're going to discuss here. So SpaceX is continuing to expand beyond its launch services with two notable developments. That is Japan's iSpace selected Starship to transport its lunar cargo mission, targeting a moon landing around the year 2030 and also highlighting growing commercial demand for SpaceX's lunar transportation business. And at the same time, founder Elon Musk has also announced that Grok 4.5, GROK 4.5, will expand into public beta after positive customer feedback with its latest AI model that's already being tested internally at Tesla and SpaceX. So the lunar agreement also further strengthens Starship's long-term commercial opportunity, while at the same time continued AI integration across Musk's companies shows to us and highlights rather a growing collaboration between SpaceX, XAI, and Tesla. With that, we have SpaceX still falling, a little bit of an uptick, but still falling 2.17% at the moment.
Where are you short, Katina Man? 151.60. Katina Man short 151.60 on SPCX, about to lose 146. Let's talk about this. So Grok 4.5, as Sia mentioned, it's supposed to have fantastic technical and coding capabilities. without kind of identifying the architecture it's driving on. This is part and parcel of the difference between this and Opus, but that's what Elon Musk took to X to make the comparisons. He said it's as capable, it's an Opus class model, but not as slow and not as costly to run. Those are his assertions. So we'll have to see exactly how that all does. Get it, Katina, man? Losing 146, as we were mentioning there. But guys, to be quite honest with you, this is coming very, very at a good time for Grok, because Grok has lost about 28% of their average daily users over the past 3 months, and only now has about 8.7% of the market share for LLMs in the United States. So they need something here to move the needle. And 4.5, apparently, if you believe the reports, is supposed to be quite capable. I no longer have a paid membership with Grok, so I don't think I'll get access to that immediately, but I do have with Claude, and Fable is back, and it is fantastic. Last but not least, this iSpace here from Japan, very interesting, because they've crash landed this lunar module or whatever a bunch of times, so they clearly don't have the delivery capabilities, hence the tie-up here with SpaceX to use Starship at some point in the future. Because, you know, this is supposed to be quite interesting. It's a mobile cargo system, and it acts as a post-landing lunar taxi. So just using Starship here as a kind of a bus, but they do retain control over like what they're calling the lunar surface logistics. So let's see how that all plays out. Kind of pumped about that, man. I love this space.
So a headline just dropped here, Sharif. So
ahead,
Grok
Joey.
4.5 is not yet available in the EU or in any SpaceX product or the API console.
It's supposed to be released today.
Yeah, apparently.
Or, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. You know what I really like, though, is that I think it can help gain some ground for Grok, is it having it in the Tesla vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Well, we should ask Sean about that,
Right.
because have you been using Grok? Have you been using Grok in your Tesla? Just for random stuff. But do you get it to do your itinerary planning? Because okay, he does use it for itinerary planning, which is fantastic, because like I've seen a lot of videos on YouTube of people doing that.
Oh shit. Okay, Big 40, man. I wish you I wish you all the best, man.
What happened?
He was saying peace out to both you and I for the next little while, but now he's
Hi, man. He's gone for a little bit.
he's
But
got-
40,
Oh.
Gonna miss the Bash Brothers. Hope to see you guys still bringing the energy. See you in 2029. Where you going, man?
You got to read the next thing that he then stated, Sharif.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Publicly.
All right, man. That's all right, brother. We'll see you when you get out, man.
Keep your chin up, man.
Exactly, man.
Yeah, keep your chin up,
We'll
man.
be right here, and I hope everything works out.
Yeah, keep that chin up. Hit those push-ups. I guess,
Exactly.
As well, too.
Use your time wisely.
Yeah,
brother.
man, for sure, man.
We love you, brother. We'll be here when you get out, man.
40.
But now we got to send it to Sia, SSE?
Yeah. And then we roll
Yeah,
over.
Adara. Okay, let's send it up to Adara.
A little bit of an uptick in the market. I'm still going to read through these, but here are some of the highlights. Apparently, most Fed participants cited that there's a possibility that inflation could stay high due to AI-related aspects, I guess, here. They also said they welcome a review of communications tools and practices, very much in line with comments made by new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh about his task forces, which include focusing on communication. They also said that most participants preferred not to repeat previous statement language that suggested an easing bias. So again, kind of easing up on the easing bias. They said in such scenarios, all participants here indicated some policy firming would likely be warranted in certain scenarios here. The Fed staff forecast for inflation in 2026 and 2027 was higher than in the April forecast. The forecast here for inflation a little bit higher in June than it was in April. Still reading through these minutes, but yeah, guys, generally just a little bit more cautious than what we were seeing at the April meeting, and also looking to, get rid of that easing statement and review the Fed's communication policies. Cough, cough, we might see the dot plot go away. Back to the guys.
The dot plot. Oh, we talking about the dot plot?
Yeah, there was Fed minutes.
Yeah, Fed minutes just out, but the market is absolutely loving it. Well, liking it is probably a better word. Back into the grain, it looks like, which we're back and forth because, NVIDIA was the one that was leading the way, but if we're being real about it, and you got to go way back to, right at the end of the morning show. NVIDIA, again, positive China news. It's trying to get back to upside. I don't know if this isn't going to break the highs. I do wonder how much you're actually going to get this extending into the upside. Oil still looking incredibly weak, but it's starting to base out a little bit here. So we'll have to see how that one goes. It was a big time rebound in oil. I was actually thinking of a Rivian reversion, but that Fed minutes might change things because now the market's looking strong again. Thought this was going to finally break down, but let's give it a couple minutes after this meeting minutes to get an idea of where things are going to be headed, because that's a nice little bounce. It's a pretty good. I gotta admit, I'm actually pretty happy with the bounce that we're seeing in the market today. But I want to stay bearish because that's where the bones have been today, for the most part.
I mean, we're both. We're now $5 in the money on SpaceX, and we're long. So, yeah, we got both of the best of both worlds here. Hopefully, long the market, and you know, as soon as we broke, I tried to go short at the highs again. We hit that to the downside short, as Neil said, has paid the bills today. But right into there, we tried again. Then we started to go long, got stopped out a little bit, went, you know, held on to a little bit, bought some more, and now we're starting to go back up to the upside here on the TQQs. But yeah, SpaceX, man, we've been talking about this short literally all day. I mean, 10 o'clock was the last time we took the short, and I said, for VWAP trading there, like that was a great short. I don't know if the guys on the midday had that, but you know, I put an offer as soon as I came back. We started to cover and then put an offer right at 149.50. That just didn't fill, didn't come back upside. So we were waiting for that one, and then there's the drop off there on SpaceX. So yeah, man. I mean, we've already been looking at this name for quite a while, and there goes SpaceX. And you know, on the TQs, I don't want to be in this because of I was just in it. I mean, this actually started to go well before 2 o'clock there. That's 157 or so started to go on TQQs. So, you know, we got in, we got stopped out right against that low there. But because we broke into Greensville, I wanted to represent this by getting out a little bit, and then make sure that we did not have sort of suffer the fate of the downside play there. But it held, so we got back in, and there it goes upside now on the TQQs as we just continue to sort of promote what we've been doing here on SpaceX and so on and so forth. But I'm not going to keep talking about it. We've been doing that enough. You guys know I'm short, and it is what it is. So let's go back over to Neil and see what he's up to.
We're talking about some updates from Oragenics. The ticker is OGEN on the NYSE American, and they've activated their phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Oragenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. That's OGEN. Over on the NYSE American, as we like to call it, the former Amex. I think it's also on the Amex, which might be kicking up a little bit here. Eventually did flip short into battle. Would have been ideal if we'd done it when we were getting out long. That was an interesting conversation. I actually saw the midday guys talking about it. When you exit like a long position, sometimes you got to think it's a bit of a short at a key level. But I was looking for it to come all the way back. The problem, I think, for this moving anywhere more down, anywhere lower, was you've already almost pressed into the lows on USO. So the USO's got like 1 point left on this drop. So you're more or less looking for the bottom end of the range to come in. Really not gonna give it too wide of a stop in here. Like, it's not worth any more than 5 or 6 pennies in here, and you're really just trying to take 10 to 15 anyways. So going to be looking for something. Someone in the chat also was saying, Neil, look at Rivian. Well, I was just saying Rivian is something that I am looking at, because we talked about liking close prices earlier. This was on the precipice of breaking the trend at the prior day close and looking for a reversion there. And then right before it was about to do that, you had the meeting minutes come out, and then it spiked. So to me, this was setting up pretty decently to break the trend line, and then we effectively got the Fed meeting minutes, and it bounced right there. So I still like the trade, but it went from triggering in 1 or 2 seconds from triggering in to, okay, now it's bouncing off the high. So yeah, Rivian I'm taking a watch at. Yes, it's having a fantastic day. I think overall, if you're looking at it from a daily chart, this actually looks like a good bounce spot and a good start to a bit of a recovery for Rivian. But just for the afternoon, I'm looking at a reversion back to about 16.3 initially, but it's got to break the trend line. Too strong so far, and it's been a pretty strong market, led by those chips. Well, I should say led by NVIDIA. NVIDIA probably dragging the chips higher.
Yeah, NVIDIA's been a good, good
that 200 break.
That one. Yeah, 202 is a good one.
When did it break the 200?
No idea.
Oh, that was 200 break was pretty much
12:30.
Yeah, it wasn't sitting down here.
Yeah, I really like NVIDIA. I mean, I was always talking about selling off some AMD, and I mean, in a day where NVIDIA today up 2.7%, we have Advanced Micro Devices flat to red right now for AMD. So I think we're, maybe the switch is on a little bit. I don't, I was just saying that if the market does fall back in, I would look for that AMD to be somewhat of a problem. I took another out, by the way, on SpaceX just here at 146.50. I mean, waiting to let that one get going as well. Netflix, $76. That's nice. That's a nice bounce off of $70 for NFLX. So, this could be a name that was beat up a little bit too much. There it is, back into 71, back to 76. We could see a little bit of a run up there for Netflix as well. Keep it going in the chat, man. We are all over the chat. If you have anything to say, let us know in here. Ask us about anything you want, maybe stock related. And then we will also look at some of the symbols that you guys are talking about here, and we'll be able to figure out what we should be talking to you regarding, and we'll answer as much as possible. Some of the newest halts. I mean, we did have S dot today. The last time I saw this thing was $9, right down into there. Big halt finally opens back up 11. It was tapping into 9. I guess that never happened. Then we went to 13, and now we're trying to go back upside. S dot finally moving around a bit here and not halting. So it was a very, very light volume day. Now the volume's back in a little bit. S dot down 48%. That's another name to look at. And then NVVE, this one's been halting a bit as well. NVVE, there's the halt right there at basically on that break of 11. Halted a couple times earlier. As this name, I guess there must be a story. This looks like a day 2 play here. NVVE breaking through $5 and trying to get higher right now. There's the $5 level. No wonder. So there's the break. There's the go. This name obviously has to be looked at again today. And I don't know if it was back there or not, but NVVE. So Neil Victor Escobar.
Last news on this was Thursday after the bell. So day 1 for this would have been Monday morning because of the long weekend. Apparently their Denmark subsidiary or Denmark business here, Nuvi Denmark, will be buying Best Sibiu SRL, that which I guess developed some megawatt battery storage in Romania. You're going to be paying a monthly fee of 10,000 euros until the end. So that's literally it, and that's from a couple days ago. As we mentioned, though, this is a repeat offender. This ticker very well.
10,000 euros. That's my credit card bill, honestly, a month there.
10,000 euros?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's...
But that said, this is
that's a drop in the bucket over there.
The float is only 500,000.
Yeah, that's why I have it on
84%.
Yeah, the short flow might be wrong, but there it is there, 84%. But yeah, there goes NVVE there with that nice move back to the upside there. So yeah, thanks Adair for that one as it keeps on going up, man. NVVE on old news, but hey, man, with Norway, making all the news there in the World Cup, NVVE Norway. So we say what's up to that one, and we'll watch out for that.
Down with Norway on Saturday.
Yeah, Norway, England, right? Is that what it is? And then we have Intel right here, 108 for Intel. So that's had a nice bounce back as well off of 104. We had talked about sort of this computer, revolution that we're going to experience apparently at some point. Intel will be part of that, and that's why they've been having this mature move higher. But at the same time, it's down 30% here from the highs, right? I mean, that high, if we're I don't want to cherry pick. We could just use this candle here, and I don't even know if these things work for us right there. So let's go back and quick look. We could do the math. That's what I was showing. Yeah, 24%. So top to bottom there, 140 back into 107. So we're waiting for that 100 marker to see what winds up happening there for Intel. But another beat up name that I thought I liked and wanted to buy some. So we'll have to wait now to see, how far this move is going to extend down through, because NASDAQ being back to zeros today is really nice. ES 0.31, NASDAQ only down or now flat on the day. What a good call there. Anybody that bought some of those dips into the lows I recently bought some Qualcomm, so that's in the account as well. And we like that level here of 180. Pretty happy with the Qualcomm decision there, and we'll see if that one can get back to the upside. Rumors about SpaceX and all the dealings going on with Qualcomm. We'll see if there is any truth to that as well. But just right now, long futures, and short SpaceX. So that's what we're doing now, and just hanging out with everybody live one more time.
Always live. That's how it is. And man, the list of names that are looking ridiculously good today is long. But one of them was just checking out IBM. Not as you like to see. But remember AVGO this morning? Yeah. So about that,
up 4% or something. Oh, up
5.
5%
Now 5. The 200 period moving average is it's gold when it holds on a quality stock. And we're talking about NVIDIA being at GP. These guys forward 19. That ends up being a nice little bounce play for them. Probably going to have to run into the 400 level. All of that said, there are a couple of places, and I don't mean to pick on anybody, but okay, I'm going to pick on somebody right now. In the midst of all of this goodness, or, euphoria is the wrong word, let's just call risk back on. I went over and looked at our good friend SMR, which yesterday had that nice trend break in the afternoon, hit another 52-week, not all-time low, 52-week low, made another 52-week low today. Well, it's at VWAP, so that's one of the things I like to look at. We didn't get a chance to talk to Brian yesterday, but we can still talk about the volume-weighted average price. This is at VWAP when the market's at the highs, which immediately makes it relatively weak. It's still down 2%, unfortunately. So if I don't get that Rivian, I'm going to look for the short off VWAP here. Nick Dubs says, of the insight, believe biotech will continue to run. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Rotation into some beaten down tech, i.e. Path, software, NVIDIA, Alphabet. That's a lot of things. Okay, so fine. I agree with you in the rotation. Software names, I think you got to, I don't know that I want to lump them all in together. I don't think that it would be as simple as saying, okay, IGV is going to be just fine. I think you want to make sure that you're getting some pretty solid value. I strongly prefer cybersecurity to the IGV. So, and I really like CrowdStrike and Palo Alto about the same, if I'm being real about it. I've already talked about you get some quantum with an IBM name. I think they're fantastic. Alphabet and NVIDIA, okay, those are other two different places. NVIDIA, I think you gotta like it here. No, I think NVIDIA. Yeah. Okay, I know we've heard good news out of China before for NVIDIA, and how much does it actually matter? So I understand why there'd be some skepticism. But if you want to tell me that these guys are going to be cheaper than the Nasdaq at 19 or 18 or 19p or whatever the heck it was this morning, it's going to be different now because it's up 3 points, and you're still getting fantastic growth out of them. I understand that everyone wants to talk about memory, but yeah, NVIDIA's back on. This is like when Stringer Bell had to he told the boys in the street, you put the word out there, we back up. You know what I'm saying? The Barksdales had to come back up. You might have put them away, but they can still operate. And Marlowe's not running this town. So
I don't know enough about it.
You have to watch the watch.
I know. I don't know enough about it to join in.
It's one of my favorites. You got to put the word out there. We back up.
Yeah,
That's what I feel like for NVIDIA right now. So let's go. 200 period. The 90s holding. Everything about this level looks pretty good. It's a trend break on the daily. So yes, and more yes.
Yeah, NVIDIA. I mean, I just think if you think this is an early inning game with AI, and I do really believe there is a generational shift, obviously, just like there was the Industrial Revolution and things like that. I mean, things are getting smarter, better, easier, access, cheaper, everything. I think NVIDIA's at the forefront there, and even if their chips are more expensive than the rest, they can come up with cheaper ones. Like there's more here. I don't think Jensen and all that are just looking, past everything. I think they definitely understand, where this is all moving with those, the GPUs versus the TPUs, and, what's behind the tensor processing with Google and Amazon and all that, and the custom ASICs. I mean, I think that there's more to come with NVIDIA, and, at this valuation, I don't think you're going to be too wrong with anything like that as well. And yeah, the biotechs, really been liking that. And I just use the simple stuff with the IBB or the XBI, and it was just like my thinking was just population living longer, getting older every day. Everybody is. Rocket science right
except
there.
For Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, except for Keanu Reeves and a few other people there, like Tom Brady. Tom Brady looks younger now than he did when he was drafted, thank you to different surgeries and whatnot, and good food. And the wealthy always live longer. I wonder why that is.
I was gonna say.
But yeah, shout out to Magic Johnson, of course, the only man surviving AIDS back in the 80s and 90s. But there it is, all the way upside 175 break right into there. Yeah, there we go, IBB. So as I was saying, as the richer get richer, which is happening every day as well, they start to live longer, and we get a little more effective and efficient with some of the AI. And that was always the thought here with the biotech, is that hopefully we can come up with solutions to problems faster. And the companies that will do that are the ones that we're trying to be invested in, hence the J&Js. And hence the wonder drug, honestly, that is Eli Lilly. Single-handedly basically shedding trillions of pounds off of the human race as we speak, with that Novo Nordisk as well, and just solving some of that diabetic pressure and whatever, blah blah blah, whatever you guys think about those drugs. But it's been great for Eli Lilly and Company. So there, that name continues to go to the upside. A big hold there in the account, never to sell Eli Lilly. I would think, anyways, buy more of it as it goes lower. That's for sure. But yeah, keep the chats going, man. And remember, if we do have the board up, you guys can push $sign, and we can see what's top of your mind as well. There, put a $sign, Rivian, whatever. There it is right now. So, okay, no surprise. NVIDIA, okay, we just talked about it. SpaceX, I'm on it right now. Neil's on Battle. We can look at.
Doing?
We just looked at S-Dot. Remember, it's in the mid-20s.
It's not really moving.
S-Dot was a halter earlier. Hasn't really done anything yet, but not too many mentions. So get in there, go $sign, get that going up a little bit higher. And then we can see what's going on. Nebius. That was another name. Thank you for that in the chat. As we say, big shout out to everybody that started. And it doesn't matter if you're on TikTok, if you're on Instagram, Twitch, if you're watching us on normal cable. Let me know how exactly that's happening, because I don't think we're over there yet. We did have to turn down a deal from CNN, because they didn't align with us.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Right there,
values.
Yeah, we got to make sure it's right. But there we go, Amazon. So people here in the chat, no matter where you are, is what I was getting at. You gotta put it in. If whether or not you're on TikTok, it all records, man. So CrowdStrike, Tesla. We talked a little bit about DraftKings earlier. Maybe we can do that again. I like Elf, not just because they've taken way too much money from my family, but Elf is a good cosmetic. Thank you, Joe. That felt really. Why are you stopping? That massage was good. You can keep going. There's Nebius right there. Shout out to Kirk D. What's up, Kirk D? Too bad we can't trade Alexander Kirk. Is that his name? What's his name on our team? Kirk.
What?
Yeah.
Kirky?
Yeah, Kirky. Yeah, right there. I don't think anybody's in these contracts that we have. I was actually listening to the radio.
No, he's got a reasonable deal. You don't want to.
Yeah, I think the Jays, they were saying maybe have
catching.
4 to 5 guys that anybody else would be interested in. We're not trading them.
No,
we wouldn't trade Vladdy, even though you probably get pennies on the dollar. Gosman, I don't think we should trade either. I think if anybody gives us a bucket of balls for George Springer, we would do that. Other than
one's
that,
going to trade for him.
I know,
He's
that's
hurt.
what I mean. So unfortunately,
and plus too, even though we stink, we're 3 games out of the playoffs.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. That's so nice to be
American League's so trash.
American League right now. But
you know what's not ever trash is always pure gold. The big screen.
Yeah.
And Adara.
To the window, to the wall.
So yes, that.
Thank you for that lovely intro, Neil. It's time for another edition of To the Window, to the Wall, where I pull up an infographic window and we talk about it on the wall. Now, this is kind of a follow-up. This is probably the last of these that I'll force you guys to look at during the segment, but continue to look into the state attorneys general and their actions against or towards or about publicly traded companies. So I teased yesterday, I would give you guys a full look at how many actions have been against or involving all of these companies so far this year, and here's a list. So there are 27 companies that had at least 2 actions, and that either means that a state coalition of 2 or more states made an action against the company, or separate states pursued separate actions against the company. We've got a couple examples of both, but a lot of these are going to be multi-state coalitions. So let's get into it. I want to start here with Google and Meta. Now, obviously, 70 actions here towards Google, 58 towards Meta. There is no way that there's more than the number of states, and that's because, as I mentioned yesterday, I've been counting multi-state coalitions as individual actions, because each state that signs on is an individual action from that state, right? So with that in mind, you've got 70 actions against Google. Now, all 50 states were involved in the settlement with Google for a total of $700 million, I believe, earlier this year. And that's why you've got already 50 states there. Now, Meta, a couple different investigations, including 2 separate investigations on their own, just from Ken Paxton over in Texas. And neither of them have to do with the social media mental health thing. They're totally separate things. So interesting look for Meta. Now, Novartis, that was because 38 states joined a coalition alleging something with this company earlier this year. Live Nation, of course, we know they had that big court win in April with the antitrust and the Ticketmaster monopoly. Then you've got SpaceX, 31 states joined a coalition to look into XAI and certain inappropriate images that were allegedly being produced. CVS, couple different groups here, though a lot of this was, multi-state coalitions. They were looking into some of these, providers, these health insurance related names. There was a settlement here. So payment companies plus Capital One. There were 24 states here in the state coalition. Capital One was part of this coalition, but they had their own separate action with New York, which is why they're on their own. But basically, what you had here was a whole bunch of states being like, hey, payment companies, stop letting kids buy vapes. I don't know what the payment companies were going to do about that, but that was the action there. Now, Shopify, I intentionally wanted to mention this because I know Neil said he'd be a bit concerned if Shopify showed up in the top 15. It's actually number 9. But the reason it's on here is a little bit different. There was a multi-state coalition that issued a letter or a statement here to Shopify praising it for its work stopping the sale of vapes. So Shopify actually on here, but not necessarily for a bad reason. I mean, then you've got actions towards a whole bunch of these settlements here, NCLH and CalMaine. You've got Netflix, HPE. People were looking into that Juniper merger. And then a lot of these are more kind of not one-offs because there's more than one, but a couple different companies doing separate suits, a couple different states doing separate suits against companies. And all of these in the bottom, these are literal one-offs. One state had one allegation against each of these companies. So I really wanted to do this to show, I think, the breadth of different types of investigations, the breadth of different types of companies that are on here. Obviously, you have a lot of Make 7, but then you've got the likes of Dollar General and Dollar Tree on here as well, right? I mean, Roblox, not shockingly, is on here as well. So I think I want to do a little bit of a deep dive, as I like to do. I also really wanted as well right now to say thank you guys all so much for your honest feedback and thoughts on yesterday's infographic. I like to try different stuff with you guys. Sometimes it doesn't always work. It's always going to be a little bit different, but that's what I love about the show and the opportunity we have here is to give you guys different, unique, market-related content every single day. So happy to be here. Definitely let me know what you guys think. And if you have any other infographic suggestions, because I'm always writing those down when I see them in the chat. With that, that's today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall, as you send it back over to the guys.
Oh, finish that one.
You could definitely find all of that on Trader TV Research. That's Adara's own personal page, and you can go check that out. There's tons of infographics, and as she had just mentioned there, it's not all the mega cap names. And I had sort of said yesterday, that sometimes it can not necessarily be a negative thing that you're being looked at. I mean, once it gets resolved, it can turn out favorable or not for your business, and sometimes that's something to be looked at. That is for sure. But
we're gonna throw this up. We got East meets Westy Bestie sent us a gift here, and I wanted to show the. We get a couple of comments. Well, one of you were saying not to be too cavalier talking about consumer protection issues for certain companies. And look, I think you have to. Obviously, it's an important role, and protecting the consumer is obviously an important task. And if it ever comes off as cavalier, I'll be the first person a million times you have probably heard me say, if you are Alphabet, if you are Meta, and if the regulators are not coming at you and constantly either in your pockets or in your grill, then you're not doing your job. If we're talking about the companies that you want to be invested in, well, when you get de facto oligopolies, which is if you're good in tech and you do something incredibly well, you're building an oligopoly. That's what you're trying to become, right? Because you've been better and you want to hold on to that as long as you can, because it's really difficult to do. There's so much competition in tech. And when you get that big, you are going to have the ire. I'd almost say the point at which the regulators don't care about Alphabet anymore, we probably don't care to own it anymore. And that's not trying to be negative toward the consumer or that I think Meta is some rosy company. No, not at all. I'm just looking at it from the aspect of what makes Alphabet dominant, what makes Meta dominant to a certain extent. And you like it or not, it is going to be pushing the envelope and putting profits first. And when you stop doing that, that might be better for everybody, but it might not be better for them. So and we appreciate it and love the comment. I think it's an important thing to say. We're just talking about why you might like the stock. Because most of the time, if you're in tech, you are not just holding on. It ain't the Canadian banks where you got an oligopoly because that's the structure of things. No, you get it because you're able to dominate and you try to have a stranglehold on that business. Not everybody can be an ASML. Sometimes it's going to be a little bit different. That said, if we come back over to the markets, I saw a lot of people talking about what is going to die the fastest. Right now, I'm just what's going down, what's dying the fastest. Joe said 145 in SpaceX. We're at that 145.
Yeah.
We put a poll up this morning, which I don't think it's still up, but that's fine. I didn't get a chance to see the results of it. And because it was effectively, we're talking about the market. Well, it was yesterday. It wasn't, this was about, I think it was 37%, 33, and then whatever the remainder was, maybe another 30%. And that was whether you were already long SpaceX, which there was a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whether you are never interested, and I think that was the 30%. And then the 33 was waiting for lower. So the question to the 33% that were waiting for lower, this low enough for you yet? Or are we still waiting for 135? Because I keep looking over and thinking, well, that 135 stink bid is probably this week at the rate that we're headed to the downside.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you're buckled up and waiting for it to get lower, if you're a Tesla shareholder, maybe this news is considered to be good for you because you own some Tesla, meaning you might get it in the future. But that, for some reason, isn't being received very well with SpaceX. That they seem to think it's a good idea. They could merge, and that would probably take a while, and then the regulators are going to have their own beans. That merger would have all kinds of regulatory hurdles, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't happen. But they're not liking it at all.
No, they are not. Thank you, Gworev, for your very nice comments there on the short on SpaceX. As Neil mentioned, we had wrote it down already earlier, and that's why we're short. 150 short SpaceX, 148 from there, which is where we started to cover. We started to cover everywhere, but here's the short on SpaceX. 148 was a good level there. There's the first cover. We covered right there at 148.50. Then we started covering again at 148.50s, and then it came all the way back to the downside. And then we said also, watch out for 145. And I want to thank Joe again for that little look as well. 145, possible bottom today there. So looking at the options, and that's where we're starting to cover again there on SpaceX. Back to the desk with Adara, I believe.
A couple different stories I want to talk about. For one, I believe you mentioned it, Sean, but DKNG did get a little bit of a midday burst. I just saw apparently Michael Burry announced that he bought shares of the company. That could be what led to this pop. I couldn't find exactly when he started saying this, but I'm just seeing this circulate now, so I did want to mention that. I also want to talk here about SXRH. I'm seeing some people in the chat mention this, XRXH. SRXH, the company is called SRX Global. Not a ton of volume on this. Currently trading here around $1.50. Eric Jackson, who, as we know, was on the show a couple months ago, or last month, I believe, he's posting about the company right now, saying that they had no choice but to do their 1 for 60 reverse split, and has said that, quote, the business has never been in a stronger position. So Eric Jackson talking up SRXH stock to the upside. We're going to send it over to Sia for a segment.
Thank you, Adara, for that. Let's take a look by starting at the three major averages. The SPY currently down 0.4%. The triple Qs are down mostly flat, but it's still a little bit inching towards the red. The Dow down 1% and the IWM down 1%, respectively. Let's take a look at what we're looking at. Just an update about, we were talking about Delta Airlines and United Airlines today. So overall, in majority of these airline stocks have edged down today after the U.S. has signaled that it would abandon its ceasefire with Iran. So AAPL on the day is down nearly 4%. UAL has declined roughly 2.5% during the same period, and Delta down almost 2% here. Southwest Airlines is also down 1.9%, and JBLU down 2.3% on the day.
Okay, yeah.
Anyone like the airlines right now? I think there's going to be an opportunity here in the airlines and the cruise lines. But the problem is, you're going to be very headline driven. I don't know. Look, forget about the airlines for a quick little second. I have an idea where to look for a bounce on CCL because it has bounced the same level for a few months now. all year long, $24 CCL. That's been the spot. So it's a day, maybe a day and a half this week's worth of work, let's just say, because only a couple days left in this week. So I think that's a spot to look for a little bit of a rebound here. Do you really think that no progress? Fine. I understand that we're right now looking at a re-escalation, but things aren't as bad as they were in the beginning. I think that's a pretty easy thing to think. And I think a nice rebound, or at least a temporary rebound, can come in the next couple of days. East meets Westy Bestie back again, thanking for addressing the comments and concerned about the reporting on U.S. litigation. And we appreciate it. I think that's the thing that sometimes will get lost. And I know this happens. You'll hear us talk about looking short on a stock on a day trade where you might actually like the long on a higher time frame. And it's always important to clarify these things. So I think you're absolutely right about that. There's a big difference between liking a day trade one direction or another and simply thinking, okay, well, today it's a short, but you know what? I like this bounce level on an individual stock. I think it's at a pretty decent support spot. But it doesn't matter if you still think it's going to go down from 9 to 11 o'clock in the morning or 9:30 to 11. You've got to be able to say that. Like, I'll tell you, like I'm literally stink bidding on SpaceX and hoping to get it on tomorrow. But, you know, I was short too. Like, it's just, you have to separate those two parts of your brand, I think, a lot of times. That's pretty important, especially if you are going to be actively trading.
SpaceX at all-time lows and just took down 145.50. Yeah. So Jets ETF. I mean, this is what we talk about when you talk about the airline. So thanks for Sia for that one. You don't have to really pick and choose. Whether or not I heard on the midday show talking about, you know, American versus Delta versus this versus that, all wrapped up into one. I think it's the major five are all basically in this ETF there, and then you can check out the percentages, but it's there at Delta, Southwest, American Airline, Air Canada, you know, probably WestJet there from the Canadian side of things. But there it is, man. You are coming back in, and obviously, as you know, one of the major costs of airlines is going to be jet fuel, and we've seen here a rise today in USO, although it's coming back right now. That's part of the situation here with what's going on with the airlines, and it's just, you know, with travel. I think their airlines are going to do real well with that World Cup number that comes through. I mean, I don't know. I saw in Vancouver yesterday, I saw basically one little slot there of Swiss fans and everybody else Colombian like crazy. I know Canada has a big Colombian population as well. But anyways, just think that all that travel is something there. We could also talk about Netflix. Netflix battling right now. VP fans are in. They should shoot our ships. U.S. will respond. Yeah, no surprise there. Who has the bigger you-know-what will wind up winning that one. Jets, and then we'll also go over to what I was talking about. There was Netflix. Netflix trying to get into the business now of FIFA. And, you know, no more of a corrupt organization. So you could try to get in with them, but if you don't pay them, you may not be able to. Netflix willing to do that, willing to pay a whole bunch of money to get involved with the 2030 and then the 2034. Yeah, that's the split. Our charts don't show it. 2030, 2034 Olympic World Cup. So as the battle continues and rages on for rights to live sports, Netflix, and it's just a story going around whether or not they actually get it, because you got to fight with Fox, who has some games now. ABC has some games. Obviously, here in Canada, it's on Crave and TSN. And Canada is a different story a little bit because of the way that works here for the CRTC. But at the end of the day, Netflix fighting for their life right now, as it's just been hit pretty badly down to the downside off of that Warner Brothers miss. And I don't think they missed. I mean, they didn't get it. I don't think it's in the world not to get content. I do think live sports is what's it. And we're going to wait to see as baseball, not pushing the needle, but NFL will. And when NFL comes through, and then there's NCAA, as we talk about NIL, right? Those rights coming through and, more money, more games being watched. I think they can get it all figured out. I don't like Netflix now, but I like it if they can announce, that they do have a deal or something going on there with the World Cup. I think Netflix can be bought, and we'll see where it goes from here.
One important thing about, because the numbers are being reported were like record numbers. Obviously, every single time a new TV deal gets reached in any live sports, it's always going to be a record because whatever, prices only go up, money constantly gets printed. But this time they're selling the rights to both English and Spanish as one instead of separating them. So that's going to make it a whole different type of bag. So when you start thinking, oh, but don't even compare it like dollars for dollars to previous contracts. This is going to be more expensive. I think I would tend to agree. Live sports, like that is the last bastion saving everything. Because you see this with the World Cup, man. It's what people will go through to make sure that they're seeing it in real time, right? You saw it live on the show, like Sharif watching it. I experienced it with like literally everyone I talked to or saw in England the morning after they played that match, which was an hour late and was supposed to start at 1 a.m. and started at 2 a.m. Anyone you talked to in the morning was like the Walking Dead because they had to see it live. It's that simple. And I think that's where there's a lot of competition. Apple's been doing an okay job. You've got Amazon Prime as well. So you've got a lot of competition. Netflix badly needs to come out on top because all of these other streamers, they don't need to, Apple doesn't need to make money with Apple TV. Amazon doesn't need to make money with Amazon, with Prime Video. It would be nice if they do. Disney probably does. But with Netflix, they're the ones that do the best, but that's the core. That's it. That's it for them. So they really have to make sure they win. There is an opportunity in gaming, but that hasn't really picked up as much as you would have liked to for them. They'd be an interesting one. If you ever talked about like some kind of a merger with a gaming company, there's something there. Or even like a Spotify. Like you wonder, it's like, what could Netflix do?
Netflix has podcasts on and everything.
Yeah, I know they do, but it's like, if there's something that could shake things up, you don't wonder if there's like, it's somewhere down the line, some kind of a merger. Gaming to me makes the most sense. Like you'd think there'd be obvious synergies instead of Netflix trying to make gaming work for themselves.
How much is Netflix worth? You know what? Apple should just buy them. Let me see.
Well, that would be nice.
Netflix, yeah.
But Apple doesn't do major acquisitions.
Yeah, but they
That's
should.
not their bag.
No, I'm just saying that.
Never really been to it.
Just trying to spice things up. Okay, so market cap of 320 right now, 320 billion. Remember, they had their goal of 1 trillion market cap. They're not even anywhere near that right now, but 320 billion. Apple, they have a $100 billion share buyback on right now. So, they're obviously rather buy their own stock than other names. And the only reason I say Apple is because they do have the gaming there. Apple has, all the cloud, all the storage. They have the user base huge, could wrap it up all into one. Like I'm at $50 a month for Apple Music, Apple TV. I think it's 2 terabytes of storage shared amongst the family. There's more things involved in it, but whatever else there is, they're the fitness or whatever else there is there with Apple. And I think there could be something there. That's obviously just me spitballing and giving an idea roughly that has not been vetted at all right now. But okay, so the TQ's right back there to the upside as we continue to go. Good move, right highs again. So, more outs, more life, more outs right there on the TQQ. So that one's starting to go as well. We're just going to, look, man, I've already said what I have to on SpaceX. This is, just that trade. And it's like, it's downside here. It was, an idea that we had obviously written down earlier today. Like the short, just continue to take it. And today we didn't even mess around by going long. We only started short. We went short, started short and short. So yeah, that's what we're doing right now. Waiting to see what the next little movement here is in SpaceX off that 145. I'm going to put, Actually, I don't have another bid down there. I'm going to put another bid right at like 145. Let's go to 16 or so, just ahead of 145 flat. Joe had mentioned there, just about potentially some calls down there and some size. So it definitely will be traded around that area today. And that's just a big, that's a big $5. Now it's now $6 in the money, but that's big. And we had held this all morning for you guys, and we did get stopped out right there at 150 when it broke. Not really sure why I didn't give it to that high, but it was ripping back to the upside off of a 148.50, which was initially something that we had marked as a warning spot. But there it comes all the way back up, 150. We re-shorted it once it didn't get going. And remember, this trade that's now $6 in the money has a 50-cent stop. Its stop was 52. Because when we didn't get there, I just said, let's stop out at 52. Now, looking back at it, we should have, because of how far this went, we could have given it a little bit more of a stop. But again, 50 cents here and there works out for us, works out for me. And, now it's going to be obviously my number one P&L stock for myself here today is going to be this one, SpaceX, down to 145 and change. I keep getting asked about, when's the next time to buy by lots of people. And I don't even have a bid out. I want to see what happens at that 135. I wouldn't be surprised if we get that look tomorrow. And then we just go from there and we see what kind of size. There's going to be lots of size. I think, I probably have 5% of SpaceX of what I do, NVIDIA and all these other names. So, we are very, very aware that there's more to come here for SpaceX. And I want to be long. This is a name that I think want to have in the portfolio for, again, many years, hopefully.
Ever.
And maybe forever there. I mean, I won't have anything forever. Once we retire, I'm going to live.
I think it's a figure of speech.
Yeah, I know, but sometimes people say, like, you say, like, I'm giving this to my daughter and all that kind of stuff. I'm just going to liquidate everything, put it into a RIF, probably get involved with an index fund or something like that. But yeah, SpaceX, I definitely like the next, what's on the horizon for them over the next decade or so. And then hopefully at that point, you may no longer see me, but we can maybe be in the background.
The 135, just to throw this out there.
Would love
there was zero scientific for me. Like after that first cup, I think it was on day 2 or something. I just immediately was like, okay, I'm gonna put a bid down in front of the 150 so that I get picked up. And it was I think it was 7 or 8% of what I want to own in it. And then the next bid gets me to 20%. I put those 2 bids in. I was and they were good for, I think, 3 months. I'd have to go back and check. So I'm just sitting there and there's nothing scientific. After that point, I'm going to start to care about earnings and all the other good stuff and maybe timing it a little bit better. But I think ultimately when you just want to own something in the long term, so many times I've been picky about it and I look back and I end up regretting it. Getting way too picky. And the example I always use, because, hey, this is a show we're all looking to do better. I got to go to where's my e-signal? Oh, no. Oh, maybe my e-signal crashed. Dang it. Okay.
Well, you were saying you're having those PC issues before.
Yeah, whatever. I've been having some issues with the PC today. But ARM, if I go from a daily to a monthly chart, I'll be able to show this. I liked ARM, loved ARM, wanted to own the IPO, but I thought I was really smart in thinking it was going to initially go down. It went from a top of 75 to bottoming out at 49 or in the underneath 50. And I was thinking I was going to get it at 30 or 40 based on some private prices I probably looked up and thought were cool levels. And so I was waiting for those prices and then watched it rally and didn't really get it till it broke out. So this was the IPO breakout above 80, and then I was just a buyer from 80 to 100. Or I could have been just blindly DCAing in and had shares at $50. So if you like the story, and you want to buy it, and you just try to get in because you believe in it. So I think that makes sense. Sometimes going to put this back to a daily before I forget. And by the way, ARM actually not really having that great of a day. Another red session. Ooh, there's
some names not doing that well.
288 on ARM, flat bottom break. Ooh, this is still close to the lows. That doesn't look very healthy. ARM might be a flat bottom break short. The market is back to green at the highs. This is cruising back into the lows and still looking pretty bad. It's still an expensive stock. It's at a bounce level. So you'd give it a chance. If it can hold this 288 to 290 area, maybe you get a bit of a trend break. But tomorrow, got to at least be thinking about a flat bottom break on those. For the afternoon, the only thing that's new was the Rivian trend break. So there it is, breaking the day-long trend. Stop is just above 60, so got the 1-to-1. Looking for this to press down into about 16.25. Not necessarily VWAP. We've seen a little bit of strength in Rivian today, getting all the way into green for RVM. Can't really hate on that. They just raised debt. And obviously they're going to need to. Let's be real. They're losing a boatload of money every time they sell vehicles. So, they're burning cash, but they're going to need that capital. They were able to go to the markets to do so and have pulled out a higher low and have bounced to 50 in the 200. This would be a prime example of taking a reversion short trade, but this actually looks like a good long bounce spot on the daily chart in Rivian. I would agree with that. Upward sloping 200-period moving average, how many stocks can you say that for? Think about it. How many companies that are losing, that margins are negative, have an upward sloping 200-period moving average? I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's probably not very many, if any. I can't.
No,
I can't think of one that would be in that category. Where you got negative margins, upward sloping 200, maybe something in maybe like a space company.
Maybe when quantum was going well.
Yeah, but not only quantum stocks would be anymore.
No, I don't think now.
Maybe like, it would have to be a space company. That's probably the only thing that could have that characteristic.
Yeah, we could. I mean, I wouldn't have even thought about Rivian, but that was a good look there. And as Randy had mentioned earlier too, like, on days that are down, if you like the stock, and we were like, Rivian's down another 4% like it was earlier, and Randy was like, great, want to pick some up. I don't think he did, but that would be, if you have conviction and hopefully a little bit more, then Randy's still waiting for $10 or something. So, if you do have that conviction, you got to get involved and see what's going on. What about a top break right now with AMD? That's, as the market, I'm still long the market here. We're 50 cents in the money on the TQQs. I'm not going to say we're long the futures. We're long the market. A triple levered product with the TQQs. You can see that below. So I was going to say AMD looking to break right now. I mean, what a good level to break, because we've held VWAP, we've held the 200 period moving average, and now we're starting to slope the other way now. Oopsies on AMD, and upside. So, break rate there, upside. And the reason why I say the other way, down 0.2% today, AMD. Looking to get positive. Maybe the more I talk about it, the more it goes up. But yeah, there goes AMD looking to break through right there, 515.50 or so. Good opportunity anyways for AMD and the long. And, I don't necessarily want to take that at 515 and give it to 511, but that's the VWAP trade there. So yeah, good little look here for AMD. I would say you want to give it about $1. The spread is 20 cents alone. So just the spread being 20 cents, you can't take 20 cents. See, like right there, if you went long at 515, you're already 50 cents now worth of a spread. So all the trading in between, and you just got to be careful if you're using, a decent amount of shares, that you are going to be suffering through sort of either bad wicks or liquidity grabs or whatever there with advanced micro devices. But it looks like a decent little long break coming in. And just because it acts like that doesn't mean it's not tradable. You just want to maybe lower your shares and open up your stops a little bit there, so you don't get sort of wicked out and you say, oh my God, look what happened to me. Getting out at the bottom or top is part of trading, and sometimes you just get the worst outs, and sometimes you get great fills as well. SpaceX, we're gonna go to see in a second. SpaceX still having a problem with 145 and change, so we'll have to wait to see how that goes right now. But we're gonna go over to Sia and see what she's up to.
The IWM currently inching down close to 8%. Let's take a look at our individual ticker picks for right now. TVRD, Tvardi Therapeutics, is up 54% on the day. So the company has reported a phase 1 result of their next-gen oral small molecule drug called the TTI-109 that has converted to TTI-101, which achieves the same kind of exposure to improved gastrointestinal tolerability. So the shares are up following this news announcement over there. So KOS, Cosmos Energy, is up almost 3%. The company will be hosting their earnings via a webcast on the 3rd of August of 2026. That's on a Monday. And AGIO, Agios Pharmaceuticals, is down 0.7% on the day. So Agios Pharmaceuticals shares had risen yesterday, but have quickly taken a turn after FDA has granted the company a priority review for a sickle cell disease treatment.
You got us treatment for sickle cell, then I'm rooting for you. I don't care what the company.
Treatment for anything.
Sickle cell is one of the. That is a cold, cruel disease, man.
Let's go.
It's like kids the worst. Oh, anyways, yeah, root for them for sure. I think it's easy to get behind, but man, it is such a tough business developing a drug.
Oh yeah,
that's a super hard business. That's why I hate to bring this back to the same name over and over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why whenever I look at the reason I got blind luck into Eli Lilly, sometimes like just having a company that proves they can do something difficult and get it to scale in the first place, when they prove they could do with Alzheimer's and then backed into the GLP, when you find a company that executes, they just keep winning and winning and winning, and then it executes something else that you didn't even see coming, and then all of a sudden you've got a winner. I think that's part of the reason why you might believe in an Alphabet they can stay ahead of the curve. And I know I'm gonna get a lot of flack because not everyone loves Elon, but that's a reason to believe, say in like a SpaceX, because Elon they've defied expectations before. So not to bring it back to Lilly, all-time highs again, by the way. I just want to throw that one out there. Well, yesterday, all-time highs. And close enough today. I think it did tick and just barely break out before retracing a bit. But sometimes the brand is the wrong way to think about it, but it's maybe it's company culture, leadership, execution, all these things matter. And if you got a good one, ride with it. I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Speaking of leadership, we have on our team a doppelganger for the leader at Rivian. That'd be Brendan. He does look a little bit like the CEO of Rivian. I think, he dressed up as him before. But it is heading back into the downside. Remember I said this is not about VWAP for me? I'm looking at 16 quarter or so on the pullback. So if it gets down to 16 quarter and shows a bounce, I'd try to get it out there instead of looking for the ultimate pullback. Because I do still think this is at a good bounce spot and an overall bullish stock, I think, Rivian. And you juxtapose this with what's going on. Look at Lucid. I know they're
Lucid
not
already
direct.
split 10 to 1 already.
That's what I'm saying.
20
this
cent
is
stock.
If you're a hedge fund and you're just okay, what kind of an edge could I have? But you got deep pockets. Wait for a company that loses lots of money to reverse split and then just average into the short as it goes up. I can't tell you how many times can the average person do that? Probably not, because what are you doing when it starts breaking out? It goes from 15 to 25. Are you holding that? Most people probably aren't stomaching that. But look at this thing. Hasn't even tried to catch a bid. This could be a $3 stock or a $2 stock again by the end of the year, and they just did a reverse split. So I'll grant you, Rivian's looking by any measure compared to what some of the other EV companies that are losing money look like. Rivian looks pretty darn good. Not to harp on them. Tesla getting beat down. They're not liking the SpaceX news here any better in Tesla as that's heading into the lows. About to break LOD here on Tesla. I think this one gets okay. Wait for 360. That's a local bottom. Everything about this still looks pretty weak. That 420, man. I don't know what it was about that 420 level, but it hit there Monday, hit there yesterday. Hard Uno reverse card. And if this loses 390, it's another flat bottom break. There's a lot of flat bottom breaks setting up here.
Yeah, and if you like,
Tesla.
I was gonna say, if you like stocks that are down 90+% from their IPO, Rivian might be the stock for you. I like the name, but looking at Lucid, I worry about it, and we do like Tesla for other reasons other than automotive, of course. Talk about another reason why maybe to like or maybe not to like Tesla is SpaceX. And, it's the number one name, or maybe NVIDIA was, and then SpaceX was up there as well. One of the number one names to look at there today. Yeah. SpaceX and NVIDIA, that followed by SDOT, followed by Micron, followed by Battalion there. Just looking around at what's going on there at SpaceX. Brand new all-time lows right now for SpaceX. I'm bidding 145.16. That's where we're at right now. Once it breaks 20s, we will get that 16 right now. See, this is the day trader in me. I see the size immediately as if it actually means anything. That's only 6,000 shares. We've done 45 million shares on the day. But immediately I was like, oh man, maybe I should have scalped out in front of that. That's why I have so many outs here. When I tend not to look at things is when the move actually happens, which is why I take a position, put out bids and offers, and then even with a stop order and get out of here. Never try to hold more than maybe a third or so of the position. I don't want to be irresponsible. Anything can happen at any time, but I do trust the stop orders, and I think that if you guys are looking for a reasonable place to trade, that has great risk management and all of that. Neil and I sitting here, and I've been here for 24 years, maybe. Yeah, that's right. Real trading, just really, I really do trust. I mean, even with the amount of shares, which was probably an irresponsible amount of SpaceX shares that I had off the IPO, I still used and trusted, and wish I didn't use it because it worked so well, the stop order function here at Real Trading. And, it got me out, and then the thing absolutely ripped. Thankfully, we punched back in, giving me the biggest day in my career on SpaceX IPO. But at the end of the day, it's something to be trusted there. Set it and forget it is what we say sometimes around here. And I never take a trade without putting in a stop order, or at least thinking about the stop first and where that would be located. And like I said, with the SpaceX trade short at 150, 150, even when we took, or 60, even when we took this trade, the stop was right up in here, $52. So 40 cents worth of a trade to give you this much. But of course we scalp out of it. We don't have too many of these shares left, probably less than 10% at this point, but just holding it to see what winds up happening. I think we could probably punch out a little bit more if it breaks through 146, but you guys are looking for more trades. I think we could do that when we get back. We got to go. Are we going back there? Nope. Okay, perfect. So let's start looking around. I was going to say the only name on my list that is outsized move today. Oh, now we go as soon as I start talking there? No, so we don't go to SIA yet. We're going to wait a couple minutes. Here goes Alibaba right now. Great. So 11.5% right there for Alibaba. Like I was looking at my little board here. Alibaba 11, SOX L is moving. We had the Broadcom story, and again, of course, Alibaba, great story. There's no doubt about that. We had talked about it, and we got some nice super chats. I want to thank you guys for that talk, because I was talking about it last week, liking it in and around these levels just because of how beat up it was. And we talked about it with tokens and what my boy Joe, shout out to Joe, sitting over here watching the market as well. But yeah, there's the nice move there for Alibaba. And that was really the only one on the green side. Occidental did get a report as well today. I think it was an upgrade or something there for Occidental. So they're up nicely, cruising 4%. USO up 2.5%. On the downside, there's really nothing that is overly extended downside right now. Well, I think Boeing maybe.
What about the cybersecurity names?
Yeah, down 3%. I actually don't even track those on my watch.
PanW's at the low.
Yeah, well, that's down 5%.
Yeah, down 5% at the low.
That's a little dramatic there for PanW, but the same kind of ways. These names have gone huge up. I mean, I could say, there are going to be some names that obviously are not producing that well today. And I actually didn't even look recently, Micron's a NASDAQ name, of course, at what Micron was doing. Yeah, back upside right now. So yeah, I think maybe the cyber names would be some of the worst ones. But other than that, man, I think I could add CrowdStrike now to my watch list. I didn't have it on before when it was at $600, but now down.
With the split,
yeah. Sorry, $800. Now that we're up to 190 and change, as Joe loving CrowdStrike there as well. Great call, by the way, Joe, on that pick there for CrowdStrike. Joe's got CrowdStrike, Walmart, JPM, maybe the best portfolio out of all of us there. We can check the leaderboard after this, though, don't worry. But yeah, that's CrowdStrike. We'll check that out. And then also another one, as you mentioned there, PanW. I'm not willing to put more money to work in these names yet. I think if there is going to be a move down, then we should wait for it. But 360 to 370 down to 318. Actually, yeah, that's pretty good off the top. That's 360 down now, basically $40 off of that. So 10% move. Yeah, there's not even, down into here maybe. I hope that doesn't happen, but we sat here long enough to know what goes up sometimes can come back down. And what's back there behind us, waiting very patiently, I want to say thank you to that one, is Sia. Let's go find out what's up with her update at 3 p.m.
What's up, Sean, is that we're recapping the sector and how that's doing right now. The SPY is currently sliding a bit down. It's down 0.3% at the moment, almost flat, but still a bit in the red. Let's take a look at what the sectors are doing right now. NVIDIA leading the pack, electric tech up almost 4% of the day. Apple's up 1%. We have AVGO. We had news about AVGO today with regards to Apple up 5.2% on the day. AMD trading flat at the moment, followed by INTC, GERTX sliding south of 2%. We have Cisco down up on the day 1.4%, followed by MU up 0.6%. Tech services, you have Google, Meta, and Microsoft in the red still. Google is down 2.23%, followed by Meta down 1.4%, and Microsoft down 1.3%. Oracle continuing to slide. Seems like it has made a reversal just a little bit. Was down earlier 2.3% on the day, but currently it's down 1.6%. Netflix trading flat, with IBM and Palantir also continuing to slide a little bit into the bearishness here. And PA&W down 5.5%. In finance, we have big names. BRKB, JPM, Visa, MasterCard, BAC all down in the red. I would see we have Amex also sliding further into the red, with bearishness down 4.28%. Retail trade, We have Amazon down 1.4%, yes, but Costco, Walmart holding that bullish momentum from earlier in the session, trading sessions as well. Walmart's up 1.3%, followed by Costco up, closing and inching a percent. HD is continuing to slide down 2.7%, followed by TJX. So producer manufacturing looks a little bit strong here, mixed sentiment at the latter sector of the board. AMAT, CAT, AMAT is up almost 4% on the day, followed by CAT up close to 1%, LRCX up 2%. Consumer non-durables, we have utilities and communications, a bit of a mixed sentiment throughout these three sectors. Energy minerals, XOM continues to stay flat from earlier when I did my sector watch around 12:30 p.m. We have CVX up 1% as well. Tesla and consumer durables continuing to slide to the downside, 3% almost on the day. Health tech, we have Lilly and J&J. Lilly's down 1% and J&J down 0.57%, ABBV flat at the moment. And for process industries, I would say much of it is, yes, still in the red, but we have names like ADM, DOW up over 2% on the day. And transportation, like I mentioned, Uber has made a little bit of a reversal, but still down on the day, 1.2%. UPS continuing to slide 2%. The only name that's green in this sector is ODFL. That's trading flat, but up 0.68%. That's all for your sector watch. Right back to the guys.
Thank you, Sia. And
good looks.
Almost like a sector of its own is NVIDIA. They are one of one when it comes to size and scope, and it's at up 4%. And Alex in the chat, we get it. We get it. NVIDIA 220.
Let's go.
NVIDIA 220. It's not at 220 right now, but you're excited that for a chance to get there. It's hard to disagree. Already sort of said I really like this bounce off the 200-period moving average. Can we just settle on 210, the 50-period for this week, and we can worry about 220 on Wednesday of next week? I don't know, I'm just going to throw that out there. We got a super chat here from Francisco. Thank you. You're looking at Qs 50 SMA 71166. You're holding for the second day. Close but no break above. Drop coming. So you're worried a little bit about the drop. Well, we talked about there were a lot of individual names in the NASDAQ that have this like flat bottom-ish look where it's like, yes, we have bounced, but if you look under the hood, it makes you not as excited about like the breadth and how far we've actually come. And when I look at the Qs, like the first thing I care about closes more than I do opens. And you had the close here to end the week last week at about 712. You're talking 711.66, right? So that's above that resistance point. You got the flashpoint breakdown in yesterday's trade, which ended up closing a little bit lower. Our bounce was unable to do anything with either one of those resistance levels. Even here on strength in the afternoon, NVIDIA is going up like a bat out of you know what, and you're still kind of barely holding on to green here on the Qs and still running into that resistance. So yes, if you don't push through this, it does feel all for naught. You put up the daily chart, it's still looking like a bull flag, but we're under the 50 period. It's forming a bit of a wedge, and wedges can break lower too. So I'm kind of with you on the price level being key. I'd maybe say that's 712, maybe even extend a little bit further. You could have like a false break of that level. There's a lot still looking bearish. And if there's a couple of names, Tesla obviously stands out a little bit. We're talking about ARM, where they're on the precipice. And if it gets a little bit uglier, you could really start to drag some things down. NVIDIA can't just hold the market up by itself. And it just tagged 205 and did a bit of a curl. We get a topping tail on NVIDIA. I mean, even right now, this is looking like a topping tail on NVIDIA, starting to get a reverse. My first thought is Intel, because they were junk today and they're at VWAP. So Intel's down 2.7%. If we're headed lower, might look for a VWAP break here if that was just a top on NVDA. Rather not short the strongest name in the market, but Intel's one of the weaker chip names today. If not, I don't want to say the weakest because I haven't looked at them all, but it was certainly one of the weakest names.
Yeah, it's not, and definitely
it's
not one of
be
the stronger
close.
names. That's for sure. Yeah,
The heck is that?
AMD was right. Yeah, here's another one here. I want to say a big shout out to someone in the chat there. I lost you because it was a minute ago. Emra, what's up, Emra, in the chat for bringing up SRXH. So thank you for bringing this one to your boys' attention right now. And apparently there was a report. I saw this news, and if Adara's back there, she can help me out with this. But SRX shares global trading higher after the company announced an estimated net asset value of $3.07 per share with Adara, a special dividend of 5 cents.
So I think the move up is more after Eric Jackson commented on it,
Right.
talked about the company, because it kind of spiked in the afternoon. That's when Eric Jackson goes, oh, like, you know, whatever, this company, this valuation is great. Yes, they had a reverse split, but it was only because they had to stay in the NASDAQ.
That's what it was, okay.
Whatever. But yeah, that's why I moved.
Yeah. No, good one there. And remember, you had obviously talked about that Eric Jackson name, and I lost the symbol, but there it is there, SRXH. And thanks to Dara for bringing that up. And it's really too bad that I didn't show a little bit more love to that story in the beginning, because it came back into one, like that gap up there on Eric Jackson. Hey, maybe we could have him back up there into 140, 130. Dara did a great job with him that day a couple weeks ago. We talked about Open Door. He talked about a few of the other names as well. That was really fun to have him here. But 139 to 140, yeah, good level. And then there it goes. Boom goes the dynamite there on SRXH. It's not like we haven't seen this move before. It was literally 2 days ago that we were up here at 220. So if you guys, again, that's the reverse split. So as Adair mentioned, it's been up here, but today it's now, going on news. So we'll have to wait to see if that 220 or so level is being held out for SRXH there on your NYSE American exchange, on Amex name. Today, the Amex is winning, man. They've got a lot of names today, Battle, so on and so forth. This might, I was gonna say, this could halt. Like, it doesn't, but Amex, we looked at that yesterday. Like, Amex names don't seem to halt the same way.
The band's up at 240.
Yeah, so I don't know, but we'll just, maybe our bands aren't right, halt bands. But
it's 20% it's syndicated.
I guess it's because it was 215, it was the high. So if it has to run up to 240, I guess the math will check out at the end of the day. But there it goes. We'll see if it comes right back in again. I would look for a halt short on this, but yeah, a lot of social media, as Adair had mentioned there. What's up to Bovin as well, talking a little bit about it as we continue to go on. Nothing else halting right now. That S dot was still in the 20s, although that did make a move into $13 or $11 right there. Not doing a whole heck of a lot right now. BATL, you're in.
NVVEs,
yeah,
all the way back into VWAP. It doesn't seem like it. Down halt on the NVVE. It was running. It tried to make a fresh high. It's back into VWAP. Dwindling volume is the case. That's the same thing with Battle. Like Battle, like maybe it doesn't want to completely die. Like it's holding the bottom end of the range. I'm on the bid near the low. Like just kind of tagging in front of the low of the day. But I'm looking for not today's low ultimately. I want to get tagged and see if it can't press into yesterday's low. Or I should have a bid at 150 because for some reason yesterday this barcoded for an hour and a half at $1.50 even. So that's another 7 pennies down. Going to get a bid out in front of that because it just makes sense. I'm just looking for the retracement back into some of the lows. You're looking at what's happening with oil. It feels like the market went from we care about oil to let's see if NVIDIA can drag everything higher.
Yeah.
It's trying. I don't know if it's going to be able to. But USO has been pretty sideways since it hit the bottom. It didn't get to the morning lows. So there's still a little bit of room that maybe it could fall. But again, volume kind of tapering off a little bit. There haven't been, no afternoon crazy headlines. I mean, outside of some obvious comments from Vance. If they hit our ships, we'll hit them back. Yes. Well,
I know. I mean, it's like we expected that, no?
You wonder about, like, it's the theater of saying that. Like, we need to say this? I guess.
I think it's just like letting people know what's good, basically. But yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Like, the way I see it, like, you'd think you got the biggest stick. You don't really even need to advertise.
Yeah, you don't need to wave it around everywhere.
You could just could look at the camera. If I had the U.S. Army, I would sort of just be like, yeah. Okay. Try me. And I'll leave it at that. Try me.
Yeah, I mean,
That's how I roll.
We have the Canadian Army, so anyone
the Canadian Army?
Come test us, no problem. We will finally get some submarines in 2034, and you don't want to come around us, man. In the next 8 years, by the time that those start being developed, man, you don't want to get any of ours. That was Tyson Krupp or something like that was the maker of those there in Germany. They got a nice little bump because of that. Okay, just real quick, man. Whatever. It's so funny that, I sat here when SpaceX went down into 30 and I saw that bid at 30 and I was like, yeah, I'm not going to get in front of it. It's going to break that. I'm going to get, or was it at 20s even? It was 20s. Sorry, my bad. 20s. So we were sitting 4 cents under that. And I was like, it's going to break and then we're going to get swiped and, we'll definitely grab that, Phil. Well, you saw me talking that live. Since then, it's been up 50 cents. It doesn't really seem to want to come back in. If anything, we just rejected 146 again. But I moved that order because, you know what? $6 in the money as opposed to $6.30 in the money. It's still, I know, 30 cents is 30 cents. It doesn't really matter where it comes from. But I would rather, sacrifice that 30 cents, take the bid at $6. Here, as soon as I say that, here it comes, it's going to come crashing in, which is fine if it does. But just to let you know that I did take it out there, somehow anyways, at 145.60. And, I hope, you guys, can follow, oops, that's the wrong thing, not the heat map. You guys can follow us if you so like. But I do want to say a big shout out to all 5,000, and even if I refresh this, it might even be more, that have looked right now. This is the number one post here, if this even loads, that we put out every single day. 6,500 now of you checking out our my sticky note there. So, thank you to everybody for bringing that up and or into your life every morning. And there it is, the SpaceX short. We talked about USO 109 long. We can have a quick look at that. If you want to go get it, I'll put that in the chat. I'll put the link right now, and you guys can go have a look. And whatever, if you don't have X or whatever, it's also on Instagram. Go find the Instagram feed there. 8,000 or 9,000 followers there, not as many as X. At SpaceX, what I want to look at was USO. I haven't looked at this pretty much all day. We had we looked at it off the open, but not since there. We wrote down 109 into yesterday's close. All that negative talk today didn't really do anything early. And then right now, as we had just mentioned, more threats of, we will, we won't. And oil coming back down as maybe they're starting to realize that although President Trump and J.D. Vance and whoever from the United States seems to be wanting to get oil lower, but at the same time still willing to be aggressive around the Strait of Hormuz. So I think there's a little bit of back talk, back and forth there. You can't threaten, an oil-bearing nation and then also at the very next time out of the other side of your mouth say, but I think oil is going lower. It's just, I don't know if that's going to happen, but USO today, I would have thought with all this negativity would not be back down into this level and would have maybe not continued its move higher, but up 4 or 5% on a day like today, I thought was reasonable. And I guess maybe whatever I think is not right because oil right now, back into opening prices. So
there's something happening here on Meta on volume to the downside. Dara has checked. She hasn't seen any news. I haven't heard anything. I've checked X, haven't really seen anything specifically for Meta, but this is on volume, and we're about to get that 600 level again. See, this is the problem. We talked about this the other day. When Meta has good news, try not to get overly excited.
Damn, I should have got it.
Give it a couple of days, because if it can hold on to the gains for more than just 1 or 2 days after a positive story, I think then something has changed here. But if this is just falling because, it doesn't feel like no reason because of the volume spike. But if it is, it's just more of the same. It pops a little bit, runs into a resistance spot, maybe the 50, and then, or the 200, I guess it couldn't even get to, and then we just start losing the bid. You're back underneath $600. There has to be a story that we're not hearing on Meta. I wouldn't want to, if it was a story, we'd let you guys know, but I haven't even heard anything in my ear.
Oh, we have a Dara back there.
It really doesn't look like there is anything on social media.
It's crazy.
A, people aren't really mentioning it, which is shocking to me, because usually if there's a drop like this, everyone's talking about it. But B, no one seems to know what's going on.
It's like accelerating.
So like the lack of mentions of social media, to me alone, is really suspect.
Sus.
I think Mark Zuckerberg was probably listening this morning when I mentioned this is the one name that I really want to sell. So I don't know if it's him in there selling, and of course we talk about that jokingly. But yeah, right now it is a downside push, Dara, for this name. And yeah, there goes Meta. Big seller alert, I would say for sure on META, as that name looks to, get waxed down into through $600. And I honestly do not. man, I don't like that stock. And we talked about it earlier today. I'm going to review tonight how many shares I do own in this one and get lighter on it for sure over the next couple of days. Meta. I won't be buying Snapchat. Let me have a look and see. Sometimes when one
Snapchat.
thing, no, not buying Snapchat. One thing that's, for sure is whenever we say news down, here we go, report. I have it in my ear right now.
Yeah.
Report being circulated. He just said disregard. So he doesn't know either in our ear than the reporter there from Benzinga. So we'll wait. But yeah, Snapchat, just looking to see if there was maybe something about the whole space there. And again, it could have been a government maybe coming out and talking about, the rights of the youth and all this kind of stuff regarding Alphabet or regarding Snapchat. So I want to look over there at Google as well, because YouTube, part of the story sometimes, as we worry about, what our kids are watching and are not watching. Of course, I don't worry at all, but that's something to look out for there with Google, with Facebook, and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, we'll wait to see what that report is. Hey man, this might be one of the greatest buying opportunities of all time. Just joking about that all-time part. But that whenever you get moves for no reason like that, there's the bounce back straight up $2 off of that. You can either trade that for $2 or you could take some advice. I mean, SpaceX, I think if this breaks 145, you're gonna see another disaster. And yesterday into the close, that's what happened right there. When we broke 150 finally, it just went whoopsies and went down to actually, I guess it didn't go down that far. It went down to 148.80. So it didn't even really get too excited, but it was $1 before you could blink. So I do think that, unless you have 182 blinks, I'm not sure where 145 is going to hold or not. And if it does, then it's going to be a huge long. But I'm not playing in front of that one, man. We're still holding on to the short here. And then even the futures not really doing the market not really doing anything. So I'll take another opportunity here, get a 10% of what we have left here at 72.22. And there it is. We get that fill. So yeah, more outs there. As I'm just holding on to these two names. And then that SXRH. What was it again? SRXH. SRXH. Looks like it halted. That was an old.
No, it hasn't halted.
That was an old one. I had it from 220 was the last halt. Yeah. So that's how dead this little halt scanner is right here that I'm looking at. It's NASDAQ test stocks, then NVVE as well, the last halter, and that's at 230. So right now we're not getting a whole bunch of halt names coming through at all. If anything, a little quiet on the halt stand. But yeah, maybe here we go, man. 220 breaking on SRXH. Bloomberg reporting something now.
He's not finishing his thought.
LA Times reporting. Yeah, Facebook. You'll hear it in a minute, Adara. This guy's stumbling all over this. He's saying something about how their, I think it was their reorg has failed, and just some similar stuff to what Zuckerberg was talking about the other day on that town hall. So maybe another leak to whatever happened in that town hall meeting there, and we'll just wait. It's better I don't report anything.
Yeah, he's like, when the guy reading it's like not very firm about anything that he's saying.
He's like, wait a second here, we got to report, and no, we don't. And,
he's trying to come up. It's almost like don't sit there trying to come up with an explanation. You either have the story, or you don't have the story. The volume was legitimate enough that you feel like there's something there. If it was really low volume, if this same move happened and we hadn't heard a story yet, and the volume was actually pretty low, like lower than the open volume, then you go for the bounce play because whatever. There's not that many people selling into such a big move. Then you look for the bounce. But if there's some juice to this, it's only down 2%. But I almost look for like a sympathy. If something dropped on sympathy, you could try to go long in it. But it's not as if you're getting anything like NVIDIA's. NVIDIA literally hasn't moved. It's just sitting right off of the highs. Let's get a super chat in here from X2C. Is Boyle the sleeper swing trade? Well, you get every Thursday at 10:30. There's usually a bit of a move in that gas as they have their inventories. Now, ignore daily charts here because obviously with ETFs, they're going to have their reverse splits and all that stuff. So some of the levels get junked. But this has been making like dip and rip plays for a while. Overall, trend has been down. But it's down 2% when oil is up. And nat gas and oil don't necessarily have to be related. But you can... We've seen this before, and before I left, I didn't look at it while I was gone. there have been these great reversion bounce plays, specifically after the number on Thursday. So if it holds the low and 1030 hits and you get a mean reversion, I like that play. It actually was working almost every single, I think it was like 7 out of 8 numbers in a row or something like that. But I didn't really check it the week that I was gone. That could be something tomorrow to look for. It's at a support level. Right now, USL's not really doing anything, but to have it down 2% when oil is up, that's not completely abnormal because it fell much faster when oil pulled back than oil did, and that's just how it plays. They call this thing the Widowmaker for a reason. You make your money quick, hopefully, and you try to fight the trend in this, and you tend to get burned. So yeah, I think there's something that could be coming. I'd be looking at the 1030 trade tomorrow more than anything else, and very, very dead on volume. There's nothing to see here today or this afternoon. And Meta's still pretty much where it was. It's back above 600, but it's not doing much more. The volume's already starting to drop right back in. Rivian moved the stop right back in above this lower high. Came right in. The stop was initially prior, but I'll tighten it up just a little bit. Came almost all the way down to target, but if it breaks this consolidation, we'll get out. Don't need this getting all the way back to the high of the day. Like, what's the point here for Rivian? We're able to get something out of it, but it doesn't completely flush. Just felt it was too strong to be looking for VWAP here on RIVN. So you take what you can get. Don't be upset. Battle's still doing exactly the same thing because USL's not going anywhere. But man, it's this Meta story or lack thereof a story that I feel like is the next shoe to drop. It's whether Meta will hear something that gives us a reason why this would break the 600 again, or maybe this is absolutely nothing. And there's still some room to get into VWAP, but there's clearly something happening, and I want to hear it first.
Yeah, it's not, for me, it's not going to be a super big deal. I mean, I don't know. We'll have to wait, like you said, once it's finally announced. What's up to Aziz into here? Yeah, look, this is why Cerberus is interesting. Obviously, I wish I was here for the IPO, was not. CEO said that they make their own memory in-house. And yeah, no, I know. I was, that day, I remember I was in the hotel room in Minnesota, and I actually saw the interview with, I don't know if it was a CEO or with an analyst in the space, and he was talking about how they're trying to change the game for memory, and they're not changing many games here. They came out at 180, of course, and then that day was 350, and we shot pretty extreme to the upside, and then it's never really had a big momentum back to the upside there. We did, fade a little bit, come back in, 2 up days, up day here, but yeah, Cerberus back down to the downside. I do think it's an interesting name, Aziz there in the chat, but again, not 100% certain on, price, and, wait for their first or second report to come out, and then we'll be able to more value, where it looks. And I'm not talking about the PE, just, is their memory a thing? Do they have the clients? Do they have the customers? What do they put out for their own forward guidance and things like that? Just real quick, we got another out right there, so we go. Money. What's up, Jack of Art? I don't know if it's good if we share the same mind, but I apologize for that, I guess. But yeah, 72.40, another out on the top side once again with the NASDAQ. Okay, we'll go back over to the desk with who again? Both. Okay. We like to. Oh, we have to have one soon coming through as well for the Asian update. So lots happening here. Let's go back over to the desk.
Yeah, let's talk about this Meta thing. So I want to shout out Darwin in the chat for bringing up this headline that is at least half an hour old. It was published here, this piece, at 11:55 a.m. Pacific time, which means it came out around 2:55 Eastern, so around half an hour ago. Basically, I read through this briefly. This is a piece in the Los Angeles Times under their Voices section. Now, Voices, to me, didn't sound like news, so I looked it up. It is an opinion piece, and it's about this woman named Sarah Wynne Williams, a Facebook whistleblower who wrote a book well over a year, or was published well over a year ago in March of 2026. And then now apparently Meta is trying to silence the publicity of said book. The title of this article is, quote, "Facebook's effort to silence a critic is backfiring spectacularly." It is purely an opinion piece as far as I can tell. And again, about an issue that, while still appearing now, started well over a year ago. It is not news. If there is anything else on Meta, I'll let you know. But I do want to thank, again, Darwin in the chat for giving me the exact wording of this headline so I could look into this. If I see anything else, I will certainly keep you posted. Now, over to Sia.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Adara. Let's quickly go over money talks, and we have Juan joining us for his segment right after. So, China's central bank has said today that it would maintain an appropriately loose monetary policy, also ramp up certain financial support to revive domestic consumption. So, adding that the economy overall was facing a mismatch between a certain strong supply, also weak demand, but the DXY as well, the dollar falling down a bit back to the $100 to the 100 region. It's down 0.17% on the day. I would say it's like holding a little bit steady, minor losses on the day, but dollar is clinging to its highest levels, I would say, over the week, supported by the liquidity demand as well as the safe haven flows amidst all of this geopolitical tension that we're seeing around. That's all. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very much there, Sia. Appreciate it. And hey, the market is bouncing back after this move that we've had in Meta. It's not that, look, man, not that Meta was actually moving other things, but the Nasdaq's starting to come back a little bit here. I did mention just a quick Rivian, once it broke, not going to fight something in the afternoon. The line I like to use is you take what you can get and don't get upset. Like if you get in and the point at which you enter the stock, it goes the direction that you want, the move is the move, was able to get a leg at the bottom and then it turned. Ideally, I mean, sometimes I should be doing something this and maybe moving the trend stop and save a few extra shekels there. So I think that's the one way to improve. Battle's still it's still sliding lower. So, as long as it keeps on, it just keeps on sliding down. I got that 150 bid. We just grabbed the 55. We'll take 50. I don't know why I had 140. Oh, I know why I put 142 because that's my favorite number, but that doesn't really matter at this point. I'll probably move this into 45 if it wants to go, but it's still sliding down. No moves in USO is probably the bigger reason why this is just already dead. Started thinking there could be a long on the stock, and the short was either VWAP or that flat bottom break. But we take the bear flag setup regardless, and just looking for it to do a complete retracement. But the other name that I was actually looking short doesn't seem like it wants to go.
It was Rivian, right? Was Rivian?
We did have the Rivian trade.
Oh, that just. What the hell?
Yeah, good thing we got out of it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And that's the thing.
Right now.
You've got to be able to understand. Like, I can have a prior high stop on this, but once it's already made a couple legs down, just move it to break even. Keeps things a little bit simple. I was thinking Intel. I had a stop order to break short on Intel underneath VWAP here, and that just bounced $1. So, and Meta wasn't able to drag these guys low enough. The other place I might consider is silver here. That's right where we were short this morning and could also give me a bit of a trend break. So this is what I'm looking at currently. Silver right back into some of the highs from earlier this morning. The open highs, not the pre-market highs. This can break trend on the 3-minute. Here, that's what it looks like. Here's the trend from VWAP. We break that, look for the short in SLRV. IREN's pumping. There's been a lot of chatter about IREN.
Yeah.
And I think
it's not pumping anymore, is it?
Yeah, it's still pumping. 7% for IREN today. I think the rule is if you got smoked yesterday, then you got a good rebound. GEV with a good day today. I'm going to imagine Bloom probably having a pretty good day. Well, maybe not as much as IREN, but those names all rebounding rather nicely. Double top, though. And as you mentioned, Sean, we are going back up to the desk for the one and only.
We've got half an hour to go until the U.S. market closes, but that's not the only market out there, as we're all aware. Let's talk here about the Asian market, what it brought us in the prior overnight session and what we're expecting from this session. Here to break that down for us is Juan.
Thank you, Adara. So Asian market not looking so good as well. We had some huge de-risking in tech hardware, especially in North Asian chipboards in South Korea as well as Japan. But we did see some safe haven plays in Hong Kong. So main story here, Kospi plummeting. They're in free fall right now, down by 5.35%. It's also down 23% from its June highs. Some of the big names such as Samsung and SK Hynix, they were down by more than 5%. But like I said, Hong Kong, the safe haven play, all the chip hardware sell-off, they're going to internet platform rotation. So we had Alibaba up by 12% as well as Xiaomi up by 9.5%. But let's focus a little bit on what's to come at the open for the Asian markets later on. Keep an eye out, of course, on geopolitical crude oil. Right now, oil is the big story. with Brent past $75 per barrel. If it goes towards $78 or $80 per barrel, that'll definitely trigger some automated selling against airlines, logistics, as well as the auto sector. In India, keep an eye out for TCS Q1 earnings happening tomorrow. So if there's anything positive from those earnings reports, there might be an IT short squeeze in India. But if there's a miss, there's also a risk that the Nifty 50 could drop down towards that 23,500 support. Now, Kospi, major stories, of course, watch their order books early on in the morning if there's any forced retail merchant liquidations going to be happening. Some people might also be bargain hunting, of course, on the discounted AI hardware, especially ahead of SK Hynix US listing this Friday. And finally, Hang Seng in Hong Kong. They made a huge run today, up by about 700 points. So watch that momentum. There might be some early or immediate profit taking in the early hours. But if there is more of a software breakout that could sustain the follow through, then maybe that is where you should keep your eye out on.
Keep an eye on software, of course, memory and geopolitical headlines heading into that overnight session. Thank you once again to One. And you can see him every day at 11:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. to cover the European and Asian markets, respectively.
Yes, you can. And when you're talking about memory, you can't forget about this. And look, this is going to be an IPO. Look, it's the IPO website, but SK Hynix Friday, 28 billion ADR first day. That is going to be a fantastic and huge event. Still think it could be a bit toppish for the memory space. Let's go back up to the desk. We're going right back to Adara for some news.
We finally have the meta story, guys. I'm not sure if this is the meta story, but it is a meta story. Seeing a couple of reports now just coming in that Meta is investing $10 billion for its first ever Canadian data center. So, oh, Canada, Meta, META kind of languishing here, just chilling out near lows. Back to you.
Story there.
Meta is investing $10 billion reportedly for its first ever Canadian data center.
No, that's not the story. I mean, that might be the story, but I can't believe that would send it down. I mean, maybe it does, more CapEx. And I mean, that's going to be the problem. If they're going to spend more money, even though it's not a huge number, but 10 billion, maybe more money. But why would they do that? Why are they building another data center? So maybe they're, that selling of some of their compute is actually, maybe turned out to be better than they had thought. I don't know, but shout out, Canada. It doesn't say where though, Adara, does it? Or just in Canada. Maybe in Brampton, honestly. There's so much factory space there in Brampton. Like every time I'm over there, Alberta, yeah. So maybe they put it on Kevin O'Leary's land.
We got to get the power.
Yeah. He was talking about power generation there in Alberta, maybe a little bit cheaper. But anyways, yeah, nice
CapEx
move.
is like 140 or so.
I know, but they're just adding 10 more billion to it. So yeah, I guess that would make sense. I
guess that could do it.
That's the story there. I just didn't seem like a big number. How much did they lose in market cap right there, even by $7? Still a nice move down there for Meta. And yeah, that could be the story. We did see, we always used to say, okay, more CapEx, better for NVIDIA, but NVIDIA is kind of like, they don't even know who Meta is at this point. They're just going to the upside now and, continue movement here higher as the buyers have really come for NVIDIA today, not for Meta, for NVIDIA. We sometimes, these good stocks at good levels. We can talk about anything, the Caterpillars, of this world, the Walmarts of this world, like companies that we really believe we can't live without, and NVIDIA right now is probably, one of those names. If they weren't around, who knows where we would be in this race. But Alibaba joins the party with a pre-announce today as well and saying things are going well on their side there. So we can wait for some good Alibaba numbers, hopefully once their report hits. I'm not even sure when that is, but probably soon. But generally it's within a month, right?
They're usually within the middle of the earnings season. So
Yeah,
they're probably going to be about mid-August is what I would say. So like just over a month. That's usually how it goes anyway. They're usually before NVIDIA, but after everything else.
Well, you're going to find out in 2 seconds here when it is. So they are, yeah, exactly. Actually, late this time. Late August, August the 28th right now for their next report there. 8th month is August, 28th day. So there it is, Q1 coming in a minute. So they just actually reported that pre-report a little earlier there, just letting people know business is well over at Alibaba and now up there a little bit higher. But again, Chinese name. Can you even trust that report? That's up to you. We're still, the Nasdaq's all the way back up. Let's wait. Now we're 13 minutes away from imbalances. So, we might as well give this a little bit of a look out and see what's going on with these imbalances here. Definitely willing to stop out. And, stopping out is different. Like we've already taken a lot of profit. But yeah, get trailed out. JP with a sell. We got that question earlier today. Is JP Morgan a sell today? Maybe I was smart enough just to say yes right there early on in the beginning of the day. And that was because of JP Morgan's weakness to start the day. It was down. We got asked it early. It was in the first 20 minutes, I'd say. So yeah, that's $5, $4 downside there for JP Morgan. Someone joining the party with that sell as well. Visa with a sell. FXI, that's your Chinese ETF. Coming through there, the top 100 names in the Chinese market represented by FXI. That's up today. And again, because of Alibaba.
It's profit taking.
Yeah, definitely a sell coming in there. And then QSR, shout out to Tim Hortons, Popeyes, and Burger King. QSR, another name that's really, not doing too much.
Shout out to the protein coffee.
I like Starbucks.
I feel like you can't get that too many.
Yeah, protein coffees you can get. They're at Starbucks. You can get it at Tim Hortons as well. But yeah, there's Starbucks. I think this is another great call by Adara there. Starbucks has really done well this year. I mean, talk about a $90 or so, I believe, when we made that. Again, I could check that list. It doesn't really matter. But Adara has that one, $90 or so. Considering some of the names this year, that's not a bad little return there for Starbucks, 15+% on the year for SPUX. And then the other one was that one in the Midwest. Not Big Daddy's. What's it called there? They have the Big Strong Coffee there. Oh man, I forget what the name is. There's another coffee name that's out there. We don't have it here. Once I see it. Oh yeah.
Dutch?
Thank you to everybody in the chat there. Yeah, Dutch Bros. Right there. So this is going to be, exactly. This is another name. It's called the Annihilator, I think, their coffee.
What?
Yeah, they have a coffee called the Annihilator. They're
That just
very
sounds delicious.
annihilating caffeine, I think. But, or annihilating
Sounds like a
you
pitch
with
Charlie
the amount of
Sheen
caffeine, maybe. But yeah, Dutch Bros on a pullback. This stock has been really nice too. Maybe not even year to date. It's kind of coming back right into where it started the year. But yeah, Dutch Bros. If you get back into this 52, 54 area, good name there too. I like the coffee space, man. I mean, coffee shops still seem to be pretty busy around here. So Starbucks also getting lighter. They've let go of a few of the offices, few of the locations around here, and very specific on where they're located, training of baristas and so on and so forth. So shout out to Starbucks and Dutch Bros. I like both those companies.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, ultimately, if you sell a drug, it's a pretty good business to be in. Let's be real.
Yeah, I'm drinking a coffee right now.
Let's be real. That's what it is, and it's pretty simple. But I wanted to get your thoughts on something. With about 10 minutes to go till the imbalances.
Unless you're selling actual drugs, like weed companies, not their business.
Well, the problem with that is it was a more lucrative business when the margins were good because it was illicit, and it's just too easy. You just not good margins now because anyone can grow it. But yeah, what are you gonna do? But coffee's a bit of a different story. I want to get thoughts on this move on NVIDIA. Obviously, it just tagged 205, pulling back a little bit here. NVIDIA's up big today. Keep it simple. Trick, treat, and I'm not even typing this, smell my feet. So jump into the chat right now, because I guess that was Fabian. Type 1 if you think that this is a fugazi move on NVIDIA today and it's a trick. Or, of course, you think this is for real on NVIDIA and we're going to go to the upside. I'm gonna type the 2 in there. 3 if you just want to make a joke about it. But obviously, NVIDIA has got to be on a lot of people's minds today. So far, 60% think this is a trick. 50% now. So not a lot of people right now thinking this is a real move. And I got to be real. I like it. I like this move. 19 PE. Cheaper than the overall market. You want to talk about rotation? Well, if you think there's a top coming on Friday because of SK Hynix in the memory space, then why not have some of that money rotated into the boring name, which hasn't really been going as far, and back into the originator for the AI expressing the AI trade, which to me has been NVIDIA. So I'm going to go with that. I think that at least this move is real off of the 200-period moving average, whether or not it results in it breaking all-time highs. The 50-period to the 220 at least makes a little bit of sense. And smell my feet with 17% of the votes. It's getting a little bit closer to 50-50. because I'm not going to count this on my feet. 45, 37. So it's still overall looking like a trick. This is what happens when something gets out of favor for too long. You just start hating on it.
Yeah.
But the chat hated on Apple for a while, multiple times.
Boo chat.
Not to call everybody out, but we were doing Mag 7 polls twice in the last quarter. And both times Apple was at the bottom of the list. Tied with Meta one. I think it was tied with Meta both times, but it was within one. It was like 4% or 5%, and none of y'all seem to want to like Apple in the Mag 7. Well, guess who's back to the all-time highs? It's Apple, Apple, Apple. I still think this is the safest play in the Mag 7, safest one to buy on dips. They're not going crazy with CapEx spend. Least chance of completely imploding on you, right? Like if we get the correction, which one would you want to be in? Is there anybody not saying Apple to that in the Mag 7?
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, so NVIDIA trick or treat. I'll come in tomorrow favoring the longs, but that's, again, just sort of favoring for sure. Google, yeah, I would put Google up there. It's close. That's close for me, but I'd still say if you're talking about safe with regards to the AI trade blowing up, right, to CapEx spend dropping and then that being like a cascade effect, I think in that regard, Alphabet probably a little bit more exposure than Apple to that. So I would sort of lean in that regard more to Apple, but yeah, I do like Google. We love some Alphabet. I probably own more share. I think it's close, but Apple's back at the highs, so I don't want to say that I have more between Google and Alphabet and Google and Apple, because those are the two biggest. NVIDIA at one point was looking much better, but it hasn't really done much for us lately. Whereas Apple's at the high, so it's probably pulling back in front for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some research myself to figure out what I exactly own these days. But what I don't own much of, and thankfully right now, is SpaceX, because it is right now at the all-time lows. One more time for SpaceX. We've been here about an hour ago. We're back here right now. We're still holding on to this. Let's see how low SpaceX can go. Sia, you like SpaceX at these levels? Let's go find out. She's at the desk. Those stupid mic packs, you got to turn them off and on there. We'll get Sia all organized, and then she's ready to go. How about now?
Sorry. Little confusion. My battery had popped out of the pocket. Anyways, yeah, I talked about my SpaceX views yesterday in the chat. I shouldn't have spammed that, but anyways, crypto update here. So the cryptocurrency history, this is coming as per Reuters today, that is starting to prepare for the threat of quantum computing. I remember reporting on just the start of this a couple of months ago and what was going on around this, but it's finally starting to prepare for the threat of quantum computing. So some recent advances are fueling concerns that technology overall will soon be able to crack the cryptography that protects transactions and digital wallets, and BTC is the one that's in the biggest concern over here. With that, BTC is down 1.7% on the day, trading around the $62,180 region. ETH down 1.8%, trading around the $1,700 region, and Solana down 4.12%, where it's trading around the $77 region.
We're trying to look up thanks, Sia, for all that. We're trying to look up, when is the SpaceX lockup? Maybe Derek can find this out. It was treated as a different IPO that I'm not even sure, about the lockup. We had Kevin O'Leary.
Are we finding out? SpaceX?
August 20th?
Go ahead,
one
yeah.
of the first tranches.
Yeah, SpaceX.
The next tranche is August 20th, I think.
Yeah, so it's just kind of when is that next sort of forced sell come through, right? We heard that there's been millionaires minted, and there obviously has been there. Many of you probably know people that have, worked at SpaceX or seen the stories or whatever. Can they sell? Can shareholders, employees, early investors, what does that look like for SpaceX and, the stock? And I really think that, especially in today's day and age, cash is king. And, no matter how I felt about SpaceX or whatever, all decisions that I make, are going to be revolving around money, especially when it comes to investing. So if I had some shares of SpaceX and it was going to make me a millionaire, I probably would realize some of that at least at my first opportunity. So that's the way I would do it. I'm thinking there would be more pressure on the stock if and when said lockup periods, you mentioned August 20th, as these things start to come through. But
I just updated in the chat. I want to correct that.
Okay.
Because the first major lockup expiration window opens late July, early August of 2026. Specifically, it triggers around the second trading day following their Q2 2026 earnings report, which is expected around August 6th. There is an additional tranche that could be in the 20th and another one in December. So that is approaching rapidly. And it gets a lot nastier, especially following that earnings report, where we have to start digesting real numbers for a company which has a pretty ridiculous valuation.
Right? That's why OpenAI should have no business coming. Even Anthropic, man, I don't think they want their books opened up. It looks like Anthropic will come.
They're going to.
They are going to. Yeah. So
well, they seem to.
I don't like that. But what's up, Adair? You got more on that or no?
Yeah, here's the full trend schedule that I'm seeing. As Neil mentioned, share unlocks start after the first quarterly earnings report. That's going to be 20% available for sale. But if SpaceX is above 175, that could be up to 30%. So the size of the tranche actually will depend on SpaceX's price after earnings. That is significant. Then you get 7% releases on August 20th, September 9th, October 9th, October 24th. So 2 in the same month. Then another 28% unlocking here after second quarter earnings. The final lockup period, I guess, here will end after December 8th. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Adair. And I think that's obviously going to be a big event, but you have a long time before you get there. Earnings.
Yeah, there'll be. I was just saying that to Neil. He's like, oh, I hope we don't forget that date. And I'm like, nah, we won't, man. I mean, I think that it's just one of those things where we'll be talking about it all day. I literally trade SpaceX.
Well, I'm talking about for my long-term
Oh, no, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Because I might move things around. Let's just put it that way. That's the way I'm thinking about it. Like, I have an order out to get more shares long in the PA, and I don't know that if it hasn't been filled and it's like the day of the lockup expiration, I'd probably cancel the order and then wait a couple of days. Or the same thing with earnings.
Yeah, but if you're only trying to get a little bit, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I can get.
I'm not smart enough.
If I got zero, I'm already in a little bit enough. So, by the way, there is a move happening back into VWAP for USO. So there's only 30 seconds till imbalance.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay, so. All right, what I was going to say is if it were to reverse off of VWAP, I might try a reload in battle, but no, not with 20 seconds to the imbalances. There's still just FXI. It's growing 1.6 million to the sell side and JP Morgan 1.2 million to the sell side. So those ones stand out a little bit. Probably going to be looking at the ETF. We've seen some really big numbers at real trading on the Amex, so that'll be the one that I'm going to throw up. It is 1.6 into 33 million. So unless that number gets significantly bigger, like I want to see, it's not going to. Yeah. NVIDIA sell 1.7. FXI ends up exactly at the 1.6 we showed you guys. In Netflix sell 1.1 million. That could be something. Intel 1 million. That's not a heck of a lot. That's a decent number. Sell for NVIDIA. Not huge. 1.6 million isn't a gigantic one, but it's enough to get it to the downside a little bit. I almost think that Netflix number at 1.1 million is a bigger deal. The overall, the buy.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much. I mean, Rivian's only a $16 name. I would say it's the NVIDIA would add a little bit to that sell, and NVIDIA got to 205 there, so that's a little bit of a move down there. And I just want to give everyone a little bit of an update. I did get, for some reason, we've been really, I haven't been buying the bottoms here because I really didn't want to lose everything based on something cracking lower. But there goes the market back up into its highs again. Basically, we're trying to get that very high. I don't know if that was going to happen, but heading into the imbalances, definitely worth cashing out a little bit. So we do that. And now it is upside, and we'll get a little bit out there at 47 if we're able to. And I'm sitting at 60s, which would be the market day's high. So hopefully we're able to get that. SpaceX. So I do have an offer to get out at 2/3 of what I have left right now at 146.50 break, because we've seen this move before. And again, on the imbalances, I don't really see it on here, but I don't have to. We don't have very many shares left. If this does break higher, we'll get out, and ho-hum, we'll have to take $5 on it, whatever. And on that last, there it goes. It's going to break in two. No, I was going to say it's going to break in two. There it is.
It's a buy.
So there we go. Yeah, it's a buy. So, that was pretty 900 right there. Yeah, 900K. Okay, a decent buy too. So there it goes, upside, good one anyways for SpaceX, as it's looking like it wants to go higher, needless to say. But yeah, there it goes, SpaceX. We have 1/3 of our position left there on SPCX, and of course that short is from early days today, 150, 150. And the market, there it is, man. We get that high. And did we get that 60 yet? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, we got 59s. Okay. No, we didn't. Sorry. That was our buy on SpaceX. We got 59. Actually, we get 59 as well. 72.59. We did get that. So there it is right there, 72.59. The high for the NASDAQ today, we got it. So that was not bad. As we've been, we started the show at 2 p.m. long, TQ, short, SPCX, and both of those names turned out to be pretty good trades there into the close. And yeah, man, with only 8 minutes left, I don't think there's major earnings or anything coming through. I can check out today's research.
Unless you're into Levi's.
Yeah. So there's, Levi's. I got on some jeans right now. Levi's, AZZ, and PCYO. So
jeans.
I saw Levi's Stadium there, San Francisco. They have the Levi's little porch there. But Levi's, get into them jeans. As you can see, nice movement early. Obviously, barcoding down there, 17, 18 bucks. Hey, man, this looks like a good break for Levi. I mean, maybe there's something here. Breaking up above 25 bucks. That would take out their October high. Let's see what kind of a number can come out today for LEVI, Levi there. Get those 501s ready to go. But
it's not as big a short float, I think, as it used to be.
No, I don't know.
7.6%. Wasn't this more short than that on Levi's?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure if anybody why they would want to be short it really. I mean, I wonder what the base case would be there. But I think more athleisure wear and things like that was the worry for that.
There's worse that's the thing. Like, if picking on other retail names, it's got breakout potential. No, I wasn't thinking short. I was just thinking a breakout is better if it was like 15 or 20% short, because look at the daily chart here. Levi's looks like a good breakout candidate.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
We're all going into earnings, but I would love to see, I like retail when there's 15 or 20% short, and then you get the breakout trade, just a little bit more legs if you're stopping out a bunch of hedgies. Then you get some better continuation. But whatever, it's still a strong chart.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it at all. So, I don't know.
It's looking good.
It's a stable, safe kind of business. All right, Netflix might get a little bit 50 seconds or so, 30 seconds or so until 355, where you could get a bit of a flip, but they already paired it off. Lame. So they've already paired that 1.3 million off on Netflix. A bit of a bounce, but this is going to end up giving it up. So even Netflix with the buy and balance wasn't able to do much of anything. It's going to go back into the red and back into the gates of hell, at least until maybe they get this World Cup deal.
Yep, exactly, and hopefully that does come relatively soon.
That won't be decided anytime soon.
No.
That's going to take years, by the way.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Just an early story today, but yeah, man, there it is. Dollar clubbing once again here. 5 in on SpaceX and now 1 in on the NASDAQ derivative here on the TQQs. And a little bit of a flip up there. The market moving around very much so here into the close as we start to go higher and near the high of the day. And yeah, man, just really playing that momentum in the afternoon. Oh, I was trying to click on Oracle there. Yeah, is this going to be a green day finally for Oracle? No, it does not look like it. Another red one there for ORCL, down that 1%. It tried to get, maybe it was green not too long ago, but there's a nice move down into 140 again. So we'll see what Oracle holds out. Amazon as well tried to get green today and did it. No, it does not. That's still down 0.85%. Rivian's faltered a little bit off that imbalance. It's come off a little bit, but it has not faltered. Stock at day's high as well for Rivian. But yeah, man, you're rocking with the best of us here now. Big move there on the TQs into the close, taking out the highs. Would have not thought coming in today that the long was right, and it was. And happy to have sort of put that one on, and glad that we got out also right there of what we had left. We had less than 5% left of this trade. We talked about having 10%. We got 2 outs throughout the afternoon. Even since we've been back, that's 220. So we started to get out there. Got another out at that low. That was pretty cool. Then we got out again at 145.50. So then 146 and change, now 148 for SpaceX. Nice little movement here at the end of the day on SPCX. Adair, what you got for us?
And NASDAQ at intraday high, so lots of texting. They do want to talk here about Amazon. I've been seeing this circulate over the last 10 minutes. I don't think this pop-up is necessarily related to that because the whole market's doing this. But either way here, guys, Amazon has announced plans to invest $5 billion in the Philippines over the next 15 years. Not a massive investment, but I also just saw AWS, or Amazon Web Services, announcing that Claude Apps Gateway is now available here on AWS. So bit of an update here with Amazon. A couple different updates, I guess, with Amazon as we head into the closing bell.
So maybe more than just the imbalance there. I mean, nice move there, 242.50 up to 244. I have no idea what Claude Apps are, but yeah, probably good. It sounds like they're for their business. So nice move higher there. Right into the high of the day again for Amazon. This could be tomorrow's trade. You know, if that story, not if, it's obviously a real story, but once that gets populated, and we'll see if tomorrow it makes our watch list and if Amazon has any sort of a movement based on that report. But there it goes, AMZN up to 244.50. I like that stock.
Even Meta's right back into 605, so that's catching a bid. So looks like it was a bit of a fugazi, at least in terms of the reaction to the story. But I'm staring down SPCX. It's going to be interesting to see if it can get back in through the volume-weighted average price. There might be, there's only 2 minutes left to go. Only 2 minutes to go. I don't care how much this bounces. It's still going to be a short tomorrow. You can't even get above that prior day close or prior day low. Even on this massive rally, it doesn't seem to make a difference. You're still under 150. You're still under VWAP. You're still relatively weak. All that stuff is going to be true. But the place where you got to think about tomorrow for the long side is going to be NVIDIA, maybe Amazon. And I'm going to sneak one in here because Meta's back above 600. If they're going to write that one off, then fair enough. They're going to write that story off the $10 billion spent on the data center in Alberta. Speculation. I don't think that was necessarily confirmed. That 600, it's back above it. It's still the key price level and managed to bounce. Yannick saying Intel is ripping. I was, like I said, I was looking to short this one under VWAP at one point, but this is now going to go green. All right. That's not a name I expected to go green today, but on the daily, it's going to put in a pretty convincing candle if it can hold green for a reversal. That looks like a bit of a bottom play here on Intel. So maybe 112 break tomorrow. We might actually be thinking long tomorrow on Intel. I didn't think this one would be that strong, but it is. 1 minute to go. Let's go back to Adara.
Well, seeing some people on social media claim that the reason the market's higher here, beyond the imbalances, is that apparently, we get reports about 10 minutes ago now, explosions were heard in Iran and air defenses activated in southern Iran. So I guess the implication there would be if the U.S. is striking Iran, it would be a good thing. Again, not sure how I personally feel about this argument, but I'm seeing it circulating on social media, so I thought I'd let you guys know. Some people arguing that the market's moving higher here because of explosions being heard in Iran. Back to you.
Well, the market's rallying, but it's not like USO is doing anything. Oil it's up 3%, but to say that it's strong is not correct. It's actually been pretty weak for the second half of the day. Market good, oil down. The chip names are going absolutely ham, though, to the upside. It was led by NVIDIA, but we got the closing bell, and it's brought to you by VinFast. That's ticker VFS. I want to shout out to them for sponsoring this closing bell. Hey, it's hump day. I didn't really even say it on this hump day. It is Wednesday. It's just garbage day. But only Levi's earnings, but that's not what everyone's going to be concerned about. Is the move up in NVIDIA real? I think so. Is the move down in SpaceX real? I still think so. Are the memory names going to be able to hold on to their butts before there's SK Hynix? I'm not completely convinced there. I still think that's going to be a sell event, and we're going to be trading that one on Friday. I'm looking forward to that, but one thing we discussed that we didn't mention on the show, I don't know how that's going to play out. It's not an IPO. I think it opens up right away, or at least relatively soon. I don't think we're waiting around for SK Hynix. I think we're trading that in the first half an hour, or at least have the ability to. And I'm paying for shorts on SK Hynix.
Yeah, it should be interesting when it comes out there on Friday. Join us live at that point. Thank you, One. Thank you, Sia. Thank you, Adara, today. Everybody that's back in there, Tiffany, Andre, Fabian, Ramin, and Brendan. And, of course, the Bash Bros that are both not here anymore. But shout out to Sharif and to Joe. All right, man, get that air conditioner fixed. And we will see everybody tomorrow, 8 a.m.
We get a new one.
Bright and early. See you, everybody.
Please.